Hello and welcome to Incumbent Affairs live election coverage on the 4th of July 2024. I'm here with Harry.
Hello.
And we're going to be discussing, maybe a bit of debating, and just covering and talking with you about the election results this year. Of course, it's pretty clear what the outcome is going to be, of course. Any second now, well, about half an hour, we'll get the BBC exit poll, which will make the picture a bit clearer. Of course, it hasn't always been right, so there's still a bit of mystique around just how big Labour's majority is going to be, but I think it's safe to say there will be a big majority.
Yeah, it's been right, ever since, was it 92?
92 was the time we got it wrong.
Yeah, and
But
that's been quite a few elections since then.
Yeah, fairly accurate in the, 2019, 2017, 2015, 2010.
1997.
Yep.
So
well,
5.
a load of the ones in between, but those as well. Not significant because, of course, Labour majorities again and again from Tony Blair.
Yeah.
But we're looking forward to chatting with you. I'm just going to bring up the chat now. I apologise for cutting myself in half. But
Oh, whoa.
Okay, welcome to all 10 of you.
Hello. 10 people already. So we got, hey guys, hello, good evening. Chance of Lib Dem opposition.
Wow. Okay, so Lib Dem opposition is something I've seen come up actually a lot because there was this series of YouGov MRP polls that actually put them, I think it might have been within 20 seats of the Conservatives at some point. Now, I don't think that is going to happen.
No.
Just because
it's unlikely.
They are kind of limited in their seats because of just kind of their competitiveness in the south and not in the north at all. They kind of run in these marginal seats where it's them versus the Conservatives because of the voting system.
The tactical votes really harm.
Yeah.
They get way too many people, especially I feel like in this election where there's so many people that are anti-conservative. They're not voting Lib Dem. They're going for
unless their seat is one of those where the Lib Dems and Conservatives are sort of the two main parties.
But I still I think people underestimate anti-Tory tactical voting.
Underestimate?
I would say the opposite. I think people are overestimating. I think a lot of people are expecting. So I think there is a risk that so many people expect a Labour landslide that it actually isn't as much as we think. But
I would say it will be lower, but we'll get into that more later.
Yeah.
In the 25 or so minutes we've got until the exit poll. That's when we'll be either proven right or wrong, or they could get it wrong. It's rare, but it's possible.
We'll see, but that should give us a very good idea.
Definitely,
Good idea.
If it's anything other than a Labour supermajority, I will be surprised.
Will Sunak lose his seat? We don't think so.
No.
We both don't think so. We actually spoke about this before the stream. Yeah. We think that he will keep his seat.
He's in one of the safest seats in the country, obviously.
Yeah.
He's the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that the Conservative wipeout will be as drastic as pollsters have predicted.
Yeah. And also, I know it's not as relevant, but we also discussed the Nico Omilana humour vote.
Yeah, the real Nico Omilana.
Yeah.
Not one of his body doubles, but the real one is running in Richmond, York.
Which will directly steal Labour's votes.
Because of the younger demographic.
It's younger demographic. So,
which is an interesting strategy from him.
Even that will boost Rishi. So we think that Rishi keeps his seat, and that will definitely help him.
Definitely a reduced majority by a lot, but I think he'll be safe.
Yeah. In percent, what are the chances Conservatives win 10... Oh, I'd go low.
2. Maybe less.
2%. I'd say they win 10 Downing Street. So you mean a majority?
Rishi Sunak stays on as Prime Minister.
2%. We'll go for 2%.
Go for 2%. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're lucky, a coalition. Like if you got super lucky, but it's not.
With who?
Reform
in their 5 seats.
Reform, probably.
Yeah, we'll get on to Reform later, but I don't know. Will Reform overperform or underperform? In terms of poll position, I think they're about 16% projected right now. Even with the MRP polls, when they're polling at 16%, they're not projected to get much more than 3 seats.
Yes, I think percentage vote will be similar. I think seats underperform. I think they do bad. I think seats will do bad.
That's kind of the base.
Yeah.
I think Farage 100% win a seat. If I had to bet, I'd say Farage wins his seat in Clacton. Maybe Richard Tice in Boston and Skegness, they're the kind of likely winners. I think Clacton is very likely for Reform.
Clacton is the most likely, in my opinion.
Other seats, less known candidates. Richard Tice was obviously the leader of the party, and of course Farage is now. So I think they've got that recognition that will probably give them the edge and push them over to win in there. I think if I had to predict, I'd say Reform maybe surprises a couple of constituencies. I'd put them on maybe 4.
Yeah,
With a
I'd
cap
say,
at 7, maximum cap at 7.
I think 7 would be. I think they'd be very happy with 7. I wouldn't be surprised really at all if we see a UKIP 1 or 2 seats with millions of votes. We have a lot of comments. Wow.
Yeah.
SNP. I think worse. Definitely after Nicola Sturgeon.
I don't think they'll get majority in Scotland, which is what they
Yeah.
want to be able to pitch a second referendum, or not even that, just that Scotland wants to leave.
Yeah. I think they directly. I think a lot of voters shift to Labour, and Labour get Scotland. I would say, as a majority. How many exactly? I don't really know, but I would be. I wouldn't really be shocked if we see a massive shift to a Labour win more seats than the SNP.
Maybe like 60% of seats in Scotland. I
Yeah.
can see Labour winning,
Yeah.
especially in the more urban areas.
We got Aldershot, underrated reform.
Oh,
target.
okay, Aldershot.
Aldershot.
Yeah, who is running there actually? Let us know who's running there. Is it like a high up in the party? I'm assuming
not
if they've
sure.
got a chance of getting in, they would have pushed someone who is recognisable up there.
Yeah. What we got?
SNP 18 seats. Wow. Okay, that would be a bad result for them.
Yeah. What is it? 65? Or is that the?
I don't know specifically, but
Oh no, it's not. I think 65 is their
Their own
devolved
parliament.
government. Yeah, I'm not actually
I think
sure.
it's 60 in the devolved parliament. But there is around a similar amount of seats in Scotland. Let us know. We don't
Yeah.
know specifically, but yeah, 18 would not be a good result for the SNP.
No.
They want a majority.
Of course they do. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
the target.
Not
Not that it affects their own parliament, so the SNP won't suddenly get unrestricted control of Scotland, nor will they lose the minority government they're in now. So it doesn't affect them too much, but they do want this to be a sort of proving ground for independence.
Yeah. They're this. I mean, they kind of need this, and I don't think they're getting it. Not after Nicola Sturgeon's controversy that we saw.
Yeah, and of course the collapse of the Butte House Agreement.
Yeah.
So someone mentioned which cabinet ministers most likely to lose their seats. Most high profile, I'd say Jeremy Hunt. He's actually likely to lose his seat. He's of course the Chancellor.
Yeah.
Really high up there. That
And
would be a
also
massive Portillo moment if he gets.
I feel like he's a pretty neutral one as well. Like compared to some of the other
Well, in
conservatives.
terms of personal popularity.
Yeah. I think he's
I
personally.
think he's rather well liked.
I think he's
For
generally
a
well.
conservative, which is not much.
I think out of their cabinet, he's probably one of the most because he's done just popular.
He's sort of a
yeah.
icon of stability for the moment.
Yeah,
Kept
exactly.
over from the Truss era.
Yeah.
So he will probably lose. If I had to guess, he would lose his seat. Other high-profile cabinet members. Honestly, I haven't seen too much about many other cabinet members losing their seats. Apart from maybe Penny Mordaunt in Portsmouth North, I think she's in. Yeah, Portsmouth North. And of course, that's a rather urban area. She has a good personal brand, though. She is relatively popular herself. And of course, she was the runner-up in a leadership race between Sunak and her, and then previously came third to Truss and Sunak. So she's got personal popularity. I think it's more of a toss-up if she loses hers or not, but I'm not sure.
Just a quick one from a while back that we missed. Will Labour keep shifting to the right? They seem to
the
lose
right?
Labour, they go to the left. And see, I think in the build-up, like I think they're going to say they will. Whether or not over the next 5 years they stay shifting to the right, I don't know.
To the right with like a cap at centrism. I doubt they'll go. Well, some would argue that they're already a conservative-like party, but
no, I don't think they go past centrist. But
Depends
I would
who you ask,
say,
but,
I would say they, if anything, maybe start shifting slightly back left once they've got their majority.
what you think a lot of their
I think a lot of it
candidates might be-
is. I think a lot of it might be to win the.
Well, you know what? With a supermajority, I think Keir Starmer's done a good job in terms of if he wanted to pick, middle of the road candidates. He hasn't had too many candidate controversies, especially compared to Reform and Conservatives. He had to suspend that one for betting, but that's sort of out of the equation.
Yeah.
He's picked some pretty moderate candidates. Of course, we had the Diane Abbott scandal, but if he wants to sort of position his party as mainstream, I think he's done it. And I'd say even if there was like a significant left-wing part of his party that emerges after this election, I'm not sure they'd really have much power over him because, of course, if they have a supermajority, which is what everyone's predicting, I doubt they'll have any significant control over what legislation he gets through.
Yeah.
and he'll just be able to rely on the whips basically. With that supermajority, it lets him do anything.
Exactly. I don't know if this one's fully. Could Boris lose his seat?
Boris isn't an MP.
What do you think about that one?
He has already lost his seat. But if you mean his constituency, I think it's not coming to mind at the moment. But there was a by-election there, and the Conservatives won it. They weren't expected to win it, but they ran on
really?
ULEZ.
Okay.
But due to this being a national election, and not so single issue, not being able to be manipulated by the Conservatives on that front, I think it's likely that Boris's old seat will be taken by Labour. I'm just trying to remember what it's called.
I'm not sure. I can check.
Uxbridge and South Ruislip. I think that's it.
I don't know if they're talking.
Yeah,
about
that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Will Galloway win Rochdale again? So Galloway's an interesting candidate. Like I said before, it actually sort of works out with my argument just now. That was more a single issue campaign. Of course, by-elections always have lower turnout. And he ran on Gaza. And Gaza hasn't actually come up that much in this election, of course.
It actually hasn't.
No, I've been surprised.
That is really weird.
I think it's because the two parties largely agree.
Yeah.
So there's not much of a dividing line. But again, since that hasn't come up in this election nationally, I don't think it's really a winning issue for either side. And if Galloway's trying to run on that, which I haven't really seen much of Galloway, it's suggesting he's not really a force anymore. I feel kind of bad because he was only in Parliament for a few months and then it got dissolved and he's had to fight his seat again.
Yeah. We have, what was it I just saw there? American politics. Do we follow American politics?
Oh, interestingly, very closely. And I've been thrilled with the reaction to this series. Of course, I had like a series of videos go up about this UK election. We're going to do the same for the US election. I'm going to have a video hopefully up every day about the US election. I'm actually personally almost more interested in the US side of things. That's sort of my guilty pleasure, even though it doesn't affect me as much as what we're doing right now. But I find it really interesting, basically.
Yeah, he very much. I mean, I find it interesting.
I'm obsessed.
He's basically
it's
American at this point. He's more than the UK politics.
Yeah.
So it's.
I just find it more interesting, and the result of this election is kind of guaranteed.
Yeah.
So it's not as
US
fun
is
to
so
speculate.
close right now. So
it is. After the debate, maybe not, but we're still sort of weighing up who's going to be the Democratic nominee. I don't want to focus on this too much, but I will say right now, our series in the US side of things, we will be going to Washington DC next month to film some stuff out there and prepare for the series. If you had any ideas for that series, do let us know in the comments.
Yeah, actually, anyone who does care about American politics, literally, if you've been to Washington DC or you know anything about it, leave it anywhere on the channel, and we should see it eventually. Because we're going in, what is it?
August.
A month.
20th of August.
2 weeks. I'm not it's
we'll make sure to put some community posts up while we're out there, but then the series will be going up in the 2 weeks before the election.
Is the exit poll still at 10? Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
that's when the BBC will publish theirs. I'm sure we'll get a few others, but BBC is most reputable, usually most accurate, and hopefully that will give us a good picture of how this night's going to end.
Would the Conservatives have done better if they had waited till 2025 for a general election?
I don't think they could have done much worse. So, yeah.
I would say just because it's been a bad time to choose it right now, in my opinion.
The economy might have had more time to recover then.
Yeah.
We got some slightly encouraging numbers recently. And if they truly believe in the Rwanda plan and that succeeds as a deterrent, I don't think it would in such a short time. If there was going to be a deterrent.
I don't think there would have been enough time for that.
Probably not.
To have made
the latest they could have pushed it to was sort of January.
It was January, the latest. So it's actually, I mean, it's only, 6 months more, which I guess you get 2 more quarters of economic data. You get Christmas, which does that does boost the economy, so people view it as better. So maybe, I mean, Boris did it. Boris did it around Christmas. It went very well for him.
It's quite rare though for elections to be called that time of year. It's usually around this time. Also, just to make a point about the timing of the election, I think Reform may have been in an even better position had Sunak waited longer. So I think that was part of the equation. I don't think he expected Farage to come back, which is why he called the election so early, because he might have been focused on the US side of things, helping Trump. But Farage could have been the Reform Party as a whole could have been in a much better position.
Yeah, I definitely think they would have been.
Whereas this time,
it was rushed.
Yeah,
it was definitely rushed.
They managed to catch up with the Conservatives in some polls. Right now, it looks like the gap is at least 4 points between Reform and Conservatives. I don't see them outperforming Conservatives in terms of national vote reform. We'll see. It's possible. I'd give it like a 10% chance though. We'll see though.
I got a couple comments about the Chingford seat. I don't know. Do you?
Not particularly.
Do you want to?
We haven't
feel
looked
free
at
to
Chingford
feel free to
seat
tell
before.
us what it is.
Yeah. Is that a marginal seat? Is that another one for reform that they could pick up? Let us know. I haven't followed that seat.
Recommendation: ask people about independent candidates in America.
Right. So RFK, Cornel West, Jill Stein.
Yeah. Why not?
Chase Oliver, Libertarian Party. I'm not sure if that counts
That's a
as
good idea.
independent.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We are thinking of going around and asking some people.
Yeah, lots of man on the street style videos
Yeah,
if you'd be
yeah.
interested in
So
those.
but once again, we'll come back to that when it's a bit nearer.
Yeah. So do you think Corbyn can retain his seat after being kicked out of Labour? I've seen encouraging polling for him, and there has been a lot of enthusiasm for him. I guess he'd split the Labour vote traditionally anyway, but Conservatives aren't competitive there, Lib Dems aren't competitive there. It will be either Labour or Corbyn that win that seat. I think it's entirely possible that Corbyn keeps his seat.
He could.
He's personally popular. He's total name recognition.
Exactly. That's the thing. People think in the area. I mean, we don't know what you.
He's
think,
been their MP for a long time.
Exactly. I'm thinking.
He's got a reputation.
You live in that area. If he's done good for your area, you're not going to care.
Yeah.
Are you? You're going to think, oh, I like him for my area. I vote him. So I think he's got a chance.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's quite. No, it's a tough one. I would say. I don't know actually. But what would you, if you had to pick one, Corbyn or Labour? What would you go for? I think I'd probably go Labour. Yeah.
I think the national climate is too unfavourable to
exactly.
Corbyn.
It's the dislike of Conservatives, and then also Corbyn did have some backlash, didn't he? So I think that would just push them over the edge.
It's more just the enthusiasm for Labour, not because of them being particularly popular, but
Tory
because of a hatred of the Conservatives.
Exactly. The dislike.
Yeah.
No, that's what it is. Right. How long do you expect Labour to rule? That's a fun way of phrasing it. But
I don't think they'll have a particularly popular first term. They're not popular at the moment. It's just because people don't like the Conservatives. They've got a lot of problems to deal with, obviously. I don't think it's possible for them to deal with a lot of the problems, just as for any party.
I would bet at least 2.
Oh,
because
I think they'll try to stick it out for the 5. I don't think they'll be particularly in a great polling position after this election.
Oh wait, sorry. You mean until they call the next election?
Yeah. How long this
I
parliament
thought
will
you
last.
meant how many elections they win. I thought that's what they meant.
Oh right.
I thought that's what they.
They could cling on for a second. I don't see them doing a Tony Blair though.
So I see them winning 2
just isn't there.
elections because of. I believe there will be a supermajority, and it's hard to lose a supermajority.
Yeah.
It's hard. They'd have to really fail to lose a supermajority, I think.
The Conservatives have done well to lose their majority, though.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true, actually. Yeah. So, actually, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know, but I'd guess 2. 2, like one more election after this one would be my guess, and then from there on, it's way too far to predict. Probably be a different leader by then. So,
we did get an update on the Chingford seat. Thank you for that. An independent could win there. Really, that's quite rare.
Shall I look at some polling data?
Yeah, go on.
Let's have a look.
So we've got, what's that, 12 minutes until the exit poll, to the BBC exit poll. How worrying is the Women's Party? What, the Women's Equality Party? Are they going to pick up? Really? I had no idea. Let me know more on that. Number of seats for Lib Dems. Okay, interesting.
Ooh.
I think they do well, obviously. They're going to do really well. They're going to pick up those seats that are competitive between them and the Conservatives. I'd put them at maybe... I don't want to make any predictions. I think my one prediction, concrete, I think there'll be a lot of surprises in this election. Not in the result. Labour, massive majority, obviously, historic even. But Lib Dems, I think will do well. I'd put them in the range of maybe a floor of 50 seats to... I don't think they get 100. I don't think they kick Conservatives out of opposition, in all honesty. Let's put them around high 70s, I think. I'd predict. Okay.
What website do you do for individual seats? I can't find a good
individual seats. It's a bit difficult.
It's quite tough. I'm trying to find.
You can only find the real marginal.
It's really tough. I mean, I'm seeing the best I've seen is 17% for the independent, but 35 for Conservative or Labour.
Oh, really?
For Labour it was, I think.
Right.
So I'm not really.
Okay.
But that might be out of date, so don't quote me on that yet.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try find some data.
I'm not sure the calculus from the MRP poll from YouGov factors in all those.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. Let me try. I'll try one more website and see if I can find it. If not, let us know what you've seen.
Yeah.
What's this?
What happens if 2 parties?
It's not having it.
tie for the amount of second place? I actually don't know. Two
Wait,
parties get
two
the same
parties
amount
tie.
of seats in opposition. Who becomes the leader of the opposition? Don't know. That's an interesting question. I've never heard that asked.
I mean, I mean, I guess they've never considered it because it's never happened.
No.
And the chance of it happening is low. I mean, who would be the? I guess the tie would be what? Lib Dem.
Lib Dem Conservative. Yeah, that's the only possibility. Really.
But I don't see it. I don't see it happening. So.
Do you think Sinn Féin beats the DUP? Yeah, absolutely. In Northern Ireland, I don't look into Northern Ireland's politics.
No, I don't really at all.
But the scandal with the DUP leader, that's got to be bruising. And Sinn Féin were already in a good position in Northern Ireland, so I think it's pretty safe to say that Sinn Féin makes some gains in Northern Ireland. But do update us.
Chingford, there we go. So we've got the Independent was the runner-up in 2019 and was a Labour candidate, but deselected over Gaza.
Interesting.
So there is Gaza relevance in this.
Yeah.
That's the first
There's
thing
been a few
we've heard.
candidates even gotten rid of for Gaza a few times.
Yeah. Well, it was a lot of Labour, wasn't it?
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
Yeah, and a few. Yeah, it wasn't a bit of a scandal, really, wasn't it?
Right.
A while back, it was quite touchy for a lot of Labour. A lot of people saying that they weren't strong enough on it, isn't it?
Yes.
We've gone back a little bit. Will reform stay around after the election? Yes, in my opinion.
I don't see why not. I think they.
I think at least one more election.
I think they keep making the case for the voting system.
Yeah. Just pushing that over and over and over again. I think Farage has already said he'll stay after the election, hasn't he?
Yeah, for at least 5 years.
Yeah, at least 5 years. So that means most likely till the next election. So
yeah.
Almost definitely they'll stay. How successful they'll be, I think either they achieve one of their goals, UKIP style, whatever they deem it to be. So I think they either pursue a particular point, what that will be, who knows, or they slowly fizzle out.
I think the other avenue for reform would be a merger with the Conservatives.
Well,
of course, this is kind of
yeah. But it's quite a
depends if the Conservatives just get wiped out. If all their major figures are gone, I guess they could look to Farage if his party overperforms. In an election scenario where Reform beats Conservatives in the popular vote, again, earlier I said 10% chance, probably not going to happen. The gap is about 4% in the polls. In a world where Reform gets more votes than Conservatives, very possible Farage switches over, becomes their leader. This is sort of talked about as a conspiracy theory. Farage doesn't like saying it, but he hasn't denied it, which means, it's politics, it's on the table. If it's not ruled out, it's still there.
Well, and he's, as a candidate, he's pretty popular, isn't he?
Yeah.
In terms of, obviously, don't know your personal opinions, but according to just polls, as a person, he's liked.
One of the most popular leaders, yeah.
He's really liked compared to the others. And I think that's a liking of, obviously, the person. I think kind of maybe Johnson style, just like a liking of the personality initially, but also...
Definitely got more charisma. I hope I can say this without being too political.
He's got
on a personal basis,
yeah,
he's got more charisma than Starmer and Sunak combined.
Yeah. He definitely does, and he can work a crowd better. He seems to be able to get people going. He's
a good campaigner.
He really.
That's how he got Brexit.
Exactly. That's exactly how Brexit happened. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if a Nigel Farage Conservative.
It depends on the level of the wipeout.
It does. It really
I think
does depend.
Reform's vote has slipped a tiny bit in the last few days. We had Farage's stance on Ukraine, and also the pretty awful stuff said by some Reform candidates.
About Rees-Mogg. Yes.
And other stuff as well. That's pretty
awful. A lot of dodgy things.
Yeah.
Said by candidates, and that definitely in my mind restricts them from ever getting a majority of by any means for sure.
No, that's not really
it's not even a possibility, and it's kind of capitalizing on the I guess the kind of voters that don't really know where to go.
Disaffected with the Conservative Party.
People that don't like Conservatives, don't like Labour, they're like, you know what, Reform, get some change.
There's loads of small parties on the left of the aisle, of course, Greens, Lib Dems, and obviously Labour is the main one.
Yeah, and on the right we got nothing.
Apart from Reform now. That's where people are going. If they don't like the Conservatives but can't bring themselves to vote Labour or one of the smaller parties, they'll go to Reform.
That's a lot of people right now.
16%, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. We have got loads.
Go for it, pick one up.
Right, so we've got What happens? Oh no, we've already done that one. Let's go a little bit newer. We got a prediction for Northern Ireland. Okay. Will Angela Rayner ever be Prime Minister?
She is actually quite personally popular within the Labour Party. So the Labour Party works a little differently with choosing their shadow deputy prime minister. Angela Rayner was essentially put in that position by the party. She didn't really get along with Keir Starmer, so that sort of points to her being less popular with the parliamentary party, but more so with voters.
Yeah.
Does that mean she wouldn't win a leadership election? Possibly. I think Rachel Reeves would probably have a better chance, though. She is not nearly as charismatic as Angela Rayner, probably.
I think it's tough though, because
Yeah.
I see Keir Starmer staying for a while.
He said he wants to stay. What was it? 10 years? He said.
Yeah, I don't see him going anywhere, and also because of how safe he is, like how selective he is, and you can tell he tries to not upset anyone. That's his entire his entire thing going for him, is that he wants everyone to think he's okay, and that means I don't see any major scandals. I don't see any major bad events. I see a neutral looking prime minister who doesn't do anything too crazy for the next.
I think his popularity will largely depend on the state of the country rather than him as a character. He won't have the Boris boost of being this rambunctious, charismatic person. But if the country's doing well, I guess people would be happy to give him a positive rating, but we shall see.
Right, we got... How many seats do we think the Greens will win?
The Greens.
We think 2, Brighton and Bristol.
And Bristol, yeah.
So I think definitely at least 1, Brighton.
They'll hold that probably. They have a new candidate though, because their leader's stepping down from there. So maybe there's not the personal popularity there, but it's Brighton.
I think they win it. I think Brighton they win it, and they've
got a good chance in Bristol.
There's been I've seen a little bit of support for Greens recently. I've seen nowhere near the rest of the other parties, but a little bit more than I expected.
And with neither of the two main parties being popular at this election,
yeah, I do see in Brighton they've got a good chance. I think because
Brighton, I'd say it's likely. Bristol, probable.
Yeah,
very probable.
Was there any point in spoiling your vote today? Where you tick every box as a protest. Yes, there is a great point in spoiling your vote, in my opinion. I think if you don't want to vote for anyone, then do that. Yeah,
it's a better way It's a better way than not voting at all to express dissatisfaction.
It's a very good way to, in my opinion, anyways. It won't have an effect on anything. Obviously, you're spoiling your ballot, but it will have more of an effect than just sitting there and not voting.
Right.
And for that reason, yes, you should go and spoil your ballot if you don't know who to vote for. In every single time, there should be a 100% turnout in every vote, in my opinion. And if you don't like it, spoil it.
Sure.
You know, that's what I think. If you don't like it, you should be spoiling it. Right. Labour would sweep Scotland. Is this... Wait, what's this? Imagine a seat... I'm not too sure. There seems to be a conversation going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Labour would sweep Scotland. I can see a Labour taking over Scotland, yes.
It's likely.
Right, what about Green support in Waveney Valley? And I am not. Do you know?
We haven't followed these seats too closely because I think they're less probable than Bristol and Brighton. I'd put Greens at 2 seats. If they get any more than that, they should be very happy to know.
Yeah, I think. I mean, they're a small party really in the grand scheme of things, and a couple seats is a success. You know,
they do much better on the local side, but parliamentary is always going to be a struggle for them because of the voting system.
They're doing. Yeah, I mean they've got the couple areas, and that's kind of it.
They've got. I think they've got at least one council that they control, which is good for them.
Sorry, not to cut you off, but it is 1 to 10.
Oh, exit poll. Any second from the BBC. That should pop up, I believe, there. Just above Harry.
Where is it?
It should pop up on the BBC live updates. But I'll bring it up now and give you the lowdown if we can't see it up here.
Yeah, we'll double check.
And then above me, we will have the live results filling out. I'll make sure to move aside as soon as anything comes in.
What have we
but
got
it will be for a while.
Now?
Is that a dog at a polling station or something? I can't really make out much, but BBC loves their dogs at polling stations.
Yeah, we're not too sure what we've got above me right now. It's quite small on our screen, but yeah.
I hope you're enjoying it though.
I'll check it on my phone.
It is, yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Oh,
yep.
Nice.
Nice little dog outside of a polling station.
Right.
But yeah, we are seconds away from the exit poll, and this is when all of the media outlets can stop being completely silent on the election, because today there are official guidelines to not say much during the... Oh, here we go.
Oh.
The exit poll is just above you, and Labour is set for a majority of 170. That is... Okay. Yeah, that's massive.
I pointed the wrong way. This way.
But, that would put them... Oh, interesting.
Go on. Do you want to read it all out?
You can read it up there as well.
I don't know how well we can be seen, so
But
read it all out.
the exit poll is out. And this would put Labour short of the 1997 election. It would not be a historic win.
Okay. How short?
Just short, it says.
Okay,
it would give them 410 MPs. But that's less than predicted. I said this would be a night of surprises. That is a surprise. I thought they'd be pretty solidly above that. 410. Okay.
Has it got seats on there?
Seats.
Wow.
It gives the Greens 2 seats.
Sorry. That's a shot.
Whoa. Reform 13 seats.
We got someone talking about it. 13 for Reform. And SNP 10.
10. Oh, that's a wipeout for them.
That's
we were saying
drastic.
18 would be bad.
Yeah, that's really.
I guess the leadership stuff has sort of, affected their perception. 10. That's bad for them.
So right, let's go through all of it then. So let's go top to bottom. So we got Labour 410, Conservatives 131.
That's not as bad as predicted. That's about 30 or so more than was expected.
Yeah, I mean it's not. But
I think the exit poll will be a bit off. I think Conservatives will actually get more than that. But
Lib Dem 61.
Lib Dem's nowhere near to becoming official opposition. That's kind of what we expected. Reform 13 seats is the biggest surprise there.
That's what we said, maximum 7, and they've doubled that. So that is
almost, yeah.
Although once again, this is
the exit poll.
Exit poll. It's not for definite.
I don't know if people want to.
Do many people want to lie about Reform? Surely you'll get.
It's happened before.
Surely it'd be higher.
What? Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Surely,
I guess.
Would it drop?
I guess
Who's
people
leaving and saying they're voting Reform if they don't want to vote Reform?
I think you're right, but they could be voting tactically and then saying they're voting Reform to sort of. I don't know. I think Reform will get.
Wow.
I think.
Well, now I think they could get that. Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I mean, I so personally, I don't see exit polls for Reform being too wrong.
No, that's a good point.
Because I think Conservatives, it will be wrong. I think they'll be higher because I don't think many people.
Tories.
Yeah, people will be shy because it's a controversial vote to vote for Conservatives currently. But Reform, if you're saying you're voting Reform, then you're confident what you're saying. You're not going to lie about that.
And interestingly, because of how bad the SNP's done, that would make Reform the 4th biggest party in Parliament. Wow. I don't think anyone had that on the cards.
Does it say? Does it show individual seats? Oh,
I don't believe so.
Do we have a Farage? We
must. Of course.
We must. That's
the safest seat they've got.
There must be a Farage. Surely.
I've got no doubt about that. But if Reform beats the SNP, that would be massive.
A Farage in Parliament as well.
Yeah. That's
almost
pretty much guaranteed.
That is now almost guaranteed. Farage should be in.
I was pretty set on him winning his seat already, but that just
that's got to be no way they're going to get 13 seats and not get Clacton. Surely.
No, they've got.
Surely Clacton. Not. Yeah, that is.
And Boston and Skegness, they were the two that we were certain of them getting, but 13, that is a surprise, more than the SNP.
That's a massive shock. That's a very big shock.
Biggest takeaway from this poll.
Do you have turnout numbers?
I don't think we have that. But biggest takeaways from this exit poll, it's a surprise, I'd say, on a number of fronts. Labour with probably less seats than we expected, even less than probably I'd say the lower end. I thought they would at least beat 1997. Of course, massive for them. But based on polls, we thought we were looking at a guaranteed historic majority. And Conservatives, a lot more seats than Lib Dem, more than double. We did not think the Lib Dems would ascend to the official opposition. There was some worrying about that, especially with the latest YouGov poll. But this is pretty much in line with what I expected personally.
Yeah.
I didn't think the polls were too accurate. It's rather off, but yeah, it's good. It's good for Labour, of course. They've got their majority
Labour's
guaranteed
done
now.
well. I mean, this might not be as well as they could have done, but they've done well. I mean,
yeah.
The 1997, I know we're comparing as if they should have done better, but at the same time, 97 was huge.
So
to be a few short of 97, even
It's a
though
win.
it was
It's a win for
expected to be more, it's a win. It's a massive win.
Yeah.
That's a massive success. And yeah, wow. And I'm still shocked about reform.
Yeah. So
That's really yeah.
there aren't, apart from the main headline results, the biggest surprise for me is reform with more than SNP.
Yep, definitely.
I
And
thought SNP would do badly this time around. They've done really badly. I thought reform would do all right.
they've done really good.
well.
Really good. I mean, what's that? 7 times the amount of seats as Green get 2.
Green gets 2. That's probably
Nearly
we don't
7
have the
times
official. We don't have a map or anything for this. We can't break down the official
It's
seats.
simply it's gone from above me. It's been an update,
okay.
but it was up here.
But just to read out the results to you, that's Labour on 410 seats, just short of 1997. Conservatives on 131, a bit more than they were expected to, maybe about 30 seats more than they were expected to. Lib Dems, 61 seats. That was correct. I was correct in my range of 60 to 80. Maybe a slight underperformance for them, but that's still a great result.
Yeah, I mean, based off of what people are saying, it's an underperformance, but it's good.
It's
I mean,
good.
for them, that's good. That's good.
Reform, massive overperformance.
Yep. Yeah.
They've dethroned the SNP from being the 4th biggest party, which is a huge surprise. If this exit poll is correct, of course, it's a gap of 3 seats. We'll see. SNP could pick up 2 more. Reform just has to lose a couple. Exit polls are never bang on. They've been wrong before, 92.
Although this shouldn't be wrong.
Shouldn't be wrong.
This shouldn't be wrong.
I'd say
It's
this
too
is
extreme.
this is going to be fairly accurate.
I think our results here are. I mean, reform I don't see changing. I see Conservative going slightly up. The rest staying about the same.
Yeah,
If I'm honest, I don't
This
see a
is-
massive shift.
entirely believable.
Yeah, I think this seems. I mean, reform's a shock, but because of how the polls work, like we said, we don't see that changing. If it does, we don't see it changing by much. I mean, it could do, but I don't see that happening.
Of course, we're acting like this is a good result for the Conservatives. They've overperformed what people expected, but this is still the worst
still
since
bad.
World War II.
It's very bad.
It's very bad.
Very, very bad.
I think they'll survive, and maybe what I'm more interested in is the overall popular vote, because with Reform on 13 seats, if they were only expected to, the YouGov polls were not favourable to Reform. They gave them a few seats. With them on 13 seats nationally,
Yeah.
could we be looking at a higher Reform popular vote than Conservatives? That's just occurred to me just now.
That
13 seats is a massive overperformance for them.
that's a very good
They
point.
should be very happy
We
with
could
that.
be seeing lots of 5, 10, 15%, maybe higher votes in every constituency.
Right. Because these are the
Every
only ones where
single
they're
one.
actually competitive. But I'd be surprised how many times they're in second place around
There's
the
a lot.
country.
There's a lot of people that I mean, obviously the internet. You get skewed data from what you see.
Lots of
what's
people in
actually
our
happening.
comments, in the live
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. I mean, online it seems like there's much more reform support than there is actually in person. But there's a lot. There's a lot of reform
Oh, yeah.
support, and this is from people that don't live in competitive areas. This is people living in marginal Conservative Labour seats. Nothing reforms, but no chance, and they're still going out and vote reform. So it is a chance. We've also got, what does this mean for the SNP? It's bad.
Awful.
Very bad. I think independence
Independence is
maybe
dead
off the table.
for now. Independence is
Yeah.
dead for the next 5 years.
10? Is it 10?
What's that?
Is it
10 seats. 10 seats for the SNP.
What are they going to do with 10 seats? They can't do anything with 10 seats. They got no
Their
bargaining power.
their case for democratic independence due to winning a majority of seats in Scotland is dead. It's dead and buried.
It's nothing.
They've done awfully. This is a terrible result. for
Labour
them.
have, and I mean, Starmer doesn't seem to be very up.
No
for
party wants to be the
independence.
party that breaks up the union.
Exactly.
It's not happening.
Especially Starmer's kind of stance on
No.
neutrality.
He won't give
You
them a
know,
second referendum because
no.
he doesn't have to.
Or they have no bargaining power. Their kind of best chance is, I guess, a Labour. It's impossible in this situation, but in a completely different election, a Labour maybe coalition, something like that. Something or some sort of just with bargaining.
Yeah.
They have nothing. So SNP really bad actually.
The biggest
for them.
losers of this poll are the SNP.
Yeah, SNP's failed. What's that? They've got 20% of what they had before,
Around that, yeah.
maybe.
Less.
Yeah,
Less, I think.
really bad.
Much less. Yeah.
Whereas, right, so Farage 2029 as Conservative leader. We mentioned this earlier, didn't we?
So I said if we were in a world where Reform gets more votes on the national stage than Conservatives, I think it's entirely possible that Farage takes over. If the Conservatives lose a bunch of their high-profile leadership challengers, think Kemi Badenoch, Penny Mordaunt is expected to go, Jeremy Hunt is almost guaranteed to go. I think they would look to reform, especially considering how many. Of course, we don't know the popular vote yet, but they've picked up 13 seats. These 13 seats would have likely been won by the Conservatives.
Yeah.
That's not massive, but it's significant. And it's that chunk that they'll be taking away in all the other constituencies.
I say it's got to be a lot.
I would say they will probably place second in about 100 constituencies. I would not be surprised if they place second. You know,
I can see it happening.
Yeah.
They got a lot of support. It's we were saying it. I'm not sure if you were here a minute ago when we said it. It's people, just voters who don't have a place. You know, they're
disaffected
conservatives.
Conservatives.
Yeah, they're not.
Nowhere else to go
Don't
on
like
the right, really, if they
Conservatives,
don't like the Conservatives.
And then that's it. The left, all the minor parties are left wing other than reform, so they go to reform, and it's really boosted their support. And obviously, we said as well, Nigel Farage as a person, he's just statistically popular. People like him.
Right.
Whether or not you do, he is liked as a person, and that wins votes. Yeah, especially the popular vote. Scottish independence is dead. That's what we said. Yeah.
At least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah,
I'm willing to say
until
that.
the next election, at least, it would be
Yeah.
my bet that nothing to do with it until the next election, minimum.
No.
Right, but 131 is a bigger overperformance. Is that
For a bigger overperformance for the Conservatives than Reform. In terms of seats, yeah, but Reform were not.
No,
Reform have overperformed in terms
Yeah,
of the
proportion.
maximum expectations.
yeah, like proportionally, they've
Right. That's it.
they've done better. Like percentage wise, I mean, Reform's done what from what we thought was an over prediction of 7 seats, they doubled. Whereas
Right.
Conservatives, you're getting what 10, maybe what in your 10 to 30% higher than expected. Whereas Reform were getting 100% more than expected. So yes, seats wise, it's more conservative. But looking at that scale of the proportional scale,
And just to
Reform
put
was
that
a
into
bigger
perspective, we suggested Reform would definitely win 2 seats, almost definitely, Clacton and Boston.
yeah.
But this final YouGov MRP poll put them at 3. 3 seats.
Yeah,
They're looking at 13. 13 seats for Reform.
that's over 4 times the amount, which is 400% more.
That's the biggest overperformance
400%.
we're looking at.
That's
Yeah.
that's. I mean, it's impossible to get
They
that.
should
much
be
of a percentage
incredibly
increase.
happy with that result.
That's crazy. That is. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if are there any public comments yet by any leaders? I mean, surely.
Not that I've seen yet, but
No Farage at all?
But this, I don't think so. But interestingly, on this YouGov MRP poll that gave Reform 3 seats, massive underestimate clearly. This put Reform at 15 to the Conservatives 22% nationally. Could we be looking at a Reform second place in the popular vote? I think that will be the biggest question of tonight. Now that we know the exit poll results, they're pretty much guaranteed to be accurate. We're getting a large Labour majority, around 1997. Could be over, could be just short. That's also a question. But biggest question might actually be now. I put it at 10% chance before, but with this exit poll in mind, we might be looking at a second place for Reform in the national vote.
I mean, I still think it's less likely than a Conservative second place, like popular vote. But I mean, we also thought it was unlikely for them to get more than
Yeah, and
half the
that's
seats.
what I'm thinking.
So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see in the next few hours.
That's the
definitely.
biggest question.
That's going to be a big question.
Other questions? Can Labour get that historic majority? Possibly. The poll shows that the exit poll shows they won't.
Yeah, and also I think Labour, are they going to get a boost? I think if anyone gets a boost, it's Conservatives. I think.
Right, shy Conservatives. I don't
Yeah.
see. Reform voters are pretty outspoken on social media in our comments.
Yeah, I've not. Put it this way: anyone I know who's voted Reform, I know
They're proud of it.
Reform.
Yeah.
They like it. It's a statement. It's a dislike of the politics, and they're voting Reform to make a point. They're not just voting. I've actually noticed a lot of Reform voters often don't even really aren't often voting them even for their policy directly. It's a statement thing.
Against the Conservatives.
It's just against.
They don't want to vote Labour.
Don't like them. Yeah, and that is
yeah.
boosting it. So yeah. Right, we've got quite a few.
Any other observations about that exit poll? Please let us know.
Yeah. That'll be the next. I mean, we're not going to get any more information for probably a good half hour, at least 15 minutes at minimum. But
Polls
probably
have just shut.
Yeah. So, right, what policy changes do we expect from a Starmer government? Well, that's. Do you want to start?
Well, in terms of his priorities, the front of his manifesto was change. Interestingly, a lot of people aren't expecting much change. Of course, he wants to hire 6,500 new teachers. That's sort of like a baseline thing.
Yeah.
They can make all these promises about, clearing the NHS backlogs. We haven't gotten much policy change from Labour. And I think there has sort of been a homogenization of party politics recently, especially over events like Ukraine and Gaza.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get any significant policy change on those fronts in terms of foreign policy. Starmer even said he'd happily work with Trump. And I don't see much change being possible on the foreign policy front.
I don't really see much big change at all. We said it earlier, Starmer is almost a neutral figure, is what he's going for. He needs to keep voters on both sides or he won't get seats, and he seems to have done that pretty decently from the poll. But he needs to maintain that, and I don't see him going too far. I don't see him going too far at all. Maybe the odd thing here and there. I mean, I think maybe some of the most extreme stuff we might see is some nationalisation. But even that, I don't see it being too harsh.
Yeah,
I see maybe some rail, the energy company that he's put in the manifesto.
I wouldn't expect anything beyond what has been expressly said in the
nothing
manifesto.
drastic, really. I don't see anything drastic.
They want to play it safe.
Yeah, I see a safe government that really tries to stop tax rises. I think there will be some, but I think they'll be hidden. There'll be no direct tax rises. There'll be sneaky little ones, and I don't think realistically anyone's been paying too much more tax because it's
compared to under a Conservative government. They pledged a lot of tax cuts.
Yeah.
Whether they'd actually happen is questionable, but of course they were throwing everything out but the kitchen sink for this election.
Yeah.
With the what was it? Completely abolishing national insurance for everyone eventually, starting with self-employed, right?
Yeah.
And
then also national service.
Yeah.
Which was
But in terms of tax, we had stamp duty as well.
Oh yeah, that was they've raised
450k.
Yeah, which is I think right now it's 250k, so nearly doubling it. So pretty significant. I mean, it's not groundbreaking, but it's a significant change.
Yeah.
What
are your guesses for the popular vote? So that's something I'm really curious about now. I think that's going to be the biggest story out of this election because 13 seats for Reform. We've said it. I'll say it again. That's a massive overperformance.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're going to overperform that much in the popular vote, where are they going to be at? Are we looking at, what, 20% as a baseline for Reform now? I'd say they're guaranteed 20%. I'd be curious where the Conservatives are sitting. I think they would have gotten, with this result, I'd say Conservatives maybe at 27%.
Oh, that person's done their own predictions. 37 Labour, 22 Conservative, and 18 Reform. Isn't that near enough the polling?
Near enough the MRP poll.
Yeah.
The MRP poll had Labour at 39. I think they'll get under 40, which kind of is crazy considering the majority.
I know it is and I think Reform. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the 18 for Reform. I think that could be low. I think you could be low there.
The MRP poll for Reform that gave them 3 seats put them at 16%.
Yeah,
just shy of that prediction. Or was it 17%? But just shy of that. And if
really
they've performed this well, I'd say 20%.
Above 20. I think
possible.
I think above
Very
20
possible.
Reform. If I'm honest, after seeing the exit poll, I wouldn't be surprised at an above 20% point for Reform, which is crazy, really, to think about, isn't it? That's a big deal. That was a shock, really.
So they have just published the margin of error for the exit poll.
Okay,
So
what we got?
the lower for Labour puts them on 391. Of course, still a sizable majority, bigger than Boris Johnson's.
So they're safe. We knew that anyways, but more data to say they're safe. Oh, has that come up on the stream or no? It hasn't.
Okay, never mind. This was the that was the YouGov poll actually.
Oh,
but if we got I'm
okay.
hoping we get a margin of error for the exit poll to sort of compare that.
Ignore what we just said.
Yeah, never mind.
Completely ignore what we just said. Is there anything?
We've got an update from John Curtis. That should be above you.
Exactly what we were just saying. This is up here to my my left on the stream view.
And he's sort of the polling expert they have at the BBC. It looks like Reform will win more seats than many polls suggested. which we have observed as well. But thank you, John Curtis, for your
Thanks for that. That's nice.
groundbreaking input. No, he's usually great. I don't want to. That's not a dig. But okay. West Streeting tears up at projected Labour result, and thank you for that update. I'm just looking for some statements from leaders. Okay, we've got something from Angela Rayner, congratulating Starmer on transforming the Labour Party. Another John Curtis insert, just short of 1997 win.
Oh, Corbyn. Does that come up on here?
Corbyn.
Does that come up?
I don't think we've got anything about that.
Does it not? The independents not count, or does it just mean there's nothing?
There are 25 others, but they haven't really
They're not come up.
elaborated.
Have a look. Ah, others
No.
don't come up. Well, Corbyn is a mystery for the. Well, who
That'll be an
knows how long.
interesting one. Yeah,
And up to the next 6 hours.
unfortunately.
Yeah, so we'll see about Corbyn over time. Can we all agree proportional representation is dead considering the majority?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not on the table.
Which
I don't think it could have been anyway.
Yeah,
No matter the result, both
we-
main parties don't support it.
it's a problem. Well, I think the only way it happens is a reform pushing for it
Okay, maybe
in the near future. I think a reform push where one of their main policies is proportional. They've got a lot of backing. They get maybe another referendum that's a bit more, with a reform. We had the one, what was it, 2010, 2011, the AEV referendum,
Right.
and that
Low voted turnout,
low voted.
no.
They both main parties kind of campaigned it as bad. Whereas now, if you had a reform campaigning for it, I mean, they've got a voice.
So I
They
think
have a voice. If they get another referendum on proportional, I think it could
I
happen.
think proportional representation in the near future is dependent on two things. One, that Farage becomes leader of the Conservative Party, and two, that this is a core conviction for him and not just a thing so that reform can get more seats. If he becomes Conservative leader with a pledge to change the voting system, if this is something he deeply believes rather than just being a ploy for reform to get more seats, that's the only way I see it happening in the near future. And maybe he manages to knock Labour out of government next time around as leader of the Conservative Party. This is fan fiction stuff. Take it with
Yeah.
a massive grain of
I mean,
salt.
I would still say that it is on the table without that.
Really?
And that is the case, similar to the Lib Dem pushing coalition back in 2010.
Yeah, we have to have a coalition, maybe.
Yeah, either a coalition or just Brexit-style pressure for referendum.
And maybe if this...
One or the other. But that would really require reform to bang on about proportional representation as like a number one.
yeah.
And they have. But like switching to UKIP, one policy pushing.
Right, yeah.
And I think if they did that, which will they? I don't know, because as soon as they win, they lose their relevance. That's the downside of it. But if they did do that, then I think a referendum, if they campaign how they did for this election, then yeah, I do think it's possible. So maybe the next election we'll see, but at least definitely not to the next election.
No.
Definitely not. The next
Not with this
election will
majority.
be first past the post.
Yeah.
Unlikely
a few after that.
Yeah. As
I don't see it ever changing, as long as these two main parties are the ones with all the power.
Yeah, it
Lib Dem has not
requires-
supplanted them
It
for
requires
opposition.
coalition or just failure of one. So I guess the Conservatives' position now makes it more likely than it was
Conservatives would have
before.
done ever so slightly better under PR right now, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't think Conservatives would be as against it, this time around because of the bad position for them. But Labour's not going to want it, are they?
No.
Labour will not want it at all.
Lib
They
Dems-
would be doing shockingly worse,
Yeah.
wouldn't they?
Lib Dems would be doing slightly better,
Reform would be doing
massively
incredible.
better.
They'd be doing incredible. But we haven't got a popular vote
No,
data. We
nothing like that.
Can't be 100% sure. Just here, it says surprised that Ashfield is for Labour. Have they got data?
I don't think we've got specific seats up yet.
How is there a way to get?
Yeah, let us know how you're seeing that.
because that would be really good if there is. Does this mean that the SNP is still ahead of the Scottish government or not?
Yes,
Yes,
that doesn't
it's separate.
affect that at all.
That's the
They're still in
devolvement
minority
elections.
government, yeah.
So they're still ahead, and that won't change till the next one, which is I actually don't know. When is the next one? Any idea?
It's okay, maybe not for a couple of years, I think.
It's not for a while. It's
No.
not upcoming.
They'll have time to recover from this, but this
yeah.
is bad for them.
It's very bad.
Bottom line of these exit polls, awful for
Yeah.
SNP.
Voting system in the UK will not change. The benefits of two-party system. Exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, the interest is just
We're-
not there from the main party.
The only way it happens is if the two-party system is no longer a two-party system, which
It could have
is
happened.
rare.
This was the best chance this
in a
election for that to
while.
happen.
Yeah.
Lib Dems were being cited as possibly becoming the opposition. That hasn't happened. They're really far off, to be honest.
Yeah.
So ITV stream was the source for that polling result, apparently. But we're only looking at the BBC exit poll, which is the most reputable.
ITV stream. So is there have they got a website like live updates or not? Because we can't really
it would
watch
be
a stream
difficult
on,
to.
we can't really watch something live.
But keep us updated if you've got that on the side.
Yeah. Right, considering how atrocious Conservatives' campaign was, these 130 seats are a surprisingly good result. We said that, yeah. I mean, it's
They're within probably what I expected. I didn't think they'd be. I said before, I didn't think they'd be wiped out. I didn't think they'd be pushed into opposition.
no. Well, it's because Labour aren't.
There's not the enthusiasm there.
They're popular because of Conservative dislike, not because of
Right.
personal like. Is what I genuinely think. I mean, I've not heard really anyone sit there and say, Labour are the best, you know, they're so good. I've seen support for Labour, but
Yeah, we
I
put
don't
out
know,
our
I've not
poll.
seen anyone. Yeah.
Of course, this is not a scientific method, but we put out our YouTube poll. Got about 50% of the vote Labour did,
We did.
which is for people closely following politics. And Lib Dems did really well on there. Reform did all right. Conservatives on like 4%. But the demographic for the Conservatives is just older voters. They'll vote for them no matter what. I think this is probably their base.
Yeah.
This is the lowest support they'll get. And honestly, it could have been worse.
Oh, it could have been a
Bottom
lot
line for them.
worse. It could have been a lot worse. If I'm honest, I think it goes a bit higher. I would predict if I had to go higher, lower, or the same, I'd say a little bit higher in the real thing because of the shy Conservatives.
Yeah.
But not much. I'd say I don't know, no more than a 10% change.
Yeah.
No. Wait, what's this? Holyrood is in the mid 2025. What's that?
Oh, Holyrood, the next Holyrood election. Oh, really? That's sooner than I thought it was. I thought that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm being slow.
Yeah.
Mid 20. That's not too far, but still.
Oh,
a while.
another update from the ITV stream. Thank you for that again. Jeremy Hunt, Penny Mordaunt, and Richard
their
Holden
seats.
and Johnny Mercer all losing those seats. Yeah.
I mean, Hunt, you probably predicted, didn't you? Yeah. Well, that's...
Penny
wow.
Mordaunt, I said was possible. I thought Penny Mordaunt would cling on, honestly, especially with these results. They've done a bit better than expected, the Conservatives, but I think it's an exit poll. I think Penny Mordaunt's race is gonna be a close one. That's gonna be one to watch, actually.
And once again, the shy people in that constituency,
Especially,
that's very.
They might like Penny Mordaunt personally, dislike the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
That's very possible.
Is there a Do you know of a Is there a live text version of the ITV one or not? Because if there is, we
I
will
can
follow
find
along
one just
with
now,
you.
but please keep us updated.
Let us know if there is. If not, just update us as you go because that's very good.
That's a very interesting anecdote, though.
Will Naomi Long win her East Dublin seat?
Again, we haven't been following.
No, I have zero clue. I'm sorry.
That side of things, but
yeah.
let us know if you find anything out.
Yeah, let us
about
know
it.
any information, and we'll happily comment on it. But we're not too sure on that. Posting, we've got 2 more seats in Welsh Independence. Is Welsh Independence our future? Oh, I doubt it. I don't see it happening. I mean, Scotland have had the best chance of independence out of the 4, and they failed.
Yeah,
they failed, and they went again, and that failed, and that's gone even further. I don't see. Well, I mean, there might be calls for it, maybe.
No, they voted.
But
They vote. There's because with Scotland, more of the recent argument has been we didn't vote for Brexit. We've been pulled out of the European Union against our will.
that's one of the biggest arguments.
Wales voted for Brexit, not by much at all.
But it was by about a couple of percent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So about the same as England.
But
No, a little less than England, but about the same as national.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you're right.
Yeah.
The desire is not there, I don't think, in Wales. I think if they have a referendum, it would be pretty comfortable to stay in.
Yeah, and they're not going to get a referendum.
No.
I don't think they'll give it to them. There's no point. There's not enough of a call for it. There's no anger, There's
No, not at all.
unrest. Right, in my opinion, Labour get 3 terms. Conservatives will need a long time to recover. Reform Conservatives merger will not get the right to victory so soon.
Okay.
I think 3 is a strong prediction. I think 2 is what I would be happy. Like, if I had to bet money, I would say at least 2.
I'd give them 5 years.
Really?
That's what I'd say. What it's looking like now is especially, I think this result points to Labour getting 37% popular vote, points to the Conservatives getting around 20, 20, above 20, but between 20 and 25. Reform, now that's interesting. I think Conservative plus Reform vote is going to be higher than Labour. From what we've seen based on the exit poll.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
That
could suggest Labour is not popular. We know that already, and it's just Reform and Conservative splitting the right-wing vote.
Yeah.
If Reform and Conservative merger was able to keep both sides happy, and they got that result at another election, they'd win.
Yeah. Yeah,
it just depends if they can stick around.
To be fair, I don't. In the case of a merger where they go down the middle policy wise,
I think it'd be more of a right wing takeover.
Yeah, but I don't see
Farage
a lot of anyone who's still actually voting Conservatives. If they do, they're not going to desert. I don't see them going to Labour.
No
chance. I think they stick.
If they can become the one party on the right,
then I think they stick.
They're pretty safe in that position.
Because there's no other small parties once again. So I think Lib Dems too far left now. From what they're no longer really
Lib Dems
at all. They never really were.
Party, when it was back with the Liberals, maybe that was more centre ground, but Lib Dems properly on the left now.
Conservatives need a good, strong leader. Yeah, they do.
Who that will be?
Do you think Rishi stays at all? I think that changes pretty soon.
I wonder if we get a Rishi resignation on the stream.
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Rishi. Maybe trip to America pretty soon. He might.
He said he won't though.
He said he won't. But he's fighting an uphill battle.
I don't think he
could happily quit now. He's had his time.
Yeah.
He didn't do terrible. He worked with what he had. He was by no means groundbreaking, but I think he could leave now happy. I think if he kept fighting, he'd just fail.
No, and the party won't want him to fail anyway. They'll want something new.
It would just fail.
If he doesn't want to go, he's going to be forced out.
Exactly. How long he stays? I don't know.
I'd say he's gone tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I can support that. I don't think it's very long.
He's not a dumb guy. You can disagree with him on policy, but he's not stupid. He's maybe too smart for his own good.
I think he'll know when his time's up. And I think that is now.
Yeah.
And they'll need a strong leader. Which would it be Farage? Would it be someone?
That's fresh? The biggest question here. If the biggest question of tonight now that we've got left over is, have Reform gotten more votes than Conservatives nationally? If they have, I think we are likely to see a Reform Conservative merger. If not, Conservatives can claim that they're still the more popular party, and maybe if they really don't want this merger, it might not happen. But this has been kind of the talk of the election. And with this result, it makes it even more possible.
Yeah. Right, what else have we got being said? Do you think Northern Ireland will leave the Union and reunite with Ireland?
It's looking more likely with Sinn Féin and the DUP probably struggling this time around because of the scandal.
But still no, in my opinion. Same reasoning.
It's getting more likely over time.
So more likely,
not anytime soon.
But look how likely
with the
Scotland got.
Majority, yeah.
Look how likely Scotland got, and they still didn't get it. And I think just looking at that, you've got to realise that the leader of UK Parliament doesn't want it. I think from either Labour or Conservative leadership, they don't want to be responsible for that, because I think it's a negative.
There's no political benefit.
There's no benefit. They don't gain from it. So I don't see it happening.
All comes down to
Supreme Court has put Westminster in charge of the referendums. For that reason, no, I don't think it happens anytime soon. I think it would have to be years.
Might be more likely than Scotland at the moment, though.
Maybe more. Definitely, because Scotland's really dropped off. But even then, more likely, but still unlikely would be my guess. I'd be very shocked to see breaking up of the UK before the next election. No chance. Right, we have got YTPC got 4 out of 40. What does that mean? What's that? YTPC? Am I being stupid?
No, I don't know honestly, but
I'm not sure what they're saying. It's in response.
Labour regains all red wall seats except Ashfield.
Hmm.
Wait, Ashfield?
Ashfield? What are we?
That's not where. Where is Lee Anderson running? Is he going to keep his seat? If I'm going to check quickly if Lee Anderson is the MP for Ashfield. He is. Yep. Lee Anderson is the MP for Ashfield, and so that's not a Conservative win in the Red Wall. That's a Reform win in the Red Wall.
That makes sense.
Reform has won more seats in the Red Wall, according to these predictions, than the Conservatives, which was kind of how they got that majority last time. That's pretty tragic for them.
So the number of alright, would there be?
So Lee Anderson stays in Parliament.
Would there be any seats that swipe from Labour to Conservative?
Maybe we always kind of get one surprise result. Maybe a local campaign, popular local candidate.
That would be the best chance.
We could get one. Probably not.
I'd say highly unlikely. Your best bet is a really strong local campaigner.
Right.
Someone who's
personally popular.
Yeah, someone who's been there for a long time.
Maybe an independent candidate who splits the Labour vote.
Yeah, or I don't know, maybe someone who was taken over by Labour in like a by-election and is disliked. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
all these constituencies are their own unique environments, and
there's always a chance.
Yeah.
And we obviously we only live in one constituency, well, two constituencies, but yeah, it's highly unlikely. I mean, but there's enough. What is it? 650. You know, it takes us one little surprise. And there might be one.
We'll get. I think we're due a lot of surprises.
Yeah.
The biggest surprise of the night so far: Reform on 13, SNP on 10.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest highlight so far. Conservative overperformance, Labour slight underperformance, negligible though. But let us know what you've picked out as the most surprising thing of the night so far.
Yeah. Will there be any changes for Starmer's front bench?
I don't see why you would.
No, not
I don't
in the near
expect any.
future. I mean, it's worked, hasn't it? You know, what he's done has worked.
They're going to worship at the altar of Starmer for a while. I doubt anyone's going to want to annoy him in the time.
I think they'll all stay there. I think the best bet is maybe a scandal or something. I think right now they all seem to be pretty happy.
Maybe if the Gaza issue flares up.
We
had shadow cabinet resignations or firings before because of that. I think that's most likely to cause a shake-up, but we won't see a reshuffle for a while outside of exterior factors.
For Scotland to be free, what is that in reference to?
Independence.
Alex Salmond should have never let Nicola Sturgeon be the first minister for Scotland to be
I'll be interested if the Alba Party does any good. I haven't seen much of Alex Salmond's party in the news. I'd predict that they will not. I wonder if Ash Regan will hold on to her seat up there. Leadership candidate for the SNP and the what's that?
Sorry, I'm a kid and don't want national service.
Well, you're not getting it. It looks like
you're not going to be getting it.
It's
so
a good
you
night
should be
for you.
alright. Yeah, you should be all right. We not a concern for us luckily anymore, was it?
No.
But that I do understand where you're coming from with that, and don't worry, it won't be happening. We don't think so. You should be all right.
Yeah. We do have a statement from Starmer. What's that?
If national service happens, I'm refusing.
You would be able to, but
technically you would, and they didn't actually really say the punishment, did they? But it won't be happening.
Something about driver's licenses, bank accounts.
Yeah, don't.
Of course, that quickly got spun by Labour into they're going to shut down your bank accounts. You're not going to be able to drive. I doubt that was the case.
But it's not happening, so don't worry. Don't worry. It's not happening.
Don't worry about it.
You literally go to bed happy. You'll be fine.
You're not being sent off to war.
Yeah, tomorrow you'll wake up and you'll still be at home.
Yeah, you won't be in Iraq.
Do you got? Oh wait, who are they talking? For Scotland to be even worse than it already. Oh wow, okay. Got some Scotland topic of conversation in the comments. Please be nice to each other, everyone.
No,
we're all
things
from
are running
the UK.
high at the moment.
Yeah, we're all from the UK at the end of the day.
At the moment.
For now.
Let's not make things worse. But,
yeah, sorry. But we're all near each other, so let's all be happy.
Unless you want to leave, of course. But
in which then, sorry.
I think, yeah.
Sorry. I heard you would be fined if you refused. Yeah, listen, don't worry about it. It's not happening. The national service won't be happening. It's not even really worth talking about anymore.
No, it's something Labour's endlessly mocked.
It's
they
done.
will never bring it in.
Labour will never bring it in. No, never. Never.
And after the reaction it's gotten this time around, national service is not happening.
Wait, so who won? Labour. Well, it's not technically confirmed, but the polls show a massive majority. So even if they underperform, they will win.
Tomorrow morning, Keir Starmer will be Prime Minister.
Yeah, he will be Prime Minister tomorrow. We don't even have to say it's a
no caveats. Keir Starmer is the next Prime Minister.
He's the next Prime Minister.
Rishi Sunak is out of the job.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting if he holds on to his seat. I suspect he would.
I respect Scotland. Yeah. Who's the next? Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer is the next Prime Minister. 100%. No doubts about it anymore.
He will be.
As for after that, we've got a long time. Maybe we can speculate who's due after Keir Starmer.
Yeah, I mean it's too far ahead. I don't think it's explain the parties. What you're better off doing rather than us sitting there trying to explain these massive ideologies to you is simply just have a Google. You'll find a lot of information about the kind of histories of the parties, the current day of the party. I mean, manifestos are a good spot to look at. And I mean, if you're not really into politics right now, then looking into these results, you should start to really figure out what the parties are offering. So, just look your own personal research. That's how we did it, really, isn't it? We bit of study, a lot of research. You just learn it over time. So yeah, Rishi was. Wow. Okay.
Well, if you don't like Rishi Sunak, he's definitely
not
gone as Prime Minister.
Yeah.
We suspect he'll be gone as Conservative Party leader
Yeah.
as well. So if you're not a fan of Starmer, you might have an alternative tomorrow.
Potentially not even in Parliament. Potentially.
We'll see.
Unlikely, but potentially.
I do wonder who the most high-profile seat loss will be. I'd guess Jeremy Hunt.
I mean, most probably, unless we get a Rishi drop.
I don't think so.
We don't think so.
With this performance, in the exit poll, I think Rishi's safe. Whether he wants to continue as an MP after this, don't know. I think he would.
Do you?
He's been an MP in his seat. He hasn't moved around in his seat.
He committed to a 5-year.
Yeah.
Another 5 years.
I'm not sure what else he'd get up to. Really, he's not going to leave the country. I think he'll stick around in his seat.
Never know. I don't know. He might go enjoy his life for a bit.
Maybe.
Never know.
He hasn't been treated very well the last couple of years.
He's been bullied a little bit, hasn't he? You know, he's had his fair share of hate. He might take some time off, especially with the recent reform stuff. You never know. He might just want some time away from politics. You never know. Never know. Well, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the results
Most party leaders do stick around for a while. We had Theresa May, who is stepping down this time, probably because of the election and not because of personal stuff.
Definitely. Well, Boris left, didn't he?
That was
he was
personal stuff
out
as well. That was the honours list scandal and stuff like that.
When will we see a new exit poll?
So the BBC one's the most high profile.
Yeah.
There are other small ones running. BBC one is the most accurate. I saw the BBC exit poll has a margin of error of between 1.5 seats and 7.5 seats. So it's really not much. So we can be pretty confident in this BBC exit poll. It might not be worth looking at many others. Unless there's a massive shift in any others, I think they'll be fairly spot on.
I mean, we'll have a look at some others if we do see them come up, but take them with a pinch of salt compared to the BBC one. I think that winning the majority was at play for Conservatives if they did an actual campaign and had chosen someone else for Prime Minister instead of Sunak. See, I don't know if that's true. I think part of the hate is having so much change.
I don't think Sunak's the problem. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't
Of course,
think
he's personally unpopular, but that's because of the position of the country. I don't think any of their leaders would have been able to prevent this majority.
I'd like to speak for us both and saying that it's the party that's the problem. We think Sunak obviously has a lot of hate towards him, but we think it's because of
14 years of Conservative
It's
rule.
the Conservative...
People aren't happy with the country, they're not going to support the Prime Minister who's at the head of it.
This trust was a really hurtful time for them. I mean, that was the biggest drop in polling, wasn't it, for Conservative? Yeah. And then it slowly recovered, but he never got it back to the same level. No. He was put in a really tough position to start as Prime Minister, and it's almost impossible to recover. So a change in Prime Minister, it would have had to be, I don't know, what, Farage? Is that what you're allowed to add? But that's not even possible,
I
is it?
suppose.
Is that even possible?
For what?
To have Farage as Prime Minister?
Yeah.
It's not, is it?
No.
There's no physical way.
Appointed to the Lords, but no, not really actually.
No, they can be.
No leader.
Cabinet.
No leader could have led the Conservatives into a majority this time.
Yeah, I don't. Not this time around. So,
Sunak's their scapegoat. That's an interesting theory. I think if they get rid of him, they can posit as having changed the party.
Yeah.
They'll be wiped out. Who becomes the next leader? Actually, if Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat, I would have said Penny Mordaunt had the greatest chance of becoming the next leader. According to betting markets, it's Kemi Badenoch, but she's on the right of the party more so than Penny, and I think they'll want to moderate this time unless they go for the Farage reform merger. So I think highest chance of a leader now that Penny Mordaunt is supposedly out of the picture. Again, I wouldn't count on that. We need to wait for the result in Portsmouth North because that's a close one. But Kemi Badenoch, I guess. She is on the right of the party, but there's the optics. Unfortunately, just demographically, black women in politics are perceived as being more moderate. You can see that on the US side as well. So I guess that would make them appear more moderate just by statistics. Whether or not she actually moves the party to the right even further, I wouldn't be surprised. But just optically, that has been the observation historically, regardless of actual political movement. So it depends if they want to go for that or who else would even be left to take over, honestly. They're going to knock out Hunt. Hunt is probably gone, no matter what.
That is...
Johnny Mercer, he's probably gone as well. It's going to be weird, this next Conservative leadership race, assuming Sunak gets kicked out, which is almost a given.
I think it'll just be someone fresh. It'll be someone fresh. Yeah. Someone...
Grant Shapps maybe is another one.
Yeah, someone who's not really had a chance before. And I don't know. Will they? I really don't know. What
it's going to be interesting. We'll make sure to cover it.
We will. Because
that will be sort of the biggest story that evolves after the election campaign. Who is the next Conservative leader?
Yeah, of course. Because I mean, they've got a lot to work for, don't they? After this, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very tough. Right, what do you think is Labour's main priority when they win the election?
Deliver on manifesto pledges, which they don't have that many of in the first place. They want to restore stability is kind of their main point. Their sort of line in the campaign, one of their many sort of campaign slogans was stability is change.
Yeah.
Which is saying 14 years of Conservative chaos will change it by bringing stability. So I don't think they're going to be a loud government, especially not in the beginning. But
we don't think a lot, really, do we? We said this a minute ago.
Because we don't know. We don't know a lot of their policies.
We think just manifesto and then slow change is what we think, and that could be. We said probably half hour ago. Maybe biggest change, some nationalisation, because they have spoken about that.
But I think that might be more long term because the money isn't there at the moment.
It is expensive. It's very expensive.
Rachel Reeves has proven to be quite a ironically conservative chancellor, and I doubt she's going to do anything particularly irresponsible. She might err on the side of caution. Even I doubt they'll be wanting to shake things up too much. They're not going to want to squander this amazing victory they've just won.
Exactly. They're going to want to be playing it safe, and if they nationalise anything, I think we'd be looking at maybe rail,
right?
Because I think that's more of a popular, like generally perceived as more popular than not. I would say. Obviously, there is a bit of debate on it, but I
don't think any of their manifesto pledges have helped or hurt them in this campaign. It's just been this has been a referendum on the Conservative Party. Let's not get that wrong.
Yeah, it has been. Right. I think some Tory voters will be put off with the two POC leaders in a row.
Person of colour. So you don't think Kemi Badenoch? What you think they might believe that because of Rishi Sunak's skin colour that hardline Conservative voters didn't vote? I'm not putting that on you, but from a party perspective, I don't think they would think that.
I think that's less relevant now. If I'm honest, I don't think that's. Obviously there's going to be some people, right? You can't ignore that.
It's on the fringe, and especially
yeah,
after they get wiped out, I don't think
minor.
that really comes into the
It's
question.
minor. I mean, the fact that he got in the first place proves that can't be that.
And the race was between both times. The final two were either a woman or a person of color. And so I don't think this is really a concern. They've had 3 female prime ministers, 1 person of color. I don't think it really comes up anymore.
No, it's a lot less relevant. I mean,
even on the fringe of the party, you don't hear about it anymore.
No, and even if people do believe it, which it seems to be rarer and rarer as time goes on. But even if they do, they keep it to themselves more. Obviously, not everyone, but
and they will bite their tongue and still vote for Conservative.
Exactly.
I don't think it's a concern.
No, I don't think so either. Elderly people are quite racist often. I guess statistically more, but once again, I don't think
it's a fringe.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much of
It's
a
not
deal.
enough to shift an election.
And not enough to change a vote is what I think. I think if they like Conservatives, Rishi Sunak being darker skinned wouldn't change that. If they like him as a person, they're not voting.
I still think Kevin Badnock is the most likely
maybe
successor.
a switch to reform, maybe for that fringe. But once again, we're talking what I'd guess under 1%.
No, wait.
Maybe less than half.
It's really not a factor anymore.
It's not. It's minor. It's minor.
Maybe 30 years ago, but now.
But they always vote for Tory anyway. That's what we're saying. Exactly that. Exactly. We don't see. We think most people that would think that way are just going to vote the same anyway. So it wouldn't make much of a difference.
So in terms of key dates, key times, I should say, we'll start getting results, actual seat results at 11. Is that
at 11 on the dot? It's that
around then, yeah.
Okay.
So we've got Blythe and Ashington, which is a new seat, but that is that could be the first result, or it could be Sunderland.
We've got a pretty interesting view in the comments. They think they bring back Boris Johnson and give him a safe seat and make him the leader again.
I haven't heard that before, but I would have said that was impossible before. But then he went to stump for the Conservatives the other night, so
I mean,
they give him a safe seat.
I would say I disagree. Because
it's unlikely, but it depends just how much of a rut they're in.
Yeah. I think there's a higher chance of Farage than Bojo.
Yeah.
I think
Boris Johnson is still personally popular. He's one of the most popular politicians in the country.
Yeah.
By YouGov favourability ratings.
Is Farage still higher than him?
Farage is close.
Who is actually higher? Do you know?
Starmer's pretty high up. I can check now in terms of favourability ratings. That might help us with the Conservative.
I'll keep an eye on the keep an eye on the comments. Still lots of Scottish debate. Once again, please do respect each other's opinions. It's a very
we're not trying to get into the mud of politics.
It's a very emotional conversation for obviously some people in the chat, but it's
if we could just focus on
the election, overall,
the results.
Yeah,
of course, I'm happy to share thoughts on what we think reforms percentage will be for the popular vote, whether they'll pass Conservatives. There's plenty of subject matter to discuss on this election. But we've just got a massive exit poll.
Yeah, let's stay objective,
stay civil,
subjective if we can. Let's try to look from more of an objective point of view. Let's just be factual here. Yeah, it's obviously everything has an opinion behind it. There's always a bias, but we can be kind.
We can try.
We try to be kind, of course. Obviously, there are some major differences in beliefs, but just try your best. We got 15 people still watching. That's pretty good. A few people here. But yeah, once again, feel free ask questions. Opinions
make predictions.
Yeah, opinions. We try generally stay away from too much, but election opinions we'll give quite a lot on. Boris Johnson isn't as popular in the public eye compared to who? Compared to how he used to be, or compared to another person?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In terms of polling data, he's still very popular.
Yeah, because statistically he's popular, but what do you mean? Like comparatively to where he was, or compared to Farage, or I don't mind with people disagreeing, but I don't like my country being talked down on. Yeah, I mean you're more than allowed to have your opinion, but let's refrain from the
try to be the bigger person if such a thing is possible.
If you can.
We're all here just to discuss this election rather than the reasons behind it.
Argue. Exactly. No need to argue. We can discuss. That's the main.
Okay,
that's the best way to put it.
interestingly, I've got the favourability ratings up, and most popular politicians. The top two are who we thought, Farage and Boris Johnson. Actually, both
In that
at
order.
33%. Boris Johnson has gone up. Farage has gone down.
Oh, really?
Recently, yeah.
That's strange.
I'm not sure why Boris Johnson's support would go up.
And why would Farage's go down?
Making more enemies. Probably the Putin comments if they have recent
And
data.
maybe because of his closer ties to reform.
Yeah.
You know, since leader, maybe the dodgy comments from some people have pulled him down with them. Right. Who else
Kemi
we got?
Badenoch is 16th most popular. Let's see if she is the most.
Is the highest happiness 33% for politicians?
Most popular politician is Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson, both at 33%
Wow.
approval.
So 67% dislike is the.
Not necessarily.
Is
It's Boris Johnson specifically disliked by 49% of the population, neutral 16%, popularity
Okay.
33%.
Okay. Used to be compared to how it used to be before Partygate. Yeah, probably. I think that's probably right, isn't it? Have you got the data for that, or
So this is a constantly adjusting average.
has it not
but,
got past data?
It will do somewhere.
See if you can find it so we can check exact. I mean, if not, it doesn't matter. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
It would have been more popular before Partygate. Yeah. Well, I take that back then. Take what back? Oh, what? Because he's second most popular. So that's
Joint most popular politician in the country.
yeah.
Boris
Although
Johnson.
remember that is comparatively. So before Partygate, he probably was more popular, but compared to other politicians,
Yeah, you're very
he's at the top.
possibly
You're-
still right
you're-
there.
We wouldn't be
Most
surprised
likely.
if you're probably right. It's just you got to remember there's a dislike towards lots of other politicians. Doesn't mean that he was more or less liked. It's just you can dislike every politician. That's what happens a lot.
It's probably more appropriate to say less unpopular than popular.
Yeah, exactly. He's less unpopular. Yeah.
But in terms of the mechanisms in place to bring back Boris Johnson, it would be difficult. I think we're more likely to just have Kemi Badenoch or a reform merger
Yeah.
for the Conservative leadership. But that race will be interesting. I think we'll get a lot of backbench MPs from the Conservatives trying to run, thinking they might have a chance being, one of the only ones left.
Yeah. We've got an apology. Thank you very much. It's all good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's all good. Just it's all good. Right. So it is 3 minutes to 11. So will we get one on 11 on the dot, or is it just around?
It's unlikely, but at 11 we'll start having
Is
a
that
few
the
running.
minimum? Like that, the earliest they can release it, or is it? Does it actually work?
I'm not sure on that, but
Do you want to double check?
we'll get results coming in
Yeah.
from 11.
Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. We have our map up over there. That is a if you can't tell because it is quite small. That is the constituencies, but they're all equally sized. So it's
a proportional map.
Yeah, proportional map. So we should actually, if we see a massive sea of one colour, which we probably will, it's representative. We don't have to worry about usually how London is all just tight and closed. That's all adjusted for on the map. So the colour is what you have to care about.
We have a statement from Nicola Sturgeon.
Oh.
She says, "Not a good night for the SNP." We had gathered that.
Well done, thank you.
An admission is surprising.
Yeah.
So-
Is she really tied to him anymore? She's not. Is
Yeah,
she?
for all intents and purposes, she was their most popular leader.
Oh, but like in the last few months, isn't she kind of?
No, she's kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, so maybe that's why she's more willing to admit that.
Yeah.
Anything? Well, is she say anything more? or
I'll
kind
read
of
you the
just that?
quote. This is Nicola Sturgeon on the SNP's 10 seats at this election. She says, "Not a good night for the SNP." And she says, "I think there will be a question about whether there was enough in the campaign to give out effectively a USP to the SNP in an election that was about getting the Tories out and replacing them with Labour." That's essentially what we said.
Yeah.
The dissatisfaction towards the Conservatives is too high.
Yeah, exactly.
And if people are tactically voting for Labour, they're the ones who will get the majority and kick the Conservatives out of government. That is what people wanted to do in England, Wales, and Scotland, clearly.
Yeah. As a German, it is rather surprising that your polling stations are open to 11 p.m. and turnout is still only at like 64%. Have you that turnout data? Is that new turnout data, or is that about the
That
past
seemed roughly in
elections?
line with last
Yeah,
elections. I would be interested in turnout. If I had to make a turnout prediction, I'd
I'd say
say
higher.
it's higher.
I would say higher this year because
I'd say lower.
Really?
I
Why?
think
I would say higher.
reform maybe changes that, but
I think reform and the dissatisfaction.
there's no
it
love
enhances it.
being felt towards either of the main parties
Yeah,
though, at the moment,
exactly.
which is a reason for it to be lower.
Oh,
But
I guess so.
in 2019, love towards the Conservatives because of Brexit and Boris Johnson as a character. 2017, we had the Labour resurgence. 2010, Clegmania. Of course, before then, Tony Blair's popularity. I guess Clegmania this time could be replaced by Farage Mania, which is entirely possible. So maybe we'll see levels similar to 2010 would be my prediction. I would not be surprised. But yeah.
Just a statement on the German differences. So they're open from 8 a.m. till 6 and turnout is typically 75% plus.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
likely proportional, isn't it?
That is a proportional system.
So
yes.
Germany is proportional system, and I would warrant a guess that people are more likely to vote in a proportional system because your vote means more. Simply, some of our vote, if we in our constituencies, it's a little bit different for us, but in some constituencies across the country, votes for Green, for example, are essentially a wasted vote. It will not mean anything. You won't get a Green seat, and it's a number. That's all it is. It won't affect anything. And that means a lot of people just go, I'm not bothering. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons why turnout is not the highest here compared to somewhere like Germany where it's proportional. So there's never really an excuse to not vote, is there? There's always someone you can agree with, or well, likely someone you can agree with, more likely than here.
Yeah.
That is so sad for a democracy. It's a big debate. Reform has got a lot of votes and a lot of support based on proportional representation.
I think it could go either way. If turnout went down, I'd understand. If turnout went up, I'd also understand. That would be the factor of reform. And with reform doing so well, I think it's possible turnout went up. We'll have to see on that, but that's the biggest question, as I've said a few times now.
Yeah.
How well has reform done?
Wasn't the turnout last election for young people only 42%?
For young people, it's always bad.
I don't know the exact number. I'll check that, but it was low. I know it was very low. I'll double check the exact number for you literally right now. Alright, 2019 turnout data for youth.
Oh, just on the children voting side, that was actually a pledge of Labour's I forgot because they didn't really advertise it too much. But Labour did promise to lower the voting age to 16, so I guess that's happening now. That would be one of their key changes that they'd be remembered for. I remember polling data on that was not particularly supportive, which is interesting for them to make because they tended to make safe pledges. Because I don't really see that enticing anyone to vote. If 16-year-olds wanted to vote, they can't vote in favour of the party that would let them vote. But that was one of the more risky policies that they put forward. Again, they didn't campaign on it too much, but it was something Keir Starmer said.
Just about the data, 18-24-year-olds, the youngest group, turnout for the 2019 election was just above 50%. So not quite as bad as 42, but still bad, really. Bad. I mean, it went up from the last two, apparently, according to this, from 2015, 2017, 2019. It went up. It was just below 50. 2017, it was at 50. 2019, it was just above. So it has increased, whereas in the higher ages, actually everywhere from about 35 and above, it went down between 2017 and 2019, whereas for the youth, it went up. So it did actually increase for younger people recently, but
an interesting point about young people there. Lowering voting age mostly benefits far right. That's we've seen a lot of reform support in young people, but that had not been the trend historically. I think that's the reform buzz on social media.
Exactly what I was going to say. I think that is a kind of skewed point of view that, well, I think everyone's seeing, if I'm honest. I think that's a skewed point of view that you and us are all seeing, where there's a big reform social media push with very vocal reform voters, whereas you get much less vocal Labour or Conservative voters. So I think, I don't know. I don't think it would mostly benefit the far right. I believe it would benefit the left.
Smaller parties on the left would
I,
get a boost. I'd say.
I think smaller parties and even Labour. I think rather than far right. I think there is some, but statistically, just looking at the statistics, it would benefit the left more. So,
Interesting thing on lowering voting age as well. That would change the way parties try to appeal to voters. If young people can suddenly vote, they're going to need to be represented in politics. And would that mean they can run for a seat in Parliament? Because, I don't know, this is all speculative stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be excited to see just what they do with the lowering of the voting age, because that is something they pledge. I don't know if it was in their manifesto, but it will get through with their supermajority. Anything they want to do will get through.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't really be a concern for Starmer at all. He's in a very comfortable position. It looks to be in a similar standing to Tony Blair in '97, which is, of course, a historic majority.
Yeah.
Again, happy to take questions in the chat or just react to your observations.
Platform of rail and energy renationalisation.
What's that?
Did you answer that one yet? Surprised Starmer really winning a landslide on a platform of rail and energy renationalisation.
Again, I said this earlier. I don't think
it's not that.
I don't think it matters. I don't think anything Starmer put forward mattered to this result.
As long as he put just slightly left wing, or probably going to go a little bit more left wing.
Oh yeah. They played it completely safe because they could.
Nothing too far right at all. Play it safe. They would have won, and it's because of. Good way of phrasing it is it was essentially a conservative.
There's a referendum on the Conservatives. Whoever the election is a referendum on will lose.
I really do believe, and I think you do too, that Labour support right now is fueled by dislike of the opposing party.
That's why they're only going to get about 37%.
Yeah, it's. I really don't see.
There's no enthusiasm.
Starmer isn't very charismatic. I hope that doesn't offend anyone, but he's really not. He hasn't. I don't feel motivated watching him. I don't feel very motivated by many of them, if I'm honest. But Starmer is just very basic.
There are better people in the Labour Party that could put forward their
he's
message.
very simple and, to be frank, a little bit boring, I think, for a lot of voters.
I think Starmer is a poor campaigner, but a clever leader. He's done well to he's done well to appoint the right candidates to basically react to. It was sort of that turning point at the Hartlepool by-election where he was just destroyed by Boris Johnson, that he felt he had to go back to the drawing board, and that was kind of when he abandoned a lot of those left-wing policies to appeal to the centre ground, and that's done him wonders, as we see with this exit poll.
Could you imagine leaders campaigning at schools?
Oh yeah, that's we could see more school visits if the voting age is lowered. That's an interesting point. Which means maybe a lot like more funny clips.
Sixth form college, I would imagine.
But even people still doing their GCSEs would be able to vote in the election. 16-year-olds.
Although would they bother?
No.
I don't think they would bother with that. I think if we did see that, it would be sixth form college. That kind of area that I think they'd visit, rather than secondary high schools. I feel like if the SNP kept Youssef, they would get single digits or locked out of seats.
That's possible, but this result has not been good for them either.
Yeah, I mean, it's been bad either way.
Yeah.
So, is Labour really left party, or just they win as anti-Brexit?
Less so anti-Brexit, more so anti-conservative.
Anti-conservative, yeah, that's what
the Brexit issue really hasn't come up on this.
No,
mostly because Keir Starmer takes the unpopular position of not wanting to rejoin the European Union. He's sort of come out and said we're going to take advantage of the benefits of Brexit. But he hasn't said that, and you probably haven't heard him say that because it's not popular.
He's staying in the middle again. He doesn't want to. I mean, whether you like it or not, Brexit happened because of a referendum. The popular vote gave Brexit, and
he does not want to lose that chunk of vote.
Starmer doesn't want to lose that. Yeah, and that whether it's a shock to you or not, that did happen, and Starmer knows that happened. And
he's not done.
Whatever his personal opinion is, we don't ever truly know. Well, we can assume.
With his campaign for the Labour leadership, he probably was orienting himself more towards the left of the party, which obviously would join the European Union in a heartbeat. And I think that could be an issue for him, actually. If the state of things in the country continues to get worse, if the European Union isn't showing signs of falling apart as had been predicted. Of course, we're seeing right-wing movements in France, the Netherlands.
Yeah.
If the European Union continues to sort of show cracks, I think Starmer's trying to put himself in the position not to sort of drag us back into what could be a mess at that point. So I think he's being clever with it. Maybe it goes against his core convictions, which I think is probably. I think a lot of what he's doing goes against his core convictions because when he ran for the Labour leadership, he sort of had these 10 pledges, very, very left wing. He's abandoned all of them just on a pure factual basis. He has cut them, and is not pursuing them. He says it's because of the money, but don't know.
It's definitely a mix.
It's to appeal to the centre ground.
It's definitely a mix. I think. I mean, money is less than it was. That's a fact. But also, he wants to appeal to people. So I think it's a mixture of the two, definitely. I mean, there's no way it's just money because he could definitely pick and choose some to keep, couldn't he? Like that, definitely. Even if you cut most of them, you could keep one. He's changed it. But it's money is a factor. I mean, but the economy is recovering, so it can't be. It's not. Surely it's not decisive. It's
not the be all.
Yeah, especially when he can plan all these other pledges that cost quite a bit of money. So it's right.
Anything else from the chat?
Will England get a devolved parliament? No, we don't think.
Voted against it already.
Yeah. Well, no, they voted against the northeast of England, isn't it? That was it, rather than the whole of the country. But no, I hardly doubt.
We had pushed for sort of English nationalism with English votes for English laws, but it got revoked.
They revoked it because the Conservatives themselves revoked it. Yeah. It was I think it's a pain in the neck more than anything.
Probably.
It's a lot of hassle. Why? It's a lot of hassle. That's the main reason for something that...
There's not much desire for it. Westminster is already well-rooted in England.
Yeah, it's already essentially... I mean, a lot of people view it as an English Parliament without really realising, it is mainly English. The biggest problem with it, which hasn't really been seen as a massive problem, is non-English MPs voting on English laws, but the leading party revoked that themselves because it just wasn't needed.
And there we've got Starmer promised more devolution in the manifesto. Is that in terms of devolved powers to union countries or more in England? Let us know.
Yeah. English independence referendum? No.
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 It's the least likely of the...
Least likely of the four, and the other three are unlikely anyways.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make the... Is that... Oh, we can't see that. Is it? Oh, the UK fairer. Yes.
Very possibly.
It would probably, but...
Turnout is very low in these devolved regions.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Turnout, there's not a want for it. People don't care enough. So
hard enough convincing them to vote in local elections.
If everyone cared, maybe, but people don't care. And because of that reason, they won't do it. It would, technically. I mean, the more devolution technically makes everything fairer. But when you start getting people just not voting, to some extent, it makes it less fair because you're getting 25-30% of people making a decision for the 100%.
And there we go. Westminster's already the de facto
English Parliament. There you go. It is. It essentially is the English Parliament. They have nearly all the MPs, a massive majority.
Especially now with the SNP being devastated.
Yeah. That's Right, any results? This is 12 past 11. We got anything coming through?
I will check in.
We have got, what's that coming up? Yeah, polling, we got something coming up. We can't really see. The screen for us is quite small, so... but there is, above me, some stuff. Should be live updates. Hopefully you can read it to some extent if I move out of the way.
No seats in yet, so there shouldn't be any colour on that map.
Nothing at all, still.
But we have another leader... to make a statement. This is Carla Denyer, one of the Green Party leaders. She says the tectonic plates of British politics are shifting. I'm not sure if that's in reaction to her second victory. I'm not sure that's quite the seismic shift.
Who was that?
She's saying Carla Denyer, the Green co-leader.
Oh, yeah. She was in lots of the debates, wasn't she?
Yeah. I wonder where she was. Where was she running? Was she running in Bristol? Let me look up.
Did she win her seat? Yeah. Well,
because neither of the two leaders were in Parliament before, because obviously they just had the one seat.
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. Hello. Conservatives will immediately change following the result.
We do expect to see a imminent Rishi Sunak resignation.
Yeah, Sunak will probably be. Within a couple of weeks. We said maybe tomorrow.
I don't see him trying to cling on. I think he knows his time is up.
It seems we said it's an uphill battle. It's highly unlikely he recovers from this. So why fight it in his position? Yeah, we don't see it. We don't see it happening. I've just joined. Can Lib Dems win more seats than in 2005? I don't know how many seats they won in 2005, but I'd say probably.
Yes, I think so.
but based off of the situation, but we'll double check. Double check. To be fair, 2005 they probably did decent, didn't they? What's done?
Yeah, but
The
better
climate of it.
in 2010. They have slightly underperformed this time around. Yeah, they have done better than, according to exit
How many
polls,
seats
they've
they
done
have
better than 2005. They had
52. Or was that last election? That's
seats
last election.
162. So Lib Dems had 62 in 2005.
Oh, so it's actually
We're looking at something similar this time around. Exit polls are probably a
very
few
similar.
seats
Sorry,
off,
yeah.
but
It's currently at 61, 2005, 62. So similar. Okay, so
yeah.
I mean that's that.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh,
It's a bit
interestingly,
tough. I mean, it's going to be margin of error level, but basically it's about the same.
in 2010 they won a very similar 57. So we're looking at probably at least a best result for the Lib Dems since 2005. They could do a little bit better than that. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be too surprised either, but I don't think we're looking at much different. I mean, if it is better, we're talking probably 1 or 2 better, aren't we?
Yeah.
If it's
It's a good
worse,
result for them.
1 or
Don't get
2.
us wrong, it's a good result for them.
No, I mean, yeah, 2000. I'm pretty sure 2005 was considered pretty good for them as well. Now is pretty good. You know, especially
2010 was
to,
good for them. Not as good as expected.
compared
But
to what was it
pretty good.
2015 when it all went wrong, or
they,
2017?
yeah, just
When was
ever
2015?
since their coalition, they've been decimated.
When was
This is the
2015?
first time post-coalition they've done well.
What was the 2015 one?
In 2015, I'm
It's either
pretty sure they
2015
dropped
or
to single
17.
digits.
They did just rubbish.
Single digits, yeah.
Yeah,
8 seats.
8. Yeah, that's what I thought. Rubbish. Oh, Labour just want to see it on the map.
Yeah?
Have they? Where is it? Oh no! Wait, what's happened to the map?
Oh, something's happened.
Let's double check our map. 1 second. Oh, what's going on there? Our map's gone. Oh no! All right, give us 1 second. Let's see if we can sort this out.
You want to get up the chat?
Yeah, I'll get the chat up on my phone here, so we can still talk.
Thank you for letting us know about that.
Yeah, that's. Oh, there we go. You got it back.
Hold on, there's a bit of an issue with the with our results at the top as well.
Yeah, once that must be the website changing as it's updated. Oh, there we go though. Right, we'll have to look into what seat that actually is. Right, live chat. What we got? Which map is everyone using? Can someone send a link, please? What one are we using?
I think I'm not sure which one we're using, but the Guardian has a one up
Okay.
that's very similar.
Guardian. Is that the one we originally had and changed?
Yeah.
It to? Yeah. So we originally had the Guardian, but we changed it because it's a bit easier for the stream. But the Guardian had one that worked, so I got on there. Oh, Sutherland South.
Okay.
That was the wait.
Sunderland or
No, Sutherland.
oh really? Oh okay.
Sutherland South. LAB. Oh, Labour Hold. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Guardians hasn't updated yet. Oh.
Oh right.
Oh. Okay. What one are we on then? We'll send them that one. The Guardian doesn't update it because this one has.
I'll just check in a minute. Just
Yeah.
trying to
We'll
sort
just
out
sort
this
this
layout.
out quick.
Hopefully this should be.
What has happened here? This is weird. Why has
Yeah.
it done this? Shouldn't be long. No,
Yeah, but we
alright.
do have a red seat up there now.
Who got second place? Well, if we. Oh, wait, we need to. Why is our map messed up? let me
give me
start
a
looking
second,
into
bear
stuff.
with
Yeah,
us.
I'll start looking into it. Alright, I'm on the. Yeah, the Guardians hasn't updated yet. Huh.
No.
Why is it not updated? What's going on here? Guardian says yeah after 11:30. But it's clearly not.
No.
Clearly not true.
Sorry to cut myself in half again, but I need to get a better look at this map.
Where is this map? One second, sorry everyone. Just sorting this out and then we'll be back to respond to comments properly. Here we are. Right. I found it on Politico. And that's the one we're on. So, Horton and Sunderland South.
Okay.
That's what the seat is called. And it's. Can we get specific? It's just on the map. It's not very. How do I get an outline? It doesn't seem like it's fully. The map is the only thing that's updated. Not even their like bar chart is updated yet.
Huh.
I don't know why. The Guardian hasn't updated. Neither has the bar chart. We haven't got any information yet. Has anyone in comments got any information? Oh, Guardian just updated, apparently. Let's have a look. I'll check the Guardian now. Right, the Guardian. Here we go.
Alright, I've nearly sorted this map, so we will be back on screen very soon.
Yay. Ah, here we go. I've got all the... Oh my god, wow, yeah. So, you ready for this?
Okay.
So, Houghton and Sunderland South. I'll tell you from lowest to highest, okay? I'll announce it live here. Don't look at the comments in case they tell us.
Alright.
Don't look. So, in fifth, we have the Green Party. We have a 4.3%.
Okay,
We
sounds
have
about right.
Lib Dem in fourth with 5.7, and in third, do you want to guess?
It's got to be... Oh, okay, we could have a Reform second place this time. I did say we'd see about 100 seats, very possibly, with Reform being the opposition. Where is the seat? It's in the north. No, it's not in the north.
It is... I'll show you where it is. It's right there, so it is...
Okay, it is in the north, right. Let's go for Reform in second place. I think that's very possible. Yeah?
Third place, Conservative, 13.8%.
For the Conservatives.
Second place, Reform, 29%.
Wow.
And then Labour, 47%. So very clear.
Wow.
But still, Reform, 29% of the vote in our first.
The first result of the night.
one.
This is the first official result. What was the constituency?
I don't want to butcher the name. Houghton and Sunderland South. Sunderland South, I can say safely.
And our first result of the night is a Reform second place. Of course, it's a Labour. What was it? A Labour hold.
47%.
Labour hold. That's kind of safe. They didn't win a majority of the votes, but
29%
for Reform.
And if it's a Labour hold, surely tactically the Conservatives did the vote. So that's a statement.
It's a northern seat. It's not even in the red wall.
Yeah. But
that
still,
would, yeah. But
still,
first result of the night is a Reform second place. That is
over
somewhat
double
of a
the
surprise.
Conservative vote. 29% compared to 13.8.
I think we'll see a lot more of them tonight. A lot more Reform second places.
Right, I'm gonna keep this this one updating.
Hopefully our map is all sorted now. So if I move out the way, you should be able to see.
It's quite. Is there any way? Can we get it up bigger so we can see it as it changes?
If I just do this every so often.
Actually, why don't we instead? Do you have it up on Chrome as well?
I don't know.
Do you want to get it up and have it just on the left hand side so
Sure.
we can see, and then we can move out the way when it does update live?
Yes.
That'd be better. And then get the comments up. Yeah, they're perfect. Now we can see your comments and can see as it updates live. Does this need refreshing or does it do it live?
No, that should be all live. This should, these results above me should come in, as soon as they're declared. This map seems to be pretty fast refreshing, so you are getting live updates.
Right, we got a bunch of comments. Reform isn't getting 100 seats though. Oh, yeah.
No.
That's not what you're saying.
I'm saying Reform will probably place second. Not by
popular vote. So
in the popular vote.
In pure real numbers.
In each constituency, I think we'll get at least 100 constituencies where Reform comes closest to beating Labour or whoever happens to be in first, rather than it usually being the top two in each constituency being either Labour and Conservative or Conservative and Lib Dem.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Reform is going to get the second most seats, far from it. They'll probably end up being the fourth largest party, but the point I'm trying to make is, in a lot of these seats, they have become the opposition. In these tiny microcosms, they have emerged as the challenger to Labour rather than the Conservatives, which
Which is a
sort of
big
what
deal.
they've been trying to do.
It's a very big deal.
And I do wonder what the official number, because that will be a big point of comparison, just how many seats they managed to place second in. You will probably hear that number tomorrow.
Yeah. So, thoughts on the election? We're talking about them this entire stream, but if you have any specific questions, just let us know. And
Yeah,
we'll
we'll be happy
them.
to answer.
But we'll be talking about our thoughts the next, at least 4 hours. So we've got a long while left.
An interesting point of reference from Finn in the chat. Reform was polling at, what's that, 25% in that constituency. And what did they end up on?
20 higher. It was higher.
Was it 29?
29. That's a
4-point overperformance. If they reflect that nationally, they are nipping at the heels of the Conservatives.
Yeah.
But we are looking at a Conservative slight overperformance as well. So if that is reflected nationally, we're yet to see. Do you have the polling on the Conservatives in that constituency? Actually, that would be really useful.
I have it right here.
In terms of numbers, yeah, but pre-election.
Polling,
If you have the polling for Conservatives, so we can compare that.
Perfect. I'll put the actual data here.
It's just one seat, and we can't extend that to the whole country. But that's all we're working with right now.
Yeah.
As you can see behind me, this is the one seat that we have data for so far.
29.2, and it was 25.8.
So that's a 3 to 4 point overperformance.
3.4
in that one constituency.
3.4% on a about 25%. That's a so we were putting it, but that's a tenth of an increase. It's a 10% increase on their vote. So on a national scale, if they are 10% higher in every way, that's a big deal.
But Finn has just clarified that the Conservatives were polling at 11.3.
And they
11.6.
got 13.8. Oh, so
we're looking at a slight.
So was Labour higher then? What would Labour polling
Labour
at?
probably would have been higher because of that. But if we're looking at a Reform overperformance, but a Conservative overperformance as well.
51.3, and they were actually at 47.1. So those votes are what's made up the other two.
That speaks to the exit poll being quite accurate.
Yeah, that's the shy people. The shy Reform and Conservative voters. Probably mainly Conservatives, but clearly Reform too.
With that slight Labour underperformance.
Clearly a little bit of shy Reform voters in there. There must be. There must be.
So we're looking at right now with this one tiny point of comparison, of course, keep it, in the back of your heads that this is one constituency out of 650. But so far, in terms of these results, we're looking at a Conservative 2% overperformance and a Reform 3 to 4% overperformance. Those gaps will get filled in as the night goes on.
Yeah, I mean it's a decent few percent, but whether or not it changes the overall.
Yeah, that makes it less likely that Reform has gotten more votes than Conservatives nationally. They'd need a bigger swing than that.
Yeah,
from what they were polling at.
Pretty significant more.
But it's possible.
Sadly, the Lib Dems second placing seats won't happen, but they'll do quite good. Yeah, it won't happen. Looking at the exit poll, it'd have to be a massive swing.
Not even close.
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
I said that before the exit poll came out, and I've been, I thought it may even be closer than that, but no. It's a slight underperformance for Lib Dems compared to polling position. It's still a good night for them. Slight overperformance for Conservatives.
How many seats do you reckon the Conservatives will actually get? So what the exit poll said, what was it, 130?
131, I think, was the Conservative exit poll prediction. I'd
bet 138, 137. Right. Just a couple more because shy people.
Yeah.
Pretty much, that's the main reason. Not much, just a couple more here and there in the swing ones.
Will Starmer finish HS2?
Has he commented on that?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't ring a bell. I mean,
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure he's said it. Waste of money. It's kind of the thing his party pushes.
And Reform's still 13. What is that in reference to? 13 seats.
That's just the
that was their exit poll prediction.
So we don't know what it is.
The only result we have right now is that one that you can see behind me.
Will this spell the end of the Tories, or will they bounce back in the upcoming elections?
I think they'll be all right. I think this exit poll suggests they'll be all right.
Yeah, we don't see an end.
There was a lot of speculation as to whether Lib Dems could become the biggest party in opposition. Ed Davey becomes leader of the opposition. That hasn't happened. They haven't even really gotten close. The one thing that could spell their end in terms of them in their current form would be a higher popular vote on the national stage for Reform than Conservatives, which is still a possibility. I gave it a 10% chance earlier. I'd give it 30 now, 30% chance after these exit poll results.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would cause a shake-up. But I think my prediction would be the Conservatives are fine for now.
I think that'd be fine. I don't see it.
I always thought the talk of annihilation was over-exaggerated. I think they'll be all right.
Yeah. And then it has been said that Starmer is preparing for a surprise policy like Tony Blair with Bank of England independence. It's just too hard to guess. I think it's just a guessing game.
If he were to do any policies, they'd be a surprise because he hasn't.
Yeah, because he hasn't got many set ones. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's impossible, but I also don't think we can predict anything.
And just a
It's just too hard to
clarification
know.
from the Daily Snail, great name by the way.
Very great name.
They asked, "Do you think they'll be on 13 seats tomorrow?" Yeah.
At least I actually now believe at least that. Yeah, I don't think they lose any. I don't think you get many. I think if anything, they go up. I don't think many people are saying they're voting reform and they're not. You know, I don't think that happens. I think if anything, they go up.
I reckon reform
Go on.
will get to the 13, possibly a few more. Yep.
Yep,
that's
exactly what we
think.
said. Exactly the said. How many seats the SNP predicts to get?
10. That's
Less
a
than
wipeout
reform.
for them.
It's really
That's
bad.
probably the worst performance out of all the parties. And
It's
that's,
their worst performance in years.
yeah.
It's just
'Cause
bad.
Conservatives can say they've defied the polls ever so slightly. Maybe they'll retain some of their higher profile candidates.
Yeah.
We're looking at Penny Mordaunt is an interesting race if she stays on. Maybe they can sort of scrape by and say they've survived electoral wipeout and that Labour's win hasn't been a historic one. It could be they're kind of on the verge of 1997, but sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry,
but
Nicole Milana comment. It's just made me laugh. Yeah.
final vote count for Nicole Milana.
I don't think we have that yet, sadly.
No.
But I am a follower of Nicole Milana, and I'm very interested to see how many votes he gets. I followed him during the London election, and
He did surprisingly well in that one. So
it's a funny social stunt. It's a very funny social
So
stunt.
if you don't know, Nico Milana is a YouTuber. He ran for, as you mentioned, London Mayor, I think in 2021. I think the last one was. I think that's the one he ran in. And
it's the one before the most recent one.
He got about 5% of the vote. Beats a major party.
Yeah, he beat a major party. It's insane. It's completely insane.
And he's of course his candidacy was a joke. He never intended to win.
Yeah, he never.
But he's running again this time as an MP in multiple constituencies. Of course, that would be illegal. And he's not committing any crimes as far as I know. But he's gotten people to change their names to run as him in about 13 constituencies, something around there.
I thought it might be slightly less than that, but it's not a lot. But it's just a social stunt. That's all it is. I think it's partly. I know he has some reason behind it, and I think one of the biggest reasons is he's trying to show people aren't happy. Obviously, it's a laugh at the end of the day. That's what it is. But I think his main, if there is any good reason behind it, it's to prove that there's clearly some unhappiness if people are willing to put their vote to a YouTuber.
Right.
Their vote that should be deciding their future is going to a YouTuber wearing children's glasses for a laugh.
And the interesting thing about him is he's running for Prime Minister, as he says, which you can't do.
It's just to make it sound nice.
If he receives more votes than any other candidate by combining his votes under people who have his name in each constituency, then he is the Prime Minister, which he will declare himself, like Michael Scott. But I'm not sure how that works exactly, but it'll be a funny stunt if he does manage to do that. I don't think it's possible.
I mean, you never know. He did surprisingly well in London.
True.
He might do the same thing, but where he's running, he hasn't given himself the best chances, has he?
No.
Really, definitely.
The real Nicole Milana, I'm sorry to talk about this for so long, but is running in Rishi Sunak's seat.
Yeah.
And that's probably where he'll get the most votes because he is him, the real him.
But it also means that Rishi Sunak will probably keep his seat or have a better chance.
Yeah.
Because realistically, the youth vote is the Labour voters, or more so the Labour voters, and he will directly steal that.
Yeah.
So
going back to the chat now, we've been on this tangent
we're ranting about Nicole Milana for way too long.
We've got another result. Thank you for pointing that out.
Who we got? Right.
I will move out the way.
Let's have a look. Are you out the way there?
We'll see. We'll update in a second.
We're a couple seconds behind.
Not quite.
No.
Made it worse, actually.
You made it so much worse.
I'll
Head just sat in the way.
Have a look at that.
Right, let me look on here so we can get it up right in front of us. Blythe and Ashington. Tap to see full results. Give us that, please.
You might have to do it on your phone.
Yeah, do it on my phone.
It's
It's not working on there. Let me make sure that's not on there. Get it up on my phone.
So is it a Labour gain? No, it's a Labour hold. Yeah, another Labour hold. But we will. Finn told us. Blythe and Ashington Labour gain. Finn said it looks like a hold to us on here.
Oh, it comes up as well. Oh, perfect.
And we've got a Labour swing of.
And look who's second again.
Wow.
Reform again.
Our second result of the night is another Reform second place rather than the Conservatives.
Wow.
I did predict we'd see about 100 of these. Might be looking like more.
That's and it's another pretty significant. Why have we got ranges? I'm confused. Oh, is that the swing?
That's the swing.
Yeah, that's the swing.
So it's a plus 1.9 for Labour.
So 49.6, and then we got 26.9 for Reform, and then 15%, nearly double for Reform again.
The Reform factor is starting to get very interesting.
It's really wow. Part 2 for Labour, as expected so far. I was mistaken, Labour hold. Yep. We've got the percentages in the
Most
chat
of the
as
ones that
well.
come up in the north will be Labour holds.
Wow.
The most interesting results will come in the south.
Turnout data. I didn't know we had turnout data. 53% in that constituency. That is wow.
That's bad.
That's really bad.
Huh.
That's terrible.
The reasons. So I laid out my reasons for turnout being lower or higher earlier. If it was lower, it would be because of dissatisfaction with both of the major choices. I pointed out before there's usually an exciting party in the election. 2019, that was Boris Johnson, incredibly personally popular. 2017, Jeremy Corbyn almost caught up to Theresa May. 2010, Clegmania. But with this election, I thought we'd have some Farage factor in terms of excitement to vote. And this party's done well, so we're going to wait for turnout for the whole country. But turnout is going to be interesting. I think maybe it balances out with the dissatisfaction with the main two choices. And then the excitement for Farage. I think we could see a very similar turnout to previous elections, if I'm honest.
Yeah, where? If you don't mind, let us know. Where do you find the turnout data?
We've got turnout. Thank you for telling us this. It's
Yeah,
really
thank
useful.
you. If you don't mind telling us, so I can get it up as well. So
And we've got in the constituency you mentioned before, only 50% turnout, which is even worse.
Wow, but where are we seeing this?
So the thing is, the thing is with these, you got to take that with a grain of salt. These are safe seats.
Yeah.
These people's votes are not going to change anything. These seats were always going to go to Labour. They were Labour before, even in the Boris Johnson landslide. They are Labour now. That was just out of the question completely, them changing party. So you got to consider voters are not going to be as motivated to vote because they don't think their vote will matter. But still, Reform have managed to win. What was that in the
Still double it was.
Blythe? We've got
26.9 compared to 15.2.
people are motivated to vote for Reform.
Oh wow, just the swing of Conservative minus 18%.
Minus 18% swing for Conservative.
Wow,
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
And we will look at the swing in Sunderland South. That was a plus 6.7% swing for Labour. That was a much better showing than in Blythe, where they had a plus 1.9. And Conservatives there, that is a minus 19 swing, even more significant. So we are looking at on average, a minus 18 swing for Conservatives overall. Of course, again, 2 results. This map behind me will be much more populated over the night, and I'll make sure to move out of the way when more constituencies come in.
Oh, you got the bad deal there. You constantly move out of the way. I feel like we're gonna start getting a stream coming in not too long. Just
a few. So the way it will shake out, we'll get another 18 or so before 2 a.m. and then they'll all start pouring in.
Yeah.
But for now, don't expect this map to explode into colour.
And that took 15 minutes for the second. So, but still, it's actually kind of nice.
We will get a steady stream.
Talk about each one.
Before
as soon
everything starts rolling.
As soon as we get an eruption, it's going to be very tough to. Will Farage win his seat? We think so.
That's pretty much guaranteed at this point with how Reform's done nationally.
It's not certain. It's definitely not 100%.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't.
I'd bet that he would. But you never know. You never know. I'm hoping for a Labour and Lib Dem coalition.
It's out of the question.
That won't happen. Labour have way too strong a majority.
The Conservatives look to have doubled Labour, Lib Dem seats.
Yeah,
anyway, Labour's in no need of a coalition. Maybe in a future, maybe you're referring to a future parliament. It's possible if Lib Dems cling on to this performance, they could have a
you never
major
know.
role to play in
If
Parliament.
Conservatives continue to, if they don't rebuild very well, then maybe, but not in this one. Definitely not in this one. Polling in that constituency, Blythe Ashton predicted Labour 57% and Reform. Wait, the polling predicted Conservative 8.6 and it got 15.2.
Wow. So a huge overperformance
Fair,
for
and
Conservative
Reform
in
23, and but also
Reform
again.
overperformance.
But more for Conservative, which is, I guess, the shy voters.
The
again,
exit
that's
poll,
as expected, really.
with these two results, again, 2 results out of 650, we are starting to see a Conservative and Reform overperformance, most notably, and a Labour underperformance, which obviously comes with the territory. But it won't change much. But for now, both of these 2 results point to Reform having the second most high amount of votes. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the results to come in before we get something more concrete.
Have we make sure I've moved that so we get that?
That's not related to what's
No, but so we just in case one pops up anytime soon.
We're not looking at getting any results particularly soon. We sort of have these couple come in, and then after midnight we should have that steady stream of about 18 remaining ones come in. I'll keep you updated.
How wrong was the 2019 exit poll? I've been asked, you know.
I can check.
Yeah, why don't you quickly double check that?
So, for reference, 2019 Conservatives won 365 seats, I believe. That has since reduced because of scandals.
It was 365. Yeah. Same amount of days of the year. I don't know why I remember that. Could you see, actually, that's meant to say, could you see Reform winning by elections through the next couple of years?
Definitely.
Yeah. I think that's very possible. I think that's probably how they'll get their seats if they get any more, is by elections. Sort of off topic. Sorry.
Just referring to the exit poll accuracy in 2019. It forecasted 368 seats for the Conservatives. That's a margin of error of 3 seats.
Okay.
So not much wiggle room at all.
Sort of off topic. What's your YouTube channel for? They only stumbled across it as it was looking for live commentary.
Oh well, thank you. So I only started this 2 weeks ago. I've been incredibly grateful for the response. It's been mainly me, but Harry will have a larger part to play in the future.
Yeah.
If you read our channel description, it's basically trying to make politics more entertaining for young people, because obviously, you know, on BBC you see these clean-cut politicians just sort of, you know, presenting to you these mistruths and, you know, snap premises. But
one of if I do say one of the original reasons, and even when this was thought of us, you know, and you doing it, was we liked and you liked watching political commentary on YouTube, but there wasn't much for the UK, and there definitely wasn't much from the UK from young people,
or that was attempting to be
or attempting to, you know, to be unbiased for young people. And you know, you in particular, you really thought it's something that
it's a gap in the market.
Yeah, we want it.
That's the intention.
We want it. We would both watch it.
I make what I want to see.
Yeah, we would both want to see this, and for that reason, this is why it's happening. So we hope, you know, we're right to some extent.
I think there are other people that want to see that as well. So
I mean, you guys being here, maybe, I mean, if you don't mind, what is the age group that's watching right now? Are you similar to us? You know, are you younger or are you older? I don't really know. But we're guessing that you're on the younger end, but we might be wrong. Yeah. Right. That's the issue I find. I can't watch most of them except the debates, as I find them so biased. Exactly what we think. And of course,
there will be an element of bias. I've seen loads of comments suggesting that I'm persuaded a certain way. A lot of them wrong. But I try to stay in the middle. I think I've been relatively successful at that so far. Yeah. I've only been at this 2 weeks, so it's a learning experience for me. But I'm trying my best, and I hope you stay with me for a while to see if I can meet that lofty goal. But I'm trying. I'll try to.
Just some ages. We've got a lot of young people, and then the oldest age. I mean, 34 is still that's young. That's young comparatively to the nation.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's exactly what we thought, really. To have 34 as the highest age in the chat is kind of as expected, isn't it? Really. That's we think, how's it go? There's 7 age groups? 34 is not halfway, is it? That's on the lower
end. And thank you, Jim, for that comment. That's kind of what we're trying to do here. because all streams, whether it's even BBC who has to be impartial, they're still going to have politicians on there that are trying to persuade you a certain way, saying, "Oh, we've outperformed expectations." They're never going to say we've done poorly. We're trying to assess this from a electoral standpoint rather than a political standpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're comparing polls to results, seeing Reformers overperformed, Conservatives have overperformed, Labour have underperformed, and just trying to pick out the interesting details there that you might otherwise miss from some of the main coverage.
And we do both try to be in both, obviously this, but in our personal like opinions, we do try to be quite open with it. I like to think we are both quite open and quite like generally, especially I genuinely believe that I'm quite unbiased and I'm willing to listen to everyone. You know, I think it's very important to hear everyone's opinions, and I think, you know, this is a perfect place for everyone to kind of talk about it. It's why we were saying earlier to please, you know, try to talk with as much respect as you can, because everyone here has their opinions, but there's no reason to argue. There's, you know, to debate over things.
And there we go. Stephen Russell, BBC haven't been impartial for many years. I've certainly had that sentiment as well.
We
thank you for subscribing.
That. Yeah, we have. I mean, that is a. Yeah, that's the there's a debate behind that, definitely. What happened to SNP in Scotland?
Decimated.
Very bad. Very, very bad.
Massive underperformance. The target for them was to get a majority of seats in Scotland. They have not done that. They haven't even come
according
close.
to the exit poll. Once again, it's not for definite.
Rather accurate.
But it's likely going to be true.
And the point, I mentioned this before, the intention of the SNP, just their raw intention, what they wanted out of this election, not just that majority, but they said that if they received that majority, this would be a mandate for independence. Of course, they had the referendum in the past, they lost it. But this was the be-all and end-all for independence. Of course, they're never going to admit that independence is dead, but we seem to acknowledge, and I've seen people in the chat acknowledge, for the time being, for the foreseeable future, with this massive Labour supermajority, independence is dead.
Yeah. Did we vote? We both voted.
Yep.
We're not going to say what party.
As I said in my video today, you're more than welcome to speculate, and people have done so. But I won't be sharing.
I think we can say that we voted differently.
We did vote for different parties.
We voted differently, and I think that's
and we've
very
discussed
good.
this at length.
And we've discussed why, everything. On here we won't say why, but we have voted differently, which we think is actually even better for this. You got a little bit of a range of opinion.
But I'm trying my best not to insert personal opinion.
Yeah, and me too.
If you catch us slipping up, let us know. We'll try to correct. But sometimes I think I overcorrect.
And
So don't read too much into what we're saying.
Yeah. And also we are sometimes conflicting opinions really help to understand the other the opposing view. You know, it does help. So yeah, we got it differently. So that's all you can know.
Yeah.
Do exit poll include early voting? Many early voters went to Conservatives this year. Yeah. Do you mean postal votes?
Yeah, if it was postal votes, I guess it's difficult to exit poll people with postal votes. That's a very interesting point, because I'd be interested to find out whether that's the case or not.
Though, is it? That's not.
You'd be surprised. It used to be a very tiny proportion of people who voted postally. It's quite big now.
Wait, do you know?
I can get it up. It's either, it might have been even looking at 20%.
What?
I think it increased massively.
That is a very fair enough. Where are we from? We're from England, the UK.
Won't be too specific, but
obviously
you can probably pick up from the accents.
Yeah, I mean, you can guess. Yeah, if you're from the UK, you can guess what part of the UK we're from, but we won't say specifically for obvious reasons. If I'm not from the UK, I'm not from the UK, but if I were to vote, I would vote Lib Dem. So that, I mean, I don't. Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, it probably would depend on your constituency as to whether or not you would actually vote, because of tactical voting, which is, it's definitely can be considered a big problem. As even if you do fully agree with the Lib Dems, if you live in an area and you don't like the Conservatives, then you would have to vote for Labour, very potentially to get them out. So as much as you might want to vote for Lib Dem if you lived here, it's not as easy as that. And that's definitely something that, you know, we've had to consider in our votes. Is that in our constituencies, it's not as simple as picking your favourite party, which is
right.
It's a little bit, it's a little bit.
I actually can't find this data on how many people postal vote, but I know the fact I know is it has skyrocketed recently, and there were actually a lot of problems this election in terms of getting postal votes out to people. So
I saw that
could be
they
a
were
problem.
delayed, weren't they? But I think they sorted it out, didn't they?
I
they
think
did.
so. It was a problem in Kemi Badenoch's seat in particular, so that'd
Right.
be interesting to see how that affects it. Probably not much.
Do you think there'll be a referendum on the monarchy by the end of the decade? Because Starmer's a Republican after
So
all.
Starmer's core convictions are left wing. I agree with you that he's probably not in favour of the monarchy on a deeply personal level.
But no.
He's based on how he's posited himself. He's not trying to be on the radical left.
Yeah. I don't
He's
think enough.
trying to occupy the centre ground. I don't think it would have much support anyway. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how a referendum on abolishing the monarchy would
Well,
succeed.
and what the thing is that by doing that, right now with the monarchy how it is, I don't think he loses any seats by not pushing for the monarchy to be abolished.
It's just not on
I
the
don't think
table.
he
Of issues
I don't think
that
he
matter.
loses anything.
There are too
if
many
he pushes
issues,
for
yeah.
it, I think he loses some.
Right.
And that's from his point of view. He's not going to do that.
There are
He's
way
not
too
gonna
many
do that.
issues on the
It's
table
just-
at this election that
He just
take
risks
precedent.
losing support, and he's not going to do that.
Oh, it looks like we've
So-
got some
so
new
no.
data above your head. I'm going to check that on
Oh.
my.
Oh wow, it's a massive bar chart. Let's have a
Yeah.
look. Is that? That looks like it might be eight. Is that age maybe, or is that?
Very possibly
There's a
some
lot
sort of
lot
demographic.
sections. What we got? I'll keep reading comments.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever rejoin the European Union again?
I don't think so.
I'd say it's unlikely.
Labour has shown no intention
Yeah.
of. Well, Keir Starmer at least. There are a lot of voices in the Labour Party itself that would encourage us rejoining the European Union. But and even Keir Starmer himself, his core convictions, as I said before, are rather left wing, as you saw with his run for the Labour leadership. So on a personal level, I think he would view it as advantageous to rejoin the EU. But again, there'd have to be a second referendum.
It'd
I
be a
think that
lot of
referendum
effort,
would
wouldn't it?
succeed, but then you've got the matter of going back on the results of the first referendum.
yeah.
I think it's an issue he doesn't want to get into. That's why we've seen him try to avoid the issue entirely on the campaign trail.
I think in the future of the nation and the country, I think it's possible.
Depends what
Do I
position
think
the EU is in.
Well, exactly. So it depends on the position of the EU, and I also don't think it'll be this before the next election.
No.
I think if it does happen, it'll be different government, different everything, and the EU position will have changed. So if the EU does really well, we do a little bit bad, then yeah, you never know. But right now, no.
Okay, so that bar chart behind your head
Is
comparing the size of majorities. So that one at the top, that very big bar at the top, not quite as big as the one in
Somewhere up
1997, an 170 seat majority for Labour. That is what the exit poll is predicting. Again, we've just got those two results behind me. But that is very much bigger than the 2019 majority of Boris Johnson, which was 81. And of course, infinitely bigger than Theresa May's non-existent majority.
yeah.
It sits kind of in between 2001 and 1997, so a pretty solid Blair level result for Keir Starmer, which is impressive given his lacking charisma compared to Blair.
Yeah, just an interesting thing from Stephen here. They go to a business networking event every 2 weeks, and most people there were doing postal votes, but they weren't the older demographic.
Yeah, it's gotten massive recently, particularly the last few elections. It was never really too much of a thing
Yeah.
before, but no, it's been a big thing this time. That's why the postal vote delays were such an important issue.
Yeah. Labour will do almost as good as in 1997. That's what the exit poll says.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. They could slightly beat it. They would likely do slightly worse. But it won't be much different.
No.
Did you know the Lib Dems still? Sorry, it's cut off a little bit in the corner there. Still has MEP. What's MEP mean?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Just let us know.
Yeah,
But,
if you can elaborate on what you just said there, Jansen.
I'm sure we're being stupid. It's late. We've
We're
got
probably
another
being
few
dumb.
hours to go.
We've had a long day already, and we've got another 4 hours. So, but we're here. We're
We
here.
hope some of you stick around, but we completely understand if you've got to get a good night's sleep.
There's a surprisingly few people.
Yeah, thank you for sticking
midnight
around so
already.
far. I'm recognising loads of names that we had in here
Yeah,
earlier.
we was expecting a drop off after the exit poll, but to be here at midnight, yeah, well done, people.
I'm impressed by you all. We're going to try to do the same, so if you're willing to stay up with us, we'd appreciate the company.
Yeah, it'd be great. The more people commenting, it makes it so much better for us. We've been able to talk for what? 2
That's
hours
it. That's
straight,
it.
3
Member
hours
of
straight,
European
yeah?
Parliament knew something was
Oh, yeah.
Thank you
so
for the
did you know that
clarification.
them still have a member of European Parliament is an Italian? Like,
in there. I did not know that.
No.
I did not know that, actually. Wow. That's an interesting anecdote. Thank you for telling us. I had no idea.
No clue whatsoever. Right.
Still waiting for another result. It's been a while
Nothing.
since
It's
we
been-
got that Blythe result.
How long has it been? It must have been a good, well, at least a good 10 minutes. Good 10, 15 minutes.
12 o'clock is when all the 18 that we have or so remaining before 2 should start coming in. So we should have more data to talk about before. But for now, as we're not really doing too much, not on the cusp of any major results, please do ask us any questions you like. Don't even have to be specifically related to what's going on right now. Politics in general, we could veer off into US politics as we did earlier. I probably
21
spoke a bit
minutes
too
ago
much
it
on
was.
that. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could mention some US stuff while we wait if you
Yeah.
want. Yeah.
If any of you are
Any
interested in
US questions? Go now before the next one comes up, because as soon as the next one comes up, we're going straight back to UK.
Right, yeah.
So,
of course,
any
or
US political questions?
this is the biggest year for elections
Yeah.
in history. Of course, we've got the French election, surprise French election going on right now.
Yeah.
So
And-
anything on that is interesting.
And also in terms of bias, we like we said, we try to be less biased, but in terms of bias for the US, we really should be a little bit less biased because we're not even from there.
The question, is Biden Jova? That's that's a great question.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Biden could be Jova. It could be time for Harris to jump in. It might be all Jova for Biden, but we shall see. I don't want to talk about this for too long.
We can talk for maybe 5 minutes.
But
yeah,
interestingly, if you've seen the betting
time,
markets on Real Clear Politics, is a website I go to for betting markets. Harris has overtaken Biden for the chance to be the next president on the betting markets. Of course, it's
we
not
said
polling
this
or
earlier.
anything.
Yeah, well, we
I just
spoke about this
find that crazy.
It is crazy. It's
So-
very crazy.
The top 2 contenders for president right now, according to people betting, is Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But Joe Biden is the presumptive nominee. That's how catastrophic that debate performance has been for him. The party's just imploded. When I was watching it, I thought it was bad for him, but this was the Biden we've come to know, and
Yeah.
some people love. But
Yeah.
kind of, if you follow politics as closely as we do, as I'm sure you do,
Yeah.
you've kind of come to expect this from Biden. But the debate was a time for the whole country to sort of see how Biden has, cognitively declined
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
So I think it was kind of that realization that, and it's
Yeah.
hurt him in the polls. It's really hurt.
It has.
It's been about a 3-point shift, which is in these marginal seats in such a close election could be the decider.
Do we reckon Trump will win the election? I think we
Very
both
likely.
agree that he will. How much by? We were actually talking about this earlier before stream. Really, like directly looking at the points, weren't we? And I think what did you say? By about was it about 10?
So if Biden wins, it will be because he clings onto the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And that would give him 270 votes largely if you put all the safe seats, states in correctly, and that's kind of Biden's one chance unless something considerable happens. All the other outcomes are Trump victories. He can pick up basically any of the seats that are on the table and win.
Yeah.
So he's pretty safe in Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. So he only has to pick up one of these big seats and he's done. And it looks likely, as the polls start to react after the debate, it looks even more likely for him.
I got a couple French election
Oh,
comments.
okay.
So how's your knowledge about the French one?
Not too much, but
Mine's.
I'd love to hear what you guys
I
think.
very briefly after the result recently, or the what's been going on with it, and the what's the far right one called?
National Front.
Yeah, that's the one that's been doing very well.
National
isn't
Front
it?
is almost guaranteed to come first in terms of the French
Yeah.
election, but whether they'll be able to form a majority, interestingly, left-wing candidates have started to pull out to try to help non-far right candidates, basically.
Oh, wow.
So that could prevent them from getting a majority. It was already going to be a tall order for them to get a majority.
I've heard a lot of
It looks
concern.
less likely now.
If I'm honest, I've had a lot of concern about the National Front. A lot of
Interesting.
not worry
Their-
from more neutral voters.
Yeah, their social policy is quite far right, as all the media organisations have labelled them. But
Yeah.
their economic policy is actually rather left wing, maybe a bit centre. But it's mainly the social stuff that has seen outrage, and that this big gamble by Macron really seems to have backfired.
Right. What is this? This prediction or that's their own prediction. So
Yeah. So
what
I
system do they
believe
use over there?
it's not first past the
'Cause I
post.
know it's definitely not first
No.
past the post, but
They use a somewhat proportional system.
yeah.
I'm not too versed in French politics, but I have been following this election just because of how catastrophic it's been
Yeah,
for
this
Macron.
is the first French election I've actually followed.
Yeah,
To
I
some
followed the
extent.
presidential ones before, but I don't really pay attention to parliament ones. But
Yeah.
this one has been interesting.
No, no, this non.
No, this
Right.
is a general election question. But
But
if the UK is
so equal, then why is English
only
the
recognised as the official language?
Because that makes no sense to me. England's the biggest country, and that's the reason. It's not. I would say it's not so equal. If I'm honest, I don't think it is so equal. I think England has the power. I think the MPs are mainly English, and I think that because of that, England's represented more in the Parliament.
It's not
And for that
unprecedented
reason-
for other countries to have multiple languages, though, even because of immigration. I think I'm not sure if it's official that the US has Spanish as another language, but they do. But the political parties, do their State of the Union responses in Spanish. They have like a separate politician deliver them in Spanish. So there's sort of precedent for multiple, but this wouldn't be because of immigration. It's probably because of regional dialects. But it's not a topic I'm well versed in, but it's really interesting. So feel free to let us know because the US has no official language. There we go then. So that's why.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's exactly why.
But yeah, here, I mean, for me, I'd say it's probably historic ties for England. England's just the biggest one, really. Talking about what's that?
Yeah, the Celtic languages.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just 'cause it's the biggest one. I mean, that's got to be the reason, isn't it? That's got to be it. It's just.
Yeah, and I guess it's more regional. But it's an interesting point. I did not. I guess it's all historic, but
I think Wales is the country in the UK that really use their native language.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. I went to Wales before, and they did use it quite a lot. Actually, there was a few people that only spoke Welsh as well. They seem a little bit more. Is it Wales that have their radio has to? Is it Wales or I know a country has. Oh no! Sorry, I think it's France. Actually, of all places.
Oh really?
They have to have a certain amount of songs played in French to keep their.
I think that's Canada actually.
I think it might probably
yeah, because that's a dual
it's
language
probably
country, isn't it?
It's probably
Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point actually. Canada has a left-wing government at the moment. I'm sorry to veer so far away from UK politics, but
Still
we're waiting for a few more results.
What is that? Something's just popped up by me.
You want to check that? But in Canada, their government, Canadian politics is something I've been following recently as well. In Canada, they have a left-wing government, obviously led by Trudeau, but they still are quite nationalistic in protecting their culture, of course, with the language requirement, but also Bloc Québécois. And I'm sorry to go on a tangent again, but it really interests me. Canadian politics as of recent, of course, we're seeing sort of the exact opposite to what we're seeing here with the Conservative Party of Canada, that we've been seeing a lot of comparisons to because of the suspected reform conservative merger that could actually happen depending on how this election goes for the two of them. But the same thing kind of happened with their Conservative Party, and now we're getting a more right-wing Conservative Party of Canada led by Pierre Poilievre, and he's looking to secure a massive majority, obviously drastically different to the result here. But this year, with all the elections, it's been bad for incumbents, really bad for incumbents. Rishi Sunak and his Conservative Party just lost. Biden's set to do even worse than projected. France as well. What's that?
Swing back, straight staying on UK politics. The exit poll has predicted, the SNP has done badly.
Right.
Big names, including Stephen Flynn, would lose their seats.
Really? Stephen Flynn losing his seat.
Yep, and
Westminster leader.
Joanna Sherry, who I'm not too sure who that is.
No, I'm not too familiar with
Stephen
her. But
Flynn, that is a known name to me, and he would be losing his seat.
Wow.
Yeah, which is that's a big deal.
Wow. He was kind of tipped as a leadership prospect for them when what's his name, Hamza Youssef, resigned, but he chose not to run, and that's actually really interesting. That's a Portillo moment. I didn't expect many Portillo moments from the SNP, but there's one.
Yeah.
Of course, exit poll, don't know yet, but that's very interesting.
Reform UK has cut through, initial results suggest.
Sounds like it, yeah.
So I'm just saying what we've already said, really. Nothing too new there.
Yeah. So going back to US politics, as we still wait for more results. It's
It's now past midnight. And
yeah, they
still
should.
nothing else.
Any second,
Can't be
hopefully
long.
we'll get some more. Hopefully 18 or so more before
Come on.
2 a.m. But we've got a question there going back to US politics, which I'm always happy to talk about. Who do you think will win the House and Senate? The Republicans already have the House, of course, by the slimmest of majorities, but and that was quite a disappointing performance for them in the midterms. So I think they'll hold on to the House. Senate is a bit tighter. They've got a favorable.
Oh, we
got
got
a
something.
result.
We got something. Let's let me check out my phone
Move
instead.
out the way.
Yeah, you're right. Look, you get out of the way, and I'm gonna reveal it to you slowly. You can do a little prediction if you like.
All right.
See how you do again. Right, let me get this up. What is it on the Guardian yet? Because that's the one that seems to do it very nicely. It's
So
not.
another northern seat. Could we get a similar swing for Labour and Conservatives, and
So-
of course a high reform vote? Let's see.
Are you ready?
Post your predictions in the chat as well. Whether reform has gotten another second place, that'll be their third in a row.
If it all. Oh no, why is it not coming up?
Sunderland, yeah, Sunderland is usually the first to come in. This time they were third.
Right. If it will actually come up on my phone. Why is it not coming up? Oh no. How do you get to this exact map? This one here. Let me go to.
Was it on Politico?
That's what I thought it was on, but
No, it's on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
So this map we're using is Bloomberg. It's telling us the I won't go on it yet, but reform will be second. What's that? 26% for reform. In the seat. Well,
Here we go. Wait, it's not.
55% turnout. Turnout is really low.
It's not come up.
Do you have
on my
the
phone.
Okay, we can check it on here in a second. But to give you the full results for this third result of the election, now they should start pouring in.
It's here. It's here. I've got
Okay.
it. I've got it. Right. So we have Sunderland Central. Is that the one?
Sunderland.
That's the new one. We're waiting
Sunderland
for,
Central. Yeah,
waiting
waiting for full results.
Haven't got
But we
it
do
yet.
have here by Finn. Finn's always on top of it. He's always got the
I've
results.
got it. I've got it. I've got it. Here we go. So, have you seen? Have you seen the numbers?
I saw a bit for reform, 26%.
20. Oh, I've got 27% here.
Okay, close enough.
Oh wait, yeah. So 27%. We have
That will
Reform
put them in second, right?
Conservative
must do.
14%, and nearly double Conservative.
What about the
And then
Spring? Oh, we've
Labour
got them on here now.
42. Oh, here we go. Labour 42.
A
Reform
Conservative
27,
swing of minus 21%. That's the worst we've seen so
That's
far.
just directly fed it to Reform there. That's crazy.
Right.
And then, is that a Labour swing?
Oh, it was a guess from Finn. He was basically bang on.
No way!
Well done.
Well done, well done. I thought we like it was a rounding error. How have you guessed
Yeah,
that? That's
I'm
really
impressed.
good. Fair enough.
Is that the highest reform percentage so far? It very well could be.
No,
not quite.
No, it wasn't. Definitely not. We had the 29 was the highest.
Higher than in Blythe,
29.2.
though.
That's
That's
still,
another great
is
result
that
for reform.
free? That's free over a quarter of the votes to Reform.
And second places, all of them.
But that's a huge deal. I mean, if we're looking at the average, that's over 25% average vote for Reform.
The biggest question still, I've said this throughout the night, will reform get more votes than the Conservatives overall? That is the question. Now we know Labour's gotten a supermajority for all intents and purposes. What do you guys think? We've been talking about this throughout the night. Do you think reform will get, just based on this overperformance we've seen in these 3 data points and the exit poll, who do you think comes second? Not in terms of seats, but in terms of overall votes.
Is Labour like the US Democrats Party? It's the
More left wing.
it's the best
Well, I
comparison.
don't know anymore.
It's the best comparison you can give it. It's not the same, is it? It's not the same.
Much more left wing.
Yeah.
Historically, maybe now less so because the Democrat Party is probably shifting left under Biden
And
or
Labour's
whoever's
probably
pulling his strings.
been shifting right under
Yeah.
Starmer.
So probably the closest
near
point
it.
of comparison in a while.
But they're different. But it's the closest comparison you can have. Yeah, definitely.
In terms of them
closest
being the
one.
major left wing party.
Yeah, they're the major left one. Lucky to be in the US. It's only 7 p.m. Well, lucky you. It is past midnight for
Yeah,
us.
I wish.
Where 5 hours for? Where is that? Must be
On the East
that
Coast.
must be east. That might be. Are you near DC?
Yeah.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, fill us in on whatever you think about US politics. We're happy to discuss while not really much is going
Well,
on
yeah,
behind it.
we're in between seats. We'll discuss US. When there's seat information, we'll stick to UK because that is the purpose of the stream.
If Reform get more votes, they'll know they need major change. If you're talking about the Conservative Party, yeah, that's That's basically it.
Don't think they will, but I hope they do, just to force Conservatives to actually change rather than recycling the same thing and slapping my coat.
That is what I've been thinking. I think it might. Of course, it's up to them, but I think it could force them to look to Farage, which has sort of been treated as a conspiracy theory by Farage himself. He'd rather not join the Conservative Party, at least not in its current state. It's been kind of the message from him.
Yeah, no, I do genuinely believe that they come back to the next election a different party. Like they were the same, obviously the same party.
It's gonna happen. Well, you never know.
I think they'll be different.
A merger could change the party.
Well, yeah, true, but I don't see the same type of anything. I imagine next election
they're gonna go back to the drawing board.
They're different people. It's gonna just completely. You wouldn't recognise them anymore. Like they're not the same. What we got? If
they'll have to, yeah.
Yeah. Who is less popular in their own country, Sunak or Macron?
Oh, in terms of approval, they're both pretty down in the dumps. But if I recall correctly, I could get the data up. But President Macron's approval has been trending downwards. I think it might be he might be 30 points underwater, but Sunak is probably I think you're making a good comparison there. I think they're very similar in terms of popularity.
Polling in London South predicted 49. Oh, do you want to get up what it actually was? So
yeah, sure.
Compare this. So polling for Labour was polls have been higher for Labour every time so far. So that is definitely important to recognise.
Labour underperformance of maybe 2 to 3 points
lower thereabouts. Reform up 5. That's a big. That's
We're looking about 4 points on average over performance.
That's 25% more people than what they thought they had. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And then Conservative, barely anything. About 8% thereabouts.
Over performance or
over performance. Yeah.
Okay.
But only about 1% that time, which is minuscule. But the Reform there, 6 difference. There must be more Shire reformers than we expected.
Yeah.
There's definitely more than we didn't expect there to be that much Shire reform, but there clearly is.
I think my predictions so far have been pretty good apart from Reform. That's the only thing I've been kind of surprised by.
Because these are safer Labour seats, the Reform, like Shire Reform voters are more likely because they're surrounded by Labour voters. That's potentially more of a reason.
In Sunderland South, the Reform plus Conservative vote is just shy of Labour. And is that the case then? That is also the case in Sunderland Central and Blythe and Ashington. So these constituencies were never going to go to Conservative anyway, but it shows a big chunk of these voters are voting for right-wing parties. Maybe not as much as Labour, but the Conservatives were never going to win these seats in the first place. They're not even part of the red wall that they were targeting last time around. So it's quite intriguing to say the least.
Just going to check the BBC. I've seen this change up there again. What's this? Senate Tory leader attacks timing of election. Welsh Conservative.
Oh no.
Senate leader Andrew R.T. Davies tells BBC Wales he's angry at Rishi Sunak's decision to hold a general election in July. I have no words that can describe my frustration at some points of the campaign. No one really understood why we were sitting here tonight instead of the autumn, which he suggests would have given the Tories the best possible chance.
I think this is kind of the first indication of the party imploding.
Yep, they're not happy with each other.
They were willing to keep silent until the election, hoping something would change, because obviously they don't want to be seen as infighting and everything like that. Having a divided party, that's one of the worst things to do. That's hurt Labour in the past. But the Conservatives this time, they've made a concerted effort to sort of look like they're holding things together. They haven't done too badly on that front. Now, the dam is just broken. Voting is done. They have suffered a crushing defeat. Maybe not as bad as they were expecting, but still, the knives are out for Rishi Sunak.
Just a little bit of information for you. Analysis from Henry Zeffman, if you've heard of him. Tories turn on Sunak's inner circle. Shortly before polls closed, Sunak announced a string of honours for former cabinet ministers such as Theresa May, Chris Grayling. He also gave a peerage to Liam Booth-Smith, his chief of staff, and a knighthood to Oliver Dowden, his deputy prime minister. Huh. That, to me, sounds like someone using their power for the last time. Knowing that
usually outgoing prime ministers do that.
When they're already out. He's not gone yet, and he's doing that already. There is a widespread disgust at the reward for abject failure and Rishi's disillusion list. Sir Oliver Dowden push for an early election has been the worst DPM in living memory,
Did he? Wow.
demonstrating terrible political judgment. Lord Booth Smith is the architect of Sunak's project and connived to bring down the biggest election-winning Tory PM in a generation. Sunak's pledge to bring integrity back to politics when he entered Downing Street has proven to be a total lie. This is an utter disgrace. This gives you a flavour of the recriminations which are beginning right now. So these are all Conservative quotes. Senior Conservative source. So they're not happy.
The knives are out.
They're not happy
This
at
is
all.
beginning of the end for Sunak.
Yeah.
If he's not gone by tomorrow morning, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know how he can attempt to cling on.
Yeah.
He's always sort of been a winner his life. He's never really had to face defeat other than his first leadership loss. But I think it's going to be a learning moment for him, and I think he's going to cry himself to sleep tonight.
What are our political beliefs? We said this earlier. We won't be saying outright our beliefs, but all we will say is that we voted differently in this election, so we can give a little bit of a different point of view. Hopefully,
But hopefully, we're going to try.
Unbiased.
Of course, you might hear cracks. I might overcorrect for myself, but we're trying to deliver sort of something relatively unbiased because, of course, on the BBC, for example, they've got political pundits on there who have their own motivations. We're trying to just deliver the facts with some analysis on turnout, on swing and stuff like that. That's the only opinion we'll be giving on sort of the electoral politics side of it, rather than policy, but you're more than welcome to discuss in the chat and we'd be happy to read everything about that.
The graphic you made for the community page has proven to be quite accurate. Has it? Is it found accurate?
Oh really? What, the one in the thumbnail as well?
Let me have a look. I didn't think it was the most accurate. Maybe I was. Oh, I put my phone down. Oh no, it's gone.
That wasn't really a
I wasn't meant to be.
No,
he wasn't expecting
it
to be right. Yeah, I mean, let me check. Let's see what it is, and we'll compare.
I didn't think it was. I thought
it was quite wrong, if I'm honest. But let me have a look.
It's just kind of like a graphic for the thing.
Yeah.
But, oh, what? Just Rishi crying, maybe. I guess if you're referring to that, then yeah, sure.
Oh, for the computer. Oh, this one.
That's the same one, but
yeah. They just mean the. I mean. Crying Rishi Sunak,
yeah. With the grin on Farage's face.
I mean,
yeah.
You're not wrong somehow. How have you managed to get that
someone
right?
did suggest putting in a live stream poll. That would be interesting.
Let's do it.
I'd love. Oh, we've just got another result coming.
Oh,
Is this a gain?
Who is it?
Gained
Swindon
by
South.
Labour.
Gain.
As a gain from the Conservatives, I expect.
Oh, that's we're out of England as well. Are we?
Out than
Oh no,
no,
we're
out of the northeast.
Still in England.
Our first result from outside of the northeast.
Is it? Yeah.
Labour and the Lib Dems are looking to gain a lot here. It'll be interesting to see the full results.
Can we, if you tap to see, will it come up?
Yeah. I'd love to do a poll, but what
do
questions would you like me to ask? Who did you vote for? I already did one of those in the community tab.
But we can see who.
But the people in the live stream.
Yeah, do it.
Sure.
You can also do an age one. That would be good. We already asked people, but we can do age.
Yeah.
Might get some more.
You can just attempt to entertain the lovely people of the chat while I set up
What I'll
poll.
do is I'll try to find us some specific data points on this seat.
Yeah, they should be coming in soon for Swindon North.
I thought it was South.
Swindon South. Yes. Swindon North will come in later.
Swindon South. Right. Is it going to come up?
All right, I'm just setting up the poll right now. Last time I sort of moved off the screen, everyone left the stream, so please bear with me as I set this up. Please do your best.
We're still here. Hello. I am trying to find data and it isn't loading. It's still not available.
Yeah, maybe just.
I'm just going to talk.
Check out the.
I'll check
chat.
the chat.
Yeah.
What we got? I love how every polling station seems to be in a gymnasium. Oh, really? Mine was in a village hall.
So was mine.
Yeah. Ours is a little bit. Maybe it must be where you live.
Yeah.
How influential is media over there? Across the pond, only about 30% is swayed by media.
I don't think it has much of an effect anymore.
Yeah,
maybe more so in the past.
We studied a little bit about it actually, and so people always think that newspapers are influential because they are not. They're not regulated here, the newspapers. However, looking at the data, people tend to read the paper that they vote for.
And sort of
and the
try
ones
to
that
be in an
don't,
echo chamber.
the ones that don't, it doesn't change their opinion much.
No.
But most people before and after reading don't change their opinion. It's just to either gain knowledge or to back up what they already believe.
Maybe more generally,
Um,
what topics sort of are covered by the media also matters.
Yeah.
Maybe just in terms of which issues are deemed more important
Yeah.
by the media, which get more airtime.
And also our TV is regulated here. So-
The Daily Snail just commented, "What are your opinions of political parties making TikToks?" Interestingly, a couple of days ago, I put up a video called reviewing the Conservative Party's memes, many of which were TikToks.
And
They weren't great.
they're often rubbish, is what we
Yeah.
think. But what do you guys think? Oh, I've got the data.
Okay.
It's come through. A
I'll
little
have
bit
a
different.
guess.
A little bit different.
I doubt Reformers place second here. Could be a Lib Dem second. I'm gonna go to Lib Dem second, Conservative third for the seat.
Okay. You're very wrong.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not very. You're
Reform
one
in second.
wrong. No, but
Okay.
Lib Dem nowhere near second.
Really?
Yeah. So we
They were
have
looking to make gains around
we have Independent with 1%. We have Liberal Democrats in fifth.
that.
with
Wow.
4%.
What Greens?
Green beat them with
Okay.
5.7.
Wow.
Then Reform 13.8. Then Conservative with 27 with a -24 swing.
Wow, that's the biggest
They
swing
lost
yet.
half. And then Labour with only an 8 swing up to 48%. So
Okay.
yeah,
If anyone in the chat has the polling from there, I know you guys have been on it with that tonight.
yeah.
And just before we get the next results
Oh,
coming in,
they've already done it. Finn has already
you
done
are
it.
amazing.
Labour 53.5. So that is wow. So 5% lower than the polls. Conservative 22.6,
Bit
which was
above,
5%
right.
higher than the polls.
And
That
Reform
means.
have done a bit
And Reform
worse. Slightly worse. That goes against the trend.
So no, that is unexpected. You have reached 400 subs. Oh, wow.
Really? Thank you.
Wait, you were on 500?
I had no idea.
You were on like 330, 340,
Yeah.
weren't you?
Thank you so much.
Oh, we're getting a few. Nice.
It's been a pleasure talking to you all. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Yeah, thank
Even
you.
though it's increasingly getting late, I don't expect to keep you up.
Sorry, Skibbity star my thumbnail.
Yep, that was it. That was the TikTok video.
That
I'm
is
glad
the
everyone
one.
enjoyed that. I apologise for the clickbait. It was too funny to leave out.
We thought that was funny. Yeah. 401 subs. Oh,
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Right, do you want to send this poll out? Who did you
Yes.
vote for?
So, unfortunately, just to make it clear, I can only put 4 options on this poll. So I
Yes.
put them in order of poll position nationally. So I'm sorry if you're a Green voter or any other smaller party.
Yeah. Is
Just
there-
let us know in the chat.
Or do we make it instead of Lib Dems do other?
They're sort of all the parties polling at above 10%. So I think please let us know if you voted any other
if you
party.
if you voted a different party, don't vote in the poll.
I wish there were more options.
If you can,
but, yeah.
if you,
We'll let you know what the
or
results
choose your
are.
second. Actually, yeah, we'll see.
Right, we've sent it out.
Hopefully, you'll vote for one of these 4 because most people did.
That
if
should
you're
cover
one of-
most voters,
you're one
but
of,
I
you know,
apologise.
If you live in
not.
Brighton, sorry, that's probably harmed you a
Yeah.
little bit. Oh, we already got. We've already got some
Reform at
Reform votes.
57%.
Oh, 50. It's dropping. Can we get the full? That's changing quick. We got Reform and Labour tied. No Conservative votes so
Sounds
far.
about right.
That sounds very right.
Especially with the age
Reform,
demographic here.
Reform is going up.
Reform, wow.
Wow, that's unexpected. Oh, Labour. So we were expecting mainly Labour. But it's looking like mainly Reform, which is wow. We got 12 votes already. Wow, nice. We'll keep this up for a little bit actually. Keep it up.
I'll leave it
end
up for a while. So
We'll keep it
yeah.
up for 10 minutes something. Then end it at the end.
And then if you had any other
And we'll
ideas
send
for
another
polls
one.
that you'd like to
Yeah.
gauge the reaction to, just let us know. I'll try to put up a poll.
Zero Conservative.
0 Conservative still. Only
That's
13 votes.
definitely an age demographic thing.
Yeah.
We were definitely right with that. And it also shows that there's a dislike. There's a
Yeah.
dislike. I mean, to have all of you here clearly interested in politics and not a single one vote Conservative or at least admit to it is a big deal. Yeah.
But if you'd like us to run any other polls, just let me know. I'd be happy to put some up.
Yeah. Feel like Reform will be like the British version of the AFD.
Oh, the German right-wing party.
Oh.
Because of the voting system, I think that's what you're referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the AFD is they made obviously massive gains in the parliamentary elections, the European parliamentary elections, but yeah, that's alternative for Germany. That's the name of the party. But yeah, they're probably in a better position than Reform at the moment, just because of the voting system. They'll be in a better position to govern. We're not even talking about a Reform government. An AFD government is actually possible over there.
Did we vote in the same constituency or different ones?
Yep.
Didn't we? It's just, well, we live quite near, but just because of where the borders are, different constituencies.
Yeah.
So yeah, we
don't affect each other's
don't affect
results,
each other's
which is
vote,
nice.
even though we voted differently. Yeah, so it's quite nice in that sense. 20 votes and not one. 20. Wow. That is a very big deal. That's looking more like it. Double Labour than Reform. That's what I was more expecting.
And just in between these results, we've got a question from Sean. What's your opinion on the political situation in the US? So we have dipped in and out of the US politics
I think we'll probably steer away with these are coming in a little bit more often now.
But just while we're waiting.
Just while we wait. I'll let you go on your tangent again.
I'm obsessed with US politics, as I've mentioned. I just find it really interesting.
No, it is.
Of course, it doesn't really affect me as much.
It's very interesting.
But now it's the most interesting it's ever been with the whole debate stuff.
It's fun as well. It's I know. Sorry,
it's chaotic.
If this
is that the expense of you,
but it is. But it's really fun from an outside without having to worry about the actual consequence. Yeah. It's entertainment. Like, it's genuinely so interesting to see these two quite like older people arguing about their politics, but also golf on their debate.
I found that hilarious.
And it's so funny. Like, it is really funny from our perspective.
I'm very much looking forward to the next debate.
Yeah,
if Joe Biden makes it.
Oh my god, the debates are they're a highlight.
Oh, we got our first Conservative voter.
Ah, hello. Hello, Conservative.
I think you're on your own, but
thank
you for being here.
You're the only one here, but you bring some diversity.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Yeah, feel free to...
We're trying to appeal to all sorts of views here, so I'm happy to have you here, even if you're on your own.
Don't feel funny just like we hate you. Oh, wow.
Wow, okay.
No, please, if you are a Conservative voter... beware, there's obviously a lot of
knives are out, just like they are.
Yeah, but at the same time, feel free to say in the chat, or feel free to not say anything and comment, and don't say. So it's completely up to you.
But please, everyone respect the opinions of them. I'm sure you will. You've been great so far.
Conservative voter, if you do talk, please don't be too scared of the other people here. It's okay.
And we got an interesting poll request.
We know you're joking.
Yeah, that's all right,
we know.
Yeah, you've all been great so far. We've been very grateful for how you've treated everyone.
Poll on how you think Labour will do in the next 5 years.
So we got a poll before.
Message retracted.
Asking about a referendum on Brexit in the chat. A poll on Brexit. That would be interesting. I think it's fairly obvious where it would go with the demographic of this stream. But I'll be happy to put that up. I think we've gotten enough responses from that one, so we're happy to end it there. That is Labour on 62%, Conservatives on 5%, Reform on 24%, Liberal Democrats on 10%. That is an overperformance for Labour and Reform, but tiny sample size, of course. But thank you for everyone voting there. That's an interesting bit of information just to know who's sort of watching the stream.
Just quickly for anyone who perfect. Don't worry. Since I was just going to ask about I wasn't sure if we'd had any restricted words by accident, but they just did by accident. That's all good. Poll on how people think they will do in the next 5 years. So, I mean, how can we poll that? That's a tough one.
Well, or poorly.
Yeah, that's a little bit
sort of one in the middle, maybe.
Yeah, is there maybe more specific, more specific polls? Otherwise, you get it's quite fun to have set, less. I don't know, more definitive answers if you have any other ideas.
Maybe we should run one on who should be the next Conservative leader, but that's kind of dependent on who survives.
That's also a little bit, I feel like that's a little bit tougher.
Especially if we've only got the one Conservative voter in the chat.
I don't think that's as good of the broader ones are better. I would have probably voted for Brexit if I was British and of age because of immigration mischance though.
Okay. I didn't think we had any Brexit voters in here due to the age demographic that we asked about earlier, but I'm glad to have the diversity of opinion.
Small boat crossings are still prevalent.
Yeah, and that's been an issue of this campaign. Even Keir Starmer has brought it up.
Yeah, it's quite. I don't know, shockingly, but also not because of who he is. That has been brought up by Labour, which is mainly
just to pinpoint Conservative failings. I think,
and Reform has obviously been pushing that. I mean, I got a leaflet through my door talking about small boat crossings. 0 to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 10. Out of 10 scale.
We can only put 4 ratings on there, but that would work. We'll run some more later, but if you've got any ideas.
Maybe which Conservative leader would do the best. Yeah. Have you heard, or I haven't, have you?
I've not. Fill us in, please.
Yeah, tell us, who is it? Are they
Maybe which Conservative leader would do best? Yeah, I suggested that.
That is 100%. That is, you took that from my mouth. I was going to say it sounds like it could be Welsh.
Which is probably why we're unfortunately uneducated on that.
England is. Did you vote tactically? Yes or no? I don't know if we can reveal that.
I think saying if you voted tactically is a bit revealing.
It's a bit of a giveaway.
I'm really happy you're interested in our opinions, but just to get away from this topic, I think we've just had another result come in. That is convenient.
We've just absolutely avoided what you've said.
I apologise, but thank you for the interest.
And
as a poll, okay, thank you. That makes things easier. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't say anything.
Okay, that's like you didn't give
That's a very good
poll. Yeah, we'll do that definitely. Yeah, I'll do that now.
Yeah.
Well, and then I'll start looking into this information.
Yeah, we should get results for this. Which seat is this? Washington and Gateshead.
So I'll get that up now.
That's a good poll idea. Thank you.
Oh, so we've got 19 people, so that should get a decent answer as well for our
Okay, thank you for the poll suggestion, Daily Snail. Did you vote tactically?
Everyone vote. Let's see. I'm going to guess no. What?
Okay.
That's the reform kicking in, I think.
Actually, that's a good point.
That's you reform voters that we just saw.
It's pretty evenly split, though.
Okay, wow, okay. See, that's shocking.
I would have thought that would be higher. I would have thought most would be yes.
That'd be higher. Only 7 votes so far, so it's not. If anyone, I'm sure most people do, but if anyone isn't sure what we mean by tactically, where you're voting based off of the other parties rather than based on the one that you truly want.
Based on who you'd think would win.
Yeah, so if your voting was influenced at all by, not wanting Conservatives in, rather than just simply who you like, you voted tactically.
Stephen says, I'd want reform in, but I knew they didn't stand a chance. So yeah, that would be tactical voting. I'd say.
Exactly that.
But that hasn't stopped a lot of reform votes.
Tactically is a little bit of a vague term, but in my opinion anyways, tactically is you wasn't able to truly even consider the other parties because of the voting system.
Yeah.
The Socialist People's Party won the EU election in Denmark. No, they're talking.
Oh, okay. Else. Well, that's like that's an exception then. But widely on the European parliamentary election side, the far right made massive gains. Of course, there's exceptions, but we saw, leaders of countries resign because of it. It was a bloodbath for the left writ large. But that's interesting. The result in Denmark.
Still waiting a result, but it was a hold. If you didn't see that.
Yeah, that makes sense in the northeast.
Is it come up on there yet?
We're just waiting on the full results for a new constituency, Washington and Gateshead South.
I'll keep spamming. If you want to get polling data up, that'd be great. Finn, I'm kind of call you out.
Yeah, Finn's always been on it.
He's done it every time so far.
We've been very grateful.
Yeah, whoever you are. We've
got an update on Ben, whose surname I shall not try to pronounce.
Is he? Is Wales? Yeah.
Oh, he does videos on Wales.
He did a video on his prediction on the general election.
Oh, interesting.
No,
I haven't seen many predictions on the general election other than polling.
Yeah,
I guess it's because there's many constituencies. It's less easy to predict than something like the US, where there's only a few swing seats. Constituency name, this one is Washington and Gateshead South that we're waiting on now for the full results. Yeah, thank you, Finn. The polls will be useful.
Let me get some polls, yes. We're relying on you. You're making our lives easier.
Yes.
Come on, this one's taken ages to come through. It's just not come through. I understand. Surely they have to have it. They must have it already sorted to give the result. So why not?
Yeah.
Give it straight away.
They might just be reading out results on the stage as we speak. Where they've got all the people.
Oh, they do that.
Yeah, like when Elmo's standing next to Boris Johnson, yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, okay.
And I'm sure as we get
Wait, sorry, Elmo.
Yeah.
I feel like you showed
Have you not seen the video of I'm sure you guys out there have seen it. Just complete moron candidates.
I've seen the Monster Raven Looney Party, yeah.
They always run in popular politicians' seats, so when the video of them inevitably gets posted, they're just Elmo standing next to the Prime Minister. It's an amazing feature of our political system, which is incredibly serious.
I said it before. Finn should be a guest star at the next election.
He
Super
should be.
efficient, or maybe run for PM.
Yes.
You never know. You never know.
I don't
I'm
share
pretty
political
sure-
opinions here, but I endorse
I'm
Finn
pretty
for Prime
sure
Minister.
Finn was a young person as well, so he's got a few years.
Okay, he's on it. And we do have the results now.
Oh,
So Reform 26%. Reform has outperformed by 3%. That's largely in line with what we've seen.
29%. Sorry.
29%. Yeah, they've overperformed by 3%
Yeah.
from the 26%
Oh yeah,
in the
yeah,
poll.
perfect. Labour 47, and it was 52, so down again. And Conservative, the poll was 11, and they got 12.6.
Slight, yeah,
Down
we're seeing,
21.
yeah,
Wow.
we're seeing about a 2% Conservative over.
Another over double. So in the north, we got a very similar trend.
Yeah,
Very, very similar trend. Over double votes for Reform in every
and
single seat in
Labour
the north so
underperformed
far.
by what's that, 4 to 5%.
Yeah, which is pretty common throughout the northern seats. Why did my comment get deleted? I will look into it for you. We haven't done
We
it.
haven't
It's
touched
not
any
us.
comments, but
What was
thank
it?
you
Can
for
you try
commenting.
send it again?
Yeah,
Try send
it
it
wasn't
again.
on our end. I
Did
promise.
you say potentially rude word maybe?
hope
that
not.
might be what YouTube did. That it's not us, I assure you. I'm the only moderator in the chat. And my phone's here, so you know it's not me.
Yeah, we won't be doing any censorship.
Yeah, we don't need to. It's open here. Do you want to end that? We can probably end that poll now if you want.
Yeah, we got a few votes in for
13,
tactically.
no?
Most people did not vote tactically watching
Yeah.
the stream.
It was links. I don't think you can send links.
Oh yeah, YouTube blocks that.
yeah,
that's not us.
YouTube.
So thank you
Sorry.
for letting us
Send
know
the
his
title
name.
if you want people to see it. Then send the title, and that's your better odds.
Yeah.
The links won't work. That's just YouTube. Right.
Just waiting on another result. We've only gotten one gain so far, and it was a Labour from Conservative, I believe. Yeah, it looks like that from the results. And this was the first one where Reform did not place second.
Yeah. And that great. We got 5.7% green there.
So it seems Reform is doing very well in the north. I think that's probably an outgrowth of Brexit, because Brexit had a surprising amount of support in the north, and of course the Brexit campaign was essentially led by Nigel Farage. So I guess if he's personally popular there, he's the leader of the Reform Party. That could be
you can see
advantageous
that
for the party.
in the north we see massive Conservative loss, and then at least about half of that loss going direct to Reform. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
And then it seems like some other of it going to the smaller parties, and obviously to Labour.
Right.
But I mean, look at all the northern seats. It is that. I mean, go up to the top.
Hi Carter, welcome to the stream. Thank you for finding the channel. A lot of people have found this channel over the last day. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we're already at 403 subscribers. Got
Yeah.
another 2.
Thank you so
since-
much,
since
everyone.
the last time we updated.
We're going to keep chatting with you all throughout the night. You are our content at the
We've
moment.
got many hours to
Yeah.
go.
As the results trickle in, we'll just be talking to you guys,
Yeah,
listening
yeah.
to your predictions, answering
The
questions.
last few hours are purely you guys and us chatting. Over the next couple, it should become much more data reliant, I think, because it's going to all start rolling in. Hopefully not too. I mean, it's already 35 past midnight, and we only got what 2-3 more since
Yeah,
11.
we should get
Since 11, we've
about
got
another one every 10 or so minutes. it
since
looks
about
like.
11, we've got 3 more results, and that's within an hour. It's
Yeah.
about 20 minutes on average between.
But
which
as it keeps going,
should
the
get quicker.
results will be
Yeah,
will have been counted. Should speed up fairly soon.
The Labour gain is a 9.
So the Labour majority that they've gained in that seat, I believe,
Oh, is that
where
what
they've
they're
gained in
talking about?
Swindon South,
Ah,
yeah, is a
Swindon-
9,600.
Swindon South isn't what
majority.
we just. That's not what we just had.
Which one's that? No, but this
Washington.
is the only Labour gain,
Oh, is it?
and that is a majority of 9,600.
Oh, there we go.
Our only Labour gain so far is Swindon South.
Okay, perfect. The rest are holds. Thanks for the insight into UK politics.
Thank you for being
no
here.
problem. Yeah, it's all good. Phil, once again, any more questions?
Yeah, we'd
please
be
ask.
happy to answer them.
Anything we don't know, I'm sure someone in the chat does. So
Thank you,
everyone's
Wild
pretty
Haggis,
clued
for
up.
filling us in on that video. Definitely check that
Cool.
out.
Yeah, anyone who cares, really go check it out. Especially if you are interested in Welsh
Politics.
Welsh politics, because that is it's going to be a little bit more of an insight than we can give. Right, we're just waiting on responses. Any questions? Send them through. Should we do another poll? Is there any other polls?
Yeah, we did get a few suggestions. I
What do
will.
we get?
I'll move out of the way for a second so you can have a look at that map as it starts to fill in.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I am out of the way.
Let's just double check you are out the way. Oh, you're no longer in camera. You
Yeah,
are.
there we go.
There you go. Right, perfect. So that is the map, and this will feel like it's a lot of grey right now, but you can definitely see it. It's quite small on our screen, but you should be able to definitely see what's on that map. And obviously red is Labour, as you can probably guess, and it will be blue, won't it? Will Reform be a light blue?
Reform will be sort of a turquoise.
Yeah, there'll be a turquoise
as they start
colour.
picking up their 13 seats as is
Lib
projected.
Dem orangey, right?
Yeah.
Green, if you know, in their mind.
Green should pick up 2.
Yeah, and then
See a few yellows in Scotland.
yeah.
Very few this time
And
around.
then orangey for Lib Dem, isn't it? So just look for the colours as it starts to fill out. It should be. We've got a. I said it at the start, but obviously there's been a bit of a change in viewers since then. This is a what is it called? Like a proportional map. So the
each seat is the same size. That's why it might
every
look a bit
seat
weird
is
to
the
you.
same square. So that's why like London, it's
Massively bloated.
he's in the way again, but it's a big circle like this big, which you know that's not how big London is on the actual map. So it's all proportional. So the colour does actually matter. Like, you know, if you see a massive sprawl of red, it's because Labour's doing good. No, you know, it's not. Are you hopeful about the prospect of a Labour government?
That's ideas for the polls.
I see. Did you feel more inclined to vote this election or last election? Okay, what's your opinion on the French elections, particularly Macron's loss? Maybe do a poll to see if people are left or right leaning.
That would be an interesting one. Yeah,
like that. I think left or right leaning.
That is less. That defeats tactical voting entirely.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what we get on that.
Should we have a middle option? Let's have a centre option. And you can pick that if you're not sure.
Or what about left, slightly right, right?
Sure.
I think centre's a bit of a cop out for a lot of people. You're not getting a cop out. You got to go slightly left or slightly right at least. We're not allowing any centres here. You can do 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Do left. Or should we go?
Lean left.
Yeah. Left, lean right, or right. That's going to be your options. And please pick one. If you feel like you're in the centre, pick the one that you slightly.
It's completely anonymous.
No, we can't
Silent
see what you
centrist.
answer. Exactly.
I would put one on there,
No
but
centrist.
we've only got 4 results.
Yeah,
only got 4 options. That is the excuse.
tough luck. We want to see some results, don't we? We don't want people going for centre. It's too easy. Right,
there you go.
Send the poll out. What we got?
Completely anonymous. Do not be afraid.
I'm intrigued. So what you guessing? I'm gonna say slightly left.
I think
I'm gonna say lean left.
I think it'd be fairly evenly split.
Oh whoa! Fully. Oh no! Get it back on.
But we do have quite a few.
Yeah. We got the Reform voters.
That's what I expected.
And our one Conservative.
Oh, it's actually quite lean right.
Wow!
Okay.
What? I was just wrong. Okay. Well,
that's actually really interesting because when we asked before, we had a lot of younger people in the chat.
That's really interesting because we do have. Well, unless it's changed in the last hour since we asked.
Yeah.
You guys are younger.
And we've just gotten an update to your right up on the screen behind you that Grant Shapps is predicted to lose his seat.
Oh wow!
Interestingly, I said earlier he's a defence secretary. For anyone who doesn't know, I predicted earlier he could be a leadership potential. But I'm guessing he's in a safe seat, historically, obviously not this time. So this is based on predictions. We don't have any data on that yet. The races we're watching in terms of Portillo moments, Michael Portillo, if you didn't know, was a high-profile Conservative MP who lost his seat. He was a leadership hopeful. We should see a few of those tonight. Grant Shapps, Jeremy Hunt, Penny Mordaunt. These are races we're going to be closely watching as the results come in.
This is very, very close. Left and right tied with lean left. It's very even. It's 1 vote in it.
Wow.
We'll let it stay on until we get a definitive winner. We'll see if we can get one. But that's wow. Okay, that's nice. We got a nice range of people in here.
Yeah, I'm glad.
This is good. This is good. And by the way, please pick your general your opinion on like your views, not parties here. So even if you voted Labour in this election, but you generally lean right, pick lean right. This is your actual opinion, not who you voted for.
Completely anonymous.
This is completely separate, and we can't see. So we want to get a gauge of people's opinions. So pick based off your genuine feelings, not what Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak have said. Still no more data.
No more results yet, but
another 10
it should
minutes
start
or so.
picking up, I hope.
Liam, what's this? I think I just fasted to vote. I am nearly 49. Oh, you're our oldest person on the stream so far, but that is still not too old, really. There's still Take it as a compliment. But no, it's really not. That's still like only what just reaching into halfway.
Let's say
of
you're the
age
wisest
demographic.
person in the chat.
Exactly, that's what you are. But still, we got a general. Oh, I'm voted Labour. And they're so that's against the age. We got a lot of against the age demographic. We got some reform
Well,
voters who are
the age
18.
crossover now for Conservative is really old.
Yeah.
I think it's something like 70 where you're more likely to vote
Wow.
Conservative because they just above 70 almost 100% turnout more or less.
Yeah. I don't know my political leaning, so that's fine. If I mean, you don't have to vote, but it's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, just even if you're like, even if it's really
duty.
unsure, just go left or right. It just I don't know if you do a poll on economic beliefs. We could do that. Yeah. We
Don't
could
want to bombard everyone with polls at the moment, but
Yeah, we don't
keep
wanna-
keep this one running for a few minutes.
This is a good poll. I like whoever. I can't remember who suggested this, but thank you. This is a good one. Perhaps do a poll about immigration or rail nationalisation or something. Yeah,
Maybe which
good,
issue
but-
is most important to you?
Ooh.
Economy and immigration.
Yeah, that could
Any
work.
other suggestions? Let us know.
Maybe take some of the manifesto pledges from different
Economy,
parties.
immigration, environment, and one other. Let us know.
Yeah.
What are your
Do a
policy
poll on
priorities?
economic. What polls are fun?
They are.
How many? Should we do a poll saying if people want more polls? Poll on Brexit. Ooh.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Little bit outdated, but yeah, we could.
No, opinions have changed a lot recently.
Yeah.
So.
There's been a result. If you haven't, what?
Did we miss one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Newcastle Central. I thought
We did that. Wait.
I don't think that's popped up on here yet. Newcastle Central. That would be about it.
Newcastle.
Can't actually find Newcastle Central.
Let me check
upon
on my
this map.
phone. Why has it not come up for us? It's weird.
Yeah, do let us know what they are, what the results are. They just haven't popped up for us yet.
It's not on Bloomberg.
Is there no way to find out that's easy to understand in terms of finding your political leaning? So there are websites such as 8 Values and Political Compass that sort of give you an approximation of where you might stand. I have a lot of problems with each of those respective websites, but if you take a load of tests, what are my political leanings, you can just probably Google that. I wouldn't say put your trust in one in particular. Political Compass has a lot of dodgy questions, to be honest, but if you want to find out what your political leanings are, I'm sure you can take a load of tests, sort of find the average of those, and hopefully assign that to a party if such a thing is possible for you. How old are you both? We are, if you're comfortable saying, 18.
We're both 18.
So this was our first general election.
Yeah.
As was the title of my video this morning or yesterday morning.
The Newcastle Central isn't on anything for me. How have you got this?
Came up on BBC. Give a minute for Guardian to update. We're on Bloomberg
I'm on
right now.
Bloomberg and Guardian, and both haven't come up for me.
Huh.
I'll check BBC now. Oh, BBC. Yeah, here we
8
are.
Values told you that your closest match was Nazis. Okay.
Oh, wow,
Yeah, maybe
okay.
don't use that one then, unless
Unless
that is the way you're leaning.
Maybe it was right. That's for you to know.
At what age did you get into politics? I've always been.
He's been
sort
for a long
interested,
time.
Yeah.
Probably what, 13?
Maybe younger than that.
Maybe 12.
It was the 2016 US election where I first started paying attention, so I was 10.
And then me, I'd say kind of around. I know through lockdown I started to take a bit of a liking, but I'd argue the earliest I had any interest was probably around the 2019 election, probably around there. Yeah. But my actual genuine involvement in politics has come from around lockdown onwards, and then the last 2-3 years I've actually genuinely followed it. But always been right. Blame my late dad, who was a really right Tory in the 1970s and 80s. I rebelled. Oh, fair enough. Right, will this actually update for us? It's on BBC. It's come up. Why is it only on BBC?
Oh, we don't have it.
Can I see?
I'll move aside again so you can see what the map is looking like right now. There's not too much. They should start flooding in sometime soon. But that is the map there. We've got mainly results in the northeast. We've got one down there in Swindon, which was a Labour gain. That's the only Labour gain so far.
Trying to find. PVC's been a little bit awkward for me. I'm gonna just browse all.
Yeah, fill us in if this Bloomberg map hasn't updated, please.
What was it? What one was it? Did they say? Sorry.
Yeah, we were struggling to find the BBC map actually. This was it Newcastle Central, I think.
Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Here we go, got it.
Oh yeah.
Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West results. Is that the one?
It's not popped up
Is
on here,
it
but
not popped up on here. Perfect. I've got it.
all right.
So,
New results.
do you want to guess? We're in the north.
I think it'll be very similar, but actually Newcastle, it's more urban than some of the other results we got. I think it will be, obviously Labour's won it. It's a Labour hold, I presume.
I'm not going to tell you.
I'll go for a Reform second place, and then Conservative third.
So, I think it's a Labour hold. However, I can't see. It's a little bit different.
Should be.
I'm pretty sure it is based on the based on this. But we have I'll go fifth onwards. So fifth is Green.
Yep.
With 7.8%.
Oh wow,
Which is quite high.
Them.
Fourth,
Lib Dems.
Independent.
Oh, interesting.
8.8%.
Huh. They beat a major party.
And it seems to be their first one as well, because it was an 8.8 share change. So yeah.
Huh.
Then third, Conservative, with
Yep.
10.2, which is a minus 16.4 share change. So they lost over half their votes.
Yeah.
Then second, Reform,
Right.
18.9% share.
If anyone's got polls for that, so we can compare,
And then
that'd
first,
be nice.
now this is interesting. First is Labour with
Oh, Finn,
45.
the constituency name is.
Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West.
Thank you for gathering the polls.
Yeah.
You've been incredibly helpful.
And then first was Labour, of course, 45.6% share, but the share change was minus 13.7.
A negative swing for Labour. I think that might have been the first one. Wow.
Which means that Independent must have had something to do with that.
Right.
Because Conservatives also
And Reform,
dropped
of course.
16%. So it's Reform, but also Green, Lib Dems, and the Independents robbed a few votes. Which is really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
But the overall result's the same. But a little bit different on the...
So the takeaway so far from these few results that are coming in is fairly significant in terms of what we've gotten out of the Northeast. We've gotten, what's this, the fifth result in the Northeast. They've got about 20 seats up there. So we're starting to get a good picture of the Northeast. Reform seems to be the second biggest party in the Northeast in terms of voting share.
Yeah.
Well, if that holds across the rest of the country, we're looking at a Conservative third place in terms of popular vote.
So far, popular vote, Reform in second.
Yeah.
That's so far from what we've got, Reform in second place. Get rid of voter IDs.
Yes, this was the first election where you had to vote with ID. The first general election, I should say.
Although, I mean, I do think the IDs aren't needed.
We should try not to get into our personal.
Cool, no, yeah, cool. Sorry, yeah. But I think IDs are just based off the statistics, the amount of fraud was low.
Yeah.
However, I also think the amount of people it restricts is low. They allowed you to get free IDs for this election, didn't they? The free voter IDs. So
it is on the other end. It's another barrier to voting.
It's a barrier, but
when our turnout is already a problem, just to present the arguments. But I won't make a judgment on that. But I will make a judgment on, is an Ed Miliband comeback possible? Not as party leader, I'd say, but to frontline politics, it's basically happening. He's heading up Great British Energy for Keir Starmer. So the Ed Miliband comeback has happened, but I don't think he'll become the leader.
Could just do an age poll. Could do that. That's
True,
a simple one. I think we've got our poll. 22
Yeah,
votes.
thank you to everyone who
Left
voted.
and Lee Left ended up winning, which is what I actually guessed. So
Yeah,
yes,
fairly close though.
very close, very close. I mean, what is 22 divided by? What's 100 divided by 20? Oh, I think it's just updated on there.
Oh yeah, we've finally got that
On
result
the map. So if you get out the way.
in Newcastle. Yeah, this is what the map looks like at the moment.
Right, so we got our northern Labour seats with Reform second place, and we've got our only southern seat with a Conservative second place, isn't it? So far.
Yes, we'll see if that retains the
I'm
trend.
feeling it could.
Yeah.
Great. Not too.
A poll for
sure.
economic beliefs.
You
We'll
asked
give
that
you
earlier.
a few minutes to breathe, but we'll run a poll soon, maybe on issues. So maybe which issue was your
Issues
priority? Economic, environment, immigration. They seem to be the main three.
Yeah,
if you can
please
think of another one, let us know.
put in the chat. Give us some issues to include in the. We're going to do a poll on issues, as you said. Give us issues. So
Just while there's a bit of
we'll
downtime.
do
between
the
results.
economy, of course. But I think economy is the only one we can really fully definitely put in. So anything else that you're interested in? Polling for Newcastle. Right, do you want to get it up and
Yep.
we'll compare? Thank you, Finn, once again.
I'm yet to have full results for this
Great,
one,
I'll get it up on my
unfortunately.
phone.
Yeah. But
Right,
from what it
so
sounds like, that is a reform over
what's
performance
Labour?
again. Labour on 62% in the polls for that constituency.
45.6.
No, really?
15% lower.
Wow.
50. That's
Labour's
shock.
properly
They
underperformed.
still won by a big margin, but over double. But they were meant to win by significantly more.
And is that because of reform? Reform was on 19% in the polls.
No, they got 18.9. It's the independent,
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Green at 6.9. Green got 7.8, so they did slightly better.
It's really interesting.
And then
I'm guessing-
Conservative 6.8. Conservative did 10.2, so quite a bit better as well. But
Same
it's mainly
with the independent.
independent. Well, Alpha 1.3, and independent got there was 2 independents. Sorry, one with 8.8
okay.
and one with 4.
Oh,
And
wow.
then Lib Dems with 4.7.
Huh.
Wow, the other vote made up around 25%.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, other. Oh no, sorry. Wait, did you include? Oh, you included Green. So take away Green. So the other vote was about 19%. It should have been
Wow.
1. So that's where that change has come from. Election day all-nighter is going to hit tomorrow morning. Tell us
will.
about it.
Yeah. We're going to be
It
up
will.
until silly o'clock until we have a better picture of how this election has gone
Yeah.
down. The exit poll gave us that, but we're just waiting on some key seats. Hopefully we'll see some Portillo moments before we call it a night. But as long as you're here, we'll be here.
Hopefully Ed can
Ban Just Stop Oil, as they're annoying.
Well, that's your personal opinion.
I think they'd be less likely to do that than the Conservative government.
Yeah. Yeah, they would.
They have made efforts with the what's that bill called that the Conservative Public Order Act.
Public Order
that
Act
they
2023 or
in
something.
2023.
Yeah. Police and crime bill was at one point.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm not sure what way
They
around
made
it
some
was.
reforms to stop protesting, particularly protesting that
Yeah.
disrupted.
Poll on Just Stop Oil.
I think we know the result.
Yeah. News on Northern Ireland.
We haven't got any
Nothing.
seats out of Northern Ireland yet.
Nothing yet.
On
Yeah.
they weren't included on the exit poll, were they?
Or not from
Not
what
that we
we've
saw.
seen. Oh, you see? Sorry, did you mention the turnout? 53.8 turnout in Newcastle.
Turnout's been really bad in the
That's
north.
bad Northern so far. Yeah.
I remember someone said it was in the 60s in the one southern seat we've gotten in Swindon.
Yeah,
That
that's
turnout
low.
is looking dreadful.
Do you think that Farage can land himself in the number 10?
In number 10 until by the end of this election, by the end of this decade.
If not, then why?
I think it's entirely possible. After tonight, Reform has had a very good showing. I'm not saying I don't think it's possible that Farage makes it into number 10 as a Reform candidate.
Oh no,
that's out the question. But if he were to join the Conservative Party, it's entirely possible.
Or merge.
And tonight has made it more likely based on how many seats they've won. It's a massive overperformance.
I didn't want to say a rude word to 2 nice chaps.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, that's kind of you. Right. I think Conservatives will determine what happens to Reform.
Yeah, they're in a position of power given how many seats they've won. But Farage is a force of political power, so we shall see.
Opinion on Celtic nationalism / Celticism. If I'm honest, I'm really not. I don't feel qualified.
Me
to
neither,
talk about
honestly.
this.
But it's an interesting topic.
It's very I know.
I can tell you're passionate about it.
I feel like it's a very emotional topic.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to give a politician's answer on this question.
Yeah, I genuinely wouldn't be able to give you a fair answer for someone who clearly is interested, and for that reason, we're better off giving no answer.
Yeah.
I think. But if anyone else in the chat does have an opinion,
I will give an answer
Celtic
on is West
nationalism,
Streeting a
please
future
answer.
PM. West Streeting is a future PM. He's a health secretary at the moment. A high position, not someone who'd be a natural successor though. I'd place Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves, deputy and chancellor respectively above him. But I don't see why not. I think he's in contention at the very least.
What is a voter ID and why are people opposed to it? In Germany, you need a photo ID in your letter from the government to vote. What do you need in Britain? So, you never used to need anything, did you? Now, you need a photo ID. So, people are opposed mainly because it wasn't a thing before. So, before it wasn't a thing...
It's just a barrier to voting now,
the amount of fraud that happened was very low. Very, very low. So basically, people are concerned for a multitude of reasons. Some reasons demographic, some reasons just simply people forget that it would harm turnout. And so far, we haven't seen it directly harm turnout. However,
not in the local election.
not in the local election. So we don't think it's caused a problem. And basically, the main reason people are upset is because it's different and it wasn't really needed. But at the same time, it doesn't seem to have caused much harm, and it's going to stay. And hopefully, given 2 or 3 elections, it's a standard, like in Germany, because I mean, it will just become standard, I think, eventually. It's mainly because it's different. That's the main reason why people are opposed. I'm asking chat as well. Perfect. Anyone in chat, please do answer.
How was the night
if
for
you have an
the
opinion.
Greens and Plaid? Greens, I'd say it's been a fine night for the Greens in terms of the exit poll.
The exit poll, really. That's literally what we guessed is too, isn't it? It's kind of
we were bang on that. They've picked up. We don't know the specific seats, but I'm guessing they've hung on in Brighton and they've picked up one in Bristol.
We're British. We don't like change. I think that does sum up a lot of people's opinion on the vote Friday. Yeah. I meant to say. Oh, I think they're referring to someone else there.
Yeah.
Plaid is having
right? They've made some gains. They want to make the case for more Welsh nationalism. In terms of their limited scope, I think the exit poll predicted they were on 4 seats, so they're not a massive outfit of political power just yet. But they've made some gains; they should be happy. I think their leader had actually a surprising performance at the leadership debates. He was actually bringing the challenge to the main UK party leaders. When I'd never really seen much of him before, he kind of impressed me in terms of being an orator.
Can I quickly do some refreshing on some pages? Want to check BBC and Guardian?
No results since the last one just yet.
Well, I feel like I might not need to because we've got our own personal, private refreshers. Right, what we got? Anything else? Nothing on the BBC. Anything on Guardian yet?
Plaid went from 4 of 40 seats to 4 of 32 seats. Oh, is that a product of redistricting? I didn't know that. Which is fine for them, I guess.
Oh, that's good, right? That's a good thing, isn't it? For them?
Yeah.
4 of 40 to 4 of 32. So they've got a strong position now.
Yeah.
Proportionally. I guess that's.
Was Hunt the de facto PM in the last few days of Truss? As in, did he sort of act as PM was Truss? I remember in the last few days of Truss, it was Truss's PM in name only. It's actually Hunt. I think that's very possible.
Yeah, although it didn't matter too much really to the grand scheme of things.
I'm surprised Hunt didn't make a play for the leadership, honestly.
Yeah,
I didn't really get it.
He does seem like the type of person who could. I mean,
he ran in the past. He ran against Truss and Sunak.
He?
Yeah, in the first time around.
That is strange.
I didn't really get it, to be honest.
He does seem like someone who could be. He's much
now
more
he's gone.
Oh, now he doesn't have a chance.
No.
Oh, missed his chance there. So no absolute difference, but they gained.
Oh, okay, so they did gain.
I'm not even gonna say those names. The We're British don't like change. If so, in response to vote, right?
Yeah. Right, we're still waiting on these results. Not much has come in.
It's 1 o'clock now. We've got 6.
Yeah.
They
will start flooding in at 2 though. 2 is when they will start flooding in.
I did think you said that at 11 though.
Yeah. Well, I said they start trickling in at 11, and they have. Gradually.
They have.
Slower than I expected.
Yeah, definitely slower. I think it's time for another poll.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta wait.
Okay.
So people, please, any ideas for this poll as to what issues we should put as the 4 polls? So we're gonna have economic. I think immigration is a good one because that's been a very big topic. What other one do you think we should do? Or please put in a topic that people voted over in this election. So we've got the economy, we've got immigration.
If we were to run another poll, it would be which issue matters to you most? Environment, I mentioned that one. Environment, immigration,
defense,
economy, foreign policy. Yeah,
foreign policy. Foreign policy is a little bit.
And that is an interesting question in the chat about Jeremy Corbyn.
So, do you think British history would change if
Callaghan
won the vote of no confidence in 1979, which he lost by 1 vote, if I'm not wrong?
Callaghan,
1979.
he was in a really bad position. I'm surprised he came that close to clinging on.
Irish reunification he's talking about there.
Oh, okay.
He's more qualified than me to respond to this question.
Not quite, but
Any? Do you know? If you don't know, then leave it.
no.
Leave it open-ended.
In terms of the British side of Callaghan, I'm impressed that he managed to cling on, given the winter of discontent. But in terms of the Irish side of things, please educate us on that.
Right, you're going. You start getting the poll.
Right.
I'll try and entertain. Oh, NHS isn't bad though either. That is a good recommendation.
Yeah.
NHS. Although I say no because I feel like most of the parties did kind of say.
We'll do
something.
foreign policy /
No, I think just keep
Okay, yeah,
foreign
sure.
policy.
Okay.
I want to see how many people did it for like immigration is foreign policy. I remember. I thought we
we
get into one.
could.
Oh no! Do immigration separate.
Yeah.
Alright, leave it. I feel like that was
Because foreign policy relates more to Israel, Gaza,
yeah.
Ukraine,
Yeah.
EU,
Right,
even.
economy. And then foreign policy. So just to clarify, immigration here is, immigration, and foreign policy is a little bit wider than just immigration. So that's anything else. Oh, you're getting some right in-depth questions here.
Do you think Brown should have called a snap election in 2007 when he was ahead? Yeah, because he lost in 2010, so I think that's a fairly easy one to answer.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, go on, send the poll out. How many?
Just making sure I've spelled everything correctly.
Immigration, environment, economy, foreign policy. You're
Right.
good.
Go for it.
Right.
Very interested in these results. To make a prediction,
50
immigration,
people.
economy will be first, then immigration, I'd say.
Economy. I actually agree with you. So
I'm
yeah,
glad.
we'll see. Economy is first so far.
Imagine if Corbyn... Oh, this is what I saw earlier. I think it disappeared. Imagine if Corbyn was the current Labour leader, how many seats in Parliament would Labour get? I think they'd win, because this was an election on the Conservatives, and I think Jeremy Corbyn would ensure that it was a referendum on the Conservatives. I think it would have been a much smaller majority, because he's perceived as much further left and is much further left.
Yeah.
But I think he would have gotten a working majority, of course. The scandals and the anti-Semitism stuff would have gotten in the way. But in an alternate history where he managed to cling on, I suppose he would have won a working majority.
Yeah, I think he would have just got one. Did you know Ed Balls is the husband of Shadow Home Secretary?
I feel like that's in the back of my mind somewhere, but I did not know that. Is he doing the election coverage on ITV? No, not ITV. He's like a host, isn't he? I don't know much about him anymore since he's not frontline politics. But no environment so far. Yeah, let's. Yeah, we've got economy in first, then immigration. No,
anyone who's yet to
then foreign policy.
anyone who's
I
yet to
didn't
vote,
expect
please pick. So we can see your opinion. So you got economy, and then so immigration isn't as high as we expected, is it really?
No.
Economy high. I mean, first place economy. Yeah. I think economy is
That's to be expected.
well, because the thing is, economy, it affects every single person no matter what. Whereas the others, it does affect you, but it's a little bit more subjective. Whereas the economy, you can't escape the economy, can you? That's always there. that will affect everyone directly. What a name!
Ed
Balls, yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any more results yet. We were due 20 between 12 or even 11 and 2 a.m. We're now approaching 2
They're already
a.m.
done by 4.
Yeah, they won't be all done by 4. We'll get the last ones will come in sort of 4 to 6, but I'd rather not keep everyone up until then.
Yeah.
But I've been impressed by your
stupid. That's
resilience.
a quote, and I don't know what from.
It's from I believe the 1992 US election, Bill Clinton's advisor. So there you go.
I guess immigration wouldn't be a concern for anyone if we were all happy with the economy. I mean, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Immigration
wouldn't
is
be a
fueled
concern.
by costs. That is mostly what it is. It's the costs of the immigration that people
Yeah.
worry. Did I see that?
Housing as well.
No, I didn't.
No, nothing.
What just change up there?
What do you think? Would Reform UK have even won one seat in Nigel?
Do another poll, change environment for government incompetence. Good point. Oh, we got an environment vote.
Okay.
We actually got an environment vote.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That is interesting.
And a question there from I'm so sorry, I won't even try to pronounce your name. but let us know. What do you think? Would Reform UK have even won one seat in Parliament if Farage had not entered the campaign? I think
That's interesting.
they may have. I think Richard Tice would have had the best chance. Maybe Lee Anderson
Yeah.
could have clung on in Ashfield if he has a popular personal brand. I'm not sure he does. But Richard Tice in Boston and Skegness. Maybe Richard Tice would have run in Clacton instead, and Farage would have probably campaigned with him anyway. I think that would have been their best pickup. But 13 seats, I don't think they would have come close to 13 seats.
Not about Farage.
Without Farage.
So
thank you
Farage
for the
gave it
question.
such a boost.
That's a good question.
The polls with the Farage boost.
They went from about 11% to 16, I believe.
And that's what's that? So that's like 50% more.
And it seems, and I think they're actually going to get 20% in the popular vote, if I had to predict.
Exactly that. Most people have the issue with the costs around it. Yeah, no, I think that's actually a really good point. I do think that the economy does fuel a lot of that.
Right.
And I think, I think that's right. I think if the economy were booming and, you know, housing wasn't a thing on people's minds and cost of living hadn't happened so recently, then immigration, which I think does get exemplified definitely in the media, I think, I do think people might be less concerned. That's a very good point.
Just while we've got some downtime, I'm going to check BBC to see if we've gotten any more comments from leaders. Because it's been a while since we checked in on them. Nothing from Rishi Sunak, I'm guessing. Other than tears, as you've seen in the thumbnail.
Skibbity Sunak. Sorry, I that is ironic, people. Please do know that. It's one of the videos. An update on Chingford, which someone mentioned earlier. Yeah, what was that about?
An independent who had emerged
that
there.
Was it.
A BBC exit poll earlier suggested that Ian Duncan Smith has a 99% chance of losing his seat, but we're hearing that it's a much tighter race thanks to a potential vote split in the Labour vote. That's I said that earlier. This was the one where Faiza Shaheen was running. This was a issue on Israel Gaza, I think, or some sort of. This was around the left-wing purge about the Diane Abbott stuff. She was one of the candidates that was kicked out by Labour. She has split, so she is the independent candidate that was mentioned earlier. She's splitting the vote with Labour.
Oh wow!
And it looks like Ian Duncan Smith is going to cling on. Possibly, it's a close race apparently. Which is much better than it.
Oh, we've got a seat.
Yeah,
7.
another one in the
There's
northeast.
7. Where is it? What one?
We have a 7th result.
That's it. It's down one.
Yeah.
Gateshead.
Gateshead, Central, and
Wickham. Let me try to get up the results. Also, bad news. I have my first yawn of the night.
Oh.
Well, I need to go freshen up and prepare for the next 3 hours.
Yes.
How are you feeling so far?
I will cling on.
I will cling on, don't you worry, but that was that's a little bit scary.
Tears from Labour in Bristol, where Greens could win. There's an update on here. That's not surprising.
That's where we
we
said,
predicted that would be one of their 2 seats. Young voters boosting Greens. Apparently, it's a good night for the Greens. 2 seats, which is what we thought they'd do. That's fairly good. Lib Dems say they're on a course for a once-in-a-century result. That is questionable. They're looking at about the same seats as they got in 2010, maybe less than they got in 2005. This is a comment from Daisy Cooper, the deputy leader of the Lib Dems, saying they're on course for a once-in-a-century result. The evidence from the BBC poll suggests against that. Suggests they're on course for a once-in, 15 years result, rather than a century, but we'll see. Exit polls have been off before. They could well get more than they have in a long time. Any other comments from leaders?
I got the results here. The Gateshead, Central, and Wickham.
Nice. All right.
On BBC, they come up.
Let's go for another Reform second place because they've been doing well in the northeast. Every single northeast seat. Oh, they've just popped up.
Look away! No.
Too late.
Oh well, I'll read it out slowly just to pretend we haven't seen them. So, from 5th to the top again, we have the Green Party with a 8% share, which is pretty high for 5th place with a 4.2 swing. 4th place Conservative at 11.5 with a minus 21.5 swing.
Wow.
So that's Conservative 4th. I hope you realise that.
Oh right, but Lib Dems third.
Lib Dem
Interesting in the north. I'm surprised.
12.4% with a 0.2% swing increase. Reform UK with a 21.4% vote. And then, of course, Labour, 45.4%.
Right.
And that's a
Okay.
Labour hold seat. So,
Yeah. Very interesting. That's
very, very interesting.
all 6 results we've gotten in the Northeast put the Reform Party in second.
Second place. We've a nice share of the vote as well.
Yeah.
Very, very
Comfortably.
interesting.
Yeah. Just trying to find more comments from leaders.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff about low voter turnout. Exit polls suggest low voter turnout.
Yeah.
We haven't got numbers on that, but if the turnout is lower, it's because neither of the 2 main parties are particularly
that's
inspiring.
a direct reason.
I'm surprised there's not a Farage factor, but we shall see. Hunt could be the first Chancellor in history to lose his seat, as predicted by the exit poll.
Wow.
So that's official. The exit poll suggests Jeremy Hunt will lose his seat.
Why has Labour kept... despite her pro-Palestine stance?
I think it's basically because she's incredibly popular. She has, what, 500,000 followers on TikTok? She was one of the first MPs to get really popular on TikTok. They couldn't get rid of her. There'd be massive outrage, I think.
Polling we have here. So, do you want to get it up on there so we can compare again?
Yes.
Thank you, Finn, once again.
Yeah.
Must be one of our longest lasting viewers.
Definitely.
So 49.4, it got 45, so down 4 points for Labour compared to the polls. Reform 19.8, so up 2 points for Reform. Conservative 11.4, so that is about the exact same. That's the first one that's been about the exact same.
Okay.
Green 9.1, it was... Oh, it's not on here. Oh, well, I think it was about 8, so that's about 1 point difference. Lib Dem 8.8. Lib Dem's got 12 here. So Lib Dem's overperformed.
Wow.
So interesting. Do you think the Cornish National Party will ever get popular or not?
Considering I haven't heard much of them, probably not.
So I didn't know that was a thing. Did you?
Only in passing mention, maybe once.
So, maybe locally in Cornwall. I agree.
Yeah.
That's their best bet.
Of
maybe.
course.
Maybe.
I'm not sure why it would get popular in the north.
I don't think anyone else would ever vote, if I'm honest, for the Cornwall party if they're not from Cornwall. Maybe a few.
Just a hunch.
Maybe a few tourists. You never know. Right, I think I'm going to take my first drink break to make sure I stay awake. So I'll be back very soon.
I'll be happy to answer chat in the
Yeah,
meantime.
you might want to have one yourself at some point. If you like,
Yeah.
I'm going to get one for you now, save you having to leave in a bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Right, goodbye everyone. I'll be back very soon. Make sure I can
Okay, you're
stay
stuck
awake.
with me now. Yeah. I'll do my best to stay awake. I might have a quick nap while he's gone. Okay, feel free to ask any questions, make some predictions, anything. I do not mind. I'd be happy to answer. If you want to share any dirt on my co-host, I will try not to tell him. Okay. One more question about Corbyn. Do you think his radical left-wing stance has helped or hurt Labour? Considering this election result, I don't think it's hurt them in the long term. Maybe it's even created a better contrast to how Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party. It actually might have helped. Not for the reasons you might expect, but it has allowed Keir Starmer to sort of appear as the change candidate in Labour without even being particularly different to Corbyn in terms of his core convictions. I've mentioned this a few times, but I think he actually went considerably left-wing, as considering more towards the centre, I should say, after being elected to the Labour leadership. Do you think a BOR will last? Oh, a Labour government will last. How many years is that? Do you think a Labour government will last 5 years? So this is sort of a long-winded prediction, but I think Labour are going to struggle when they first come in. I think just the national climate at the moment is not favourable to them. Of course, they've just won a massive majority, but at the same time, they're not particularly popular. Keir Starmer is not personally popular. Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage are more popular, and they're deeply hated by a massive proportion of the public. I don't think Keir Starmer is going to be particularly personally popular. I don't see him gaining ground within the public. Everyone knows who he is. They've just voted for his party, reluctantly, tactically likely. I don't think Keir Starmer will receive sufficient challenges to his leadership just because he's won them a massive majority. I don't see why they'd ever think to challenge him. Yeah. So I'd say the last 5 years, unless some major scandal happens to Keir Starmer personally, which he seems to be pretty clean on the surface, at least. He's done a good job of presenting as a moderate and sort of keeping himself out of any controversy for the most part. So I think Labour will survive the 5 years, just given their majority and given Keir Starmer standing within the party. Even if the public don't like them, even if they get voted out after that 5 years, which is, I think, entirely possible, maybe with a merged Reform Conservative Party. Some might call that a conspiracy, but I think it's on the table after these election results, given how well Reform have done. Given the exit polls, of course, we don't know for sure. But yeah, we'll see. Did you like Rishi Sunak's diet? So it was less of a diet and more of just like a 36-hour fast. I made a video about this. This was before the channel started doing really well. So if you didn't miss that, if you didn't catch that video, I should say maybe check that out at some point after the stream. But yeah, I trained like Rishi Sunak was the name of that video. And I took on the challenge of fasting for 36 hours, I think it was. I recorded this a few weeks ago in preparation. But it was not as difficult as I thought it would be. I was just hungry most of the time, obviously, as you can expect. I had no energy, but it was a good experience. I'd imagine the first time you do it, it was pretty painful, and it was. But if you get into a routine, I guess your body would adjust. I guess it does well for Rishi Sunak if he keeps doing it. I got some responses in the comments saying other people. So water fasting, yeah, I think I just had water, I believe. There's not a complete documentation on Rishi Sunak's diet, so I sort of stuck to what I knew publicly. So yeah, only drank water for 36 hours. For that video, I trained like Rishi Sunak. And yeah, it was good fun, painful, but at the end of it, I got to eat those Indian snacks, which I reviewed at the end of the video. So that was a good video. If you haven't seen it, which most people haven't, it's not one of the more popular videos on the channel. So if you have the time to check it out, please do. It's not too long. Reform on second place, yep. Currently, Reform is at second place in terms of the popular vote. Of course, we've only got Labour seats on the screen at the moment. But yeah, Reform has placed in second in 6 out of 7 results, all in the Northeast. They have dominated second place in the Northeast. Okay, only liquids, yeah. Yeah, I just drank water to be safe, but yeah, I'm not really sure. Do you think Rishi Sunak not having Sky TV was detrimental to his election chances? Detrimental? I'm not sure I'd say that, but it did contribute to the perception of him being out of touch. Definitely didn't help. We've got a result. I think we've just seen a result pop in. Up in the Northeast, that is Cramlington and Killingworth. Please fill me in as we're waiting for those results. I don't have them on the Bloomberg website yet, but if you know them, and Finn, please grab us the polls so we can compare to the actual results, see just how accurate they were. Because at the moment we're seeing a slight Conservative overperformance, Labour underperformance, and a considerable Reform overperformance. So that is Cramlington and Killingworth that we've just gotten results for. It's a Labour hold, but waiting for the full results. Interestingly, in the Northeast, we're kind of just seeing whether Reform places second and where the Conservatives stack up, rather than who wins the seat, because it's always going to be Labour. Personal question for you. Do you think Corbyn would make a great Prime Minister? I think you're best off asking that to Keir Starmer. But for the sake of this stream, I'm trying not to share personal beliefs. They might slip out every once in a while, so I apologise for that. But yeah, we've been trying to keep it as unbiased as possible, just making pure analytical judgments on the actual electoral side of things.
Hello.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back. Do you want to grab this before I spill it all?
Yes, we'll do.
Screen? There you go.
Thank you.
Perfect. Right, what's happening?
Oh, we've talked about so much about you.
Yeah, telling me how
Me in the chat. Yeah, we're not big fans of you, to be honest. But
that's what I was expecting.
yeah, glad you're back.
Sorry, I was trying to navigate in the dark. I forgot my phone. So took a little bit longer than expected.
62% turnout there. That's the highest turnout we've seen in the Northeast.
Is this what? We didn't get another one, did we?
Yes, we did.
Oh,
And
well,
it's
of
just
course. As soon as I go.
Reform have only just gotten into second place, but they have.
Still got it again.
Every single seat in the Northeast has been Reform in second place.
It's still 2 points. I mean, it's not loads, but it's still It's not. Yeah.
And we've got the polling there from Finn on
Of
it, as
course.
always.
We've
That is a
got
Conservative overperformance of 3 points. A Reform underperformance of 3 points.
So what? But that's really strange. Why is it underperforming?
Yeah.
That's really weird to me. I don't really understand that. But maybe
Individual
it's just,
candidates can have an effect.
well, it could also be just.
But that's an outlier. I wouldn't read too
Statistics
much
have
into it.
outliers, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it could just be that poll happened to be. You know, I believe in every single part of the British political history since 1900. The leader of the Labour, Conservatives, and Liberals are able enough to be PM, etc. Wow, that's just mean to Liz Truss. But I also do kind of get what you mean with the Truss. Now.
Is Farage British Le Pen? I think Le Pen is French Farage, more likely. But maybe. I'm not sure what her stance is on the EU, actually. Of course, it's probably less favourable than Macron, but please fill us in. I've only been following the French scene for a while.
Since you went to politics during the 2016 election, do you think it was stolen?
Oh, stolen by the Electoral College. I will make an exception and speak on this because it's sort of related to electoral politics. But if you look at the raw vote, Hillary Clinton received more votes than Trump. And the Electoral College, I wouldn't use the word stolen, that's just how their system works, how it's always worked. But the Electoral College is the reason why Trump won, of course. He received less votes than Clinton overall. He received, and it probably will be the same in the 2020 election, 2024 election, even if he wins in the Electoral College.
And I'm going to take the much more in-depth, detailed question of, would the lettuce have been a better PM? Maybe.
The lettuce would not have introduced a mini budget, so very possibly.
And it would have lasted longer.
True.
As it did. So
very possibly.
Very possibly. We don't know. Did you see? I don't know. Did we see? How long?
It was a while back. I don't think it got sent through for some reason. Maybe
do you want to scroll up just in case it was a while ago? Do you think that?
Oh no, we mentioned that.
Was it?
I think your message
Cornwall
didn't get
one,
sent
or
through.
did you send another one? Yeah, maybe not. Yes, it will Sunak be Clegg's colleague at Facebook.
Very possibly, actually. I forgot about that. Nick Clegg going to Facebook. He's a really high position up at Meta now.
I did not know that. That is quite funny.
Yeah, since he lost his seat.
Sunak's going to California. Come on.
Yeah, probably going back to Silicon
New
Valley.
seat.
Yeah.
I saw South Shields. America was never a democracy. Changed my mind.
Oh, I won't try to.
Let's not get into this debate. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the impact of the war in the Gaza Strip on the UK election?
I actually don't think it's had much of an impact.
We said we don't think it has.
Only not because it's an important issue, not because it's not an important issue to voters. It is, especially in urban areas where the Muslim population is higher.
Yep.
But
also of youth as well.
Yeah, especially. But the two main party leaders just haven't made it an issue because it's probably not popular, because Starmer sort of takes up the same position as Sunak. It's not really a dividing line between the two parties, so it's not particularly advantageous to either one. Do we have information on the popular vote? I don't think so. Not from the exit poll or anything. I wish we did, but the only estimations we can make on popular vote at the moment is position in constituencies.
South Shields, apparently we've got another result.
Yeah, Bloomberg's been slow to update for some reason, but you will see results popping up.
I'll check on BBC.
Right now we've only got really some seats up in the south, up in the northeast, and then one in the southwest.
Yeah, BBC has it. Let me find the details for you. See all parties. South Shields. Here we go. We have our result. Wait, no, not yet. Go to detailed results.
So whereabouts is that? Is that
Awaiting
northeast? Oh, okay.
South Shields is. Guess it's in the south.
Oh,
How do you have?
Yeah, where are you getting these from?
What is the Guardian ahead now? Maybe
Are you traveling around the country to each station when they're announced?
How are you doing?
But thank you for the live updates. So another Reform second. I guess that was it's from Sky. Sky's on it apparently.
Oh, let me go on to Sky then.
I guess each one will be slightly different.
Yeah.
And how quickly they get one. But yeah, that's another Labour hold. Do you think Starmer should bring back second preference vote for local elections? Oh, South Shields has just filled in on here.
Oh, perfect. Let's get
So just behind me,
results.
just behind me,
okay.
you can now see the South Shields result. The Northeast is filling in very quickly.
I know. It's all this one section.
Yeah. And that is another Labour hold, with Reform placing second. The biggest story of the night so far has been this Reform performance. 52% turnout. Wow, dreadful again.
Yeah. Here we go. I've got the results exactly again. So 41.1 for Labour, which is -3. Reform 23. Green 14.8.
Oh wow. Considered a good
Conservative
local candidate there.
11.2. Green higher than Conservative.
Green doing well in the Northeast.
Yeah,
I did not expect that.
14.8 there, and Conservative 11.2, down 14.6. That is.
Conservatives pushed into fourth again. That's the second time that's happened.
Yeah, Independent 6.2, Lib Dem only 3.8. But yeah, so
Oh,
Labour
Stephen's
get a
got
win,
the
but
Guardian
Reform
and
second
BBC
again.
up, and he's got no
Damn.
result on either.
Yeah,
Looks like
Sky
Sky's the
one,
place to
it
be
does
at the
display
moment.
a bit nice. I just looked at that on my phone as well. It does look quite nice on there, actually.
Oh, okay.
Do you think Starmer should bring back second preference votes? Bring back.
What, in terms of supplementary vote like they had in London?
Do you mean in London? What do you mean bring back?
Or just across the
'Cause
country?
We never really had the supplementary vote across the country. Or was that?
Oh, he's
No,
got Sky open too now.
Nice.
They're all set. Okay. We should, well, in the next half an hour, we should get these last, what is it, over 10 results we should have had by 2 o'clock.
Should do.
We shall see. If there's any other polls you want us to run.
Yeah, we could do another poll soon. I mean,
Oh, this could be, I could ask who will get more votes in the popular vote. Reform or Conservatives, just have a little prediction.
yeah,
going.
let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That's
Oh,
kind of the most
moment.
interesting point so far. Sky gives voter turnout as well. That's useful.
Oh, does it? Oh, that's definitely worth looking at. Do you think in Irish reunification it had it apparently?
He won't make any attempt to break up the union. I think
No.
he won't want that on his shoulder.
But in terms of the supplementary vote, I don't know. Do a poll on turnout. Could do that. Although, I think it's kind of one that we're all going to figure out together as it's unveiled. I
Yeah.
think that's quite hard to.
I think we've got an exit poll suggesting it's lower, so that's been. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you were here when I said that, but the exit poll has suggested turnout is lower.
Yeah, that was just before I
Okay.
went. My journey to get the drinks. Yeah, go.
All right, who do you think will receive more votes nationally? I'm still thinking Conservatives, but the chances are going down. I said 10% of them
I mean, we've
beating them
seen
nationally at the start of
one
the night.
seat have Conservative higher than Reform so far,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Oh yeah, moving to Sky. Can I close? The Guardian is really slow. I thought the exact same thing.
Yeah, it has been
It'll
tonight,
be
hasn't
close. Yeah, what do people?
I think-
Wow, Reform is winning.
it? Oh, okay.
71%.
If I had to predict, I'd say Conservatives win it by 2%.
I'm just gonna say Reform in it because it's a fun outcome.
True.
That's
would
an
shake things up.
upturn. It would really shake things up. That would leave future UK politics much more uncertain than they could be, which is, I don't know, it might be nice one. Get some change going. You never know.
Things can only get better.
Exit polls looking like they got it wrong on Reform
Wrong?
performance. Reforms, but
What, you think they
yeah,
even
basically-
underestimated them?
I mean, that's possible.
They've already put them at... So this last YouGov MRP poll, which was like a national projection.
That's big. Lib Dem's just got one apparently.
Oh, really?
Let me check. Is that
Harrogate.
Sky News
Oh,
again?
Harrogate.
Let me get. They just opened Sky News. Now they've got it in. Yep. Sky News. Lib Dem, and it was a previously conservatively held one. It looks
Sounds
like.
about right. Is that in the south? Must be.
I'll tell you it exactly.
Reform's... no. Reform third, though. How close were they? Oh, Reform, not even... Yeah, so... I think Reform are not going to do well in the south. You'd think they might, but I think it might correlate with the Brexit vote, to be honest. Now, that's more like it. 67% turnout almost. Thank you, Stephen, for that
Right.
update.
This is. I've got So I think Stephen's already put it, but I'll say it anyways. 46.1 Lib Dem share, with a plus 9.9 swing. Conservative 30.2%, minus 21.8 swing. So previously
Wow.
over 50% they had a majority.
Oh, wow.
Reform 10.9 and Labour 8. Labour wasn't even in the question from the last election either. It was.
So that's a fourth place result for Labour.
So I mean, Reform have robbed that of Conservatives. That is what that's.
I'm
what's
quite
happening.
impressed that Reform's managed to overtake Labour.
Look, minus 21.8 Conservative, add 10 Lib Dem and add 10 Reform. So it's directly gone to the other two.
Poll suggested from Finn. Thank you for the update. Oh. Okay.
Do you think Starmer's Bangladeshi comments had an impact? I doubt it. I'm not
Which
even
ones are they?
sure. I'm not even sure what ones they are. So I don't.
Fill us in. Oh wait, here we go. Oh wow.
There we go.
This Lib Dem result was in the north.
Yeah. Although it was a previously quite safe Conservative seat, so.
Yeah. I guess this is
something
near
like that area.
Rishi's. This is near Rishi Sunak's seat in Yorkshire, so that makes sense.
Looks like formatting didn't work. Oh, right.
Ah, yeah.
Do you want to show the map since it now? Oh wait, I don't think you're in the way. You're actually not in the way. So
No?
yeah.
Okay.
Look.
The map has started to fill in a
We
bit.
can see our first orange seat, which is
First of a fair few
yeah.
tonight.
Lots of red. So, that's interesting though. So we got our first Lib Dem before our first Conservative. Very fun.
Yeah.
Maybe Lib Dems will do better than the exit poll. Who knows? Never know.
Okay, so we've gotten a map from the exit poll. I can't get it up on screen, but I can show you on my phone. You won't be able to see very well, but the amount of red should come through all right.
Yeah.
And this is the same proportional map as we've got on here. So that gives you a taste of a Labour supermajority.
So I'm confused to how we didn't know this, because it seems pretty big. Starman said that illegals from Bangladesh aren't getting deported. This caused a councillor to resign and a letter
I did not hear about
from the
that.
Bangladeshi council. How did we? When was this?
I missed that.
Was this recent? Was it like really recent or ages ago, or was it in the middle and we've just missed it?
I completely missed that. That's really interesting. Huh.
Lib Dems already won a seat. They did.
Yeah. The
Which
first
is-
one. The
yeah.
first of a predicted 62 tonight.
Yeah.
Which would be a
that's-
decent performance from them. Maybe a bit lower than had been projected. Still pretty good though. It puts them around where they were
That's-
before the coalition.
Yeah.
Which is a
that's-
good result for them.
It's not bad at all. Petition to make the exit poll.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah, results by midnight.
Be a lot easier night for us.
Yeah.
Going
we
to sleep.
wish.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the support.
It's good
We'll
to
try
have
to
you
go
here.
on.
We're gonna keep going, and these should be on the channel. So if you did ever want to check in again,
Yeah.
once you wake up, if you do, then you can have a scroll through or watch it.
Thanks for staying in for so long.
Thanks for staying in. Yeah. No.
Okay. Now, I've said this a lot, but results. We should be on the cusp of results flooding in. How long have we got?
Oh, wow, it's a Thursday. Why do they pick Thursdays? It's really annoying, isn't
Yeah.
it? A lot of people here that are busy tomorrow. Have other things to do.
Not 15 people, though.
Yeah.
You are troopers. If
Yeah,
you do have
let's
something
go.
to do, maybe
Then-
go to bed. But thank you for being
Maybe
here.
go to bed or don't.
And look at that.
enjoy.
Look at the results of this poll. It's only 12 votes so far. So if you want to give your prediction on the poll, we'll keep
Yeah,
it running for a few more
yeah.
minutes. But people think
Reform.
Reform will get more votes than the Conservatives nationally. I don't blame you at all because of what we've seen so far. I just put a little caution on that because of the few results, and they are in the northeast, so restricted to one region. So we'll see.
Stephen says the last two are only 7 minutes apart, so that is promising. But also they
Yeah,
are
true.
working at the same time as watching.
Oh,
So, well, thank you.
fair enough. Thank you.
Do you think the Scottish First Minister will resign?
Oh, I think
No. No, it's been they've had a lot of change, haven't they?
yeah,
I don't think they would.
it would be a bad look.
I mean, maybe.
John Swinney was basically coronated by the party. They put him in that position. He's had a bad hand to deal with because of the election being called so soon
Yeah.
after all this scandal and sleaze.
But
so-
no, I don't think it's not his fault.
I don't see him resigning.
I wouldn't. None of that is their fault. It's
Again,
it's the party.
Who could replace him as well?
Yeah, exactly. In Germany, we have the results by midnight. So convenient. Lucky
wish,
you.
yeah.
Pretty much lucky you.
Low turnout due to photo ID.
Um,
your opinion? maybe could always be an impact.
It's possible. It is possible.
I don't think you get any concrete.
It's really hard. I don't
yeah.
think we can figure out how true that is. Sadly, it's pretty allegedly nothing need to do.
Oh, you got nothing you need to do.
Oh, right,
Okay.
right. That's good. I could replace him.
Yeah,
go for it. We support you.
You might do better than they've done at this election. 10 seats is an awful.
Yeah,
I still can't believe that.
That is crazy.
They've been
I'm
pushed
surprised
into
we
a-
haven't got a single. We haven't got any vote.
No
any
Scottish
seats.
results,
No,
yeah.
nothing out of England, have we?
No.
No, only English seats so far.
Yeah.
Come on, what's happening? Come on, we need to hurry up. They also have about 10 times as many seats though, so that's probably part of the reason. Surprised you haven't got any though. That is strange.
No. Only really in the northeast, apart from a couple outside. But as I've said all too many times now, they should start flooding in soon.
I think it's time to end the poll. We've got 14 votes and 14 viewers, so
Yeah.
that's everyone unless people have left. 57, it's pretty close, very close.
When do you think the first Conservative seat will be called?
Like 3.5. Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Maybe at this rate.
I'd say sometime over the next hour.
2029.
That's funny.
Sunak will resign tomorrow. Yeah, we think so
We said
too.
that could happen. Yeah, we agree.
But remain leader until yeah.
That. Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah. I can only imagine US election night. I imagine it's a lot more.
Yeah, that's going to be. We'll be doing a live stream for that. So at the start of the stream, I mentioned
Yeah.
I'll bring it up now since we're just waiting for results. But we are doing a similar live stream for the US, preceded by a daily election countdown series, where we'll be in Washington DC. We've booked the trip. We're going next month.
Yeah.
We'll be recording a lot out there. So I'm glad the channel has been so dearly supported so far. Thank you so much. I hope
Very
it
lucky.
continues. But yeah, we'll be doing a similar live stream to this, probably at an even worse time in the morning.
Yeah, and
But we'll see.
I might actually have commitments by then as well.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
going to be really hard. But I'll do it. I'll do
We'll
it.
see
for
no
this.
matter what.
I will be doing it. I'll be here.
US election is more like election week, to be honest. Unless it's a Trump blowout, which is looking more possible.
What does it last for Asian ages? Usually?
Yeah, I remember 2020 we had Nevada was just waiting for multiple days. It ended up not mattering because Biden won by more than that margin. But there were a few stubborn ones that were just too close to call. So yeah, you might be right there.
Oh, you're going to be
2 more
interested in
results
this.
just came in.
Oh, 1 second before we go to them. Turnout and Penny Mordaunt's seat is 59.25%, down from 64%.
Okay.
The result is expected in a few hours. It was designated too close to call in the exit poll,
Oh.
but there are some gloomy Tory faces at the count.
Okay.
And Mordaunt, the leader of the House of Commons herself, has not yet appeared. Labour
Not
looks
looking good for her.
confident and Reform UK very chipper.
Right. Oh, interesting.
Right, so is that like? Oh, we got another Southwest.
Oh, we do. Another Southwest result, and that is a Labour gain from... Waiting for the full results in Stroud, but there is a Labour gain in Stroud. Please update us if you've got
Stroud
the results.
and Jarrow and Gateshead East Labour hold.
Conservatives just got a seat.
Oh, what?
Raleigh and Wickford.
Oh, well, we're getting them. That's 3 now. That's 3 seats
Wow.
in a row. Okay, right. Let's.
Disastrous debate for Biden. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, but Kamala Harris is now more likely to be the next president than Biden, according to betting markets. Of course, they're skewed, but absolutely insane.
I'm going to go through. So we have Jarrow and Gateshead East. It's a Labour hold. I'm going to very quickly go through it because we've got 3 to go through.
Okay.
So Labour 51%, Reform 27%, Conservative 9%, Green 6.5%. So yeah, Reform second place in that, Labour hold. Next one, a little bit more interesting. We have a Labour gain from Conservative in Stroud. Stroud, I'm allowed to say it. Sorry, whoever I am butchering. And we're yet to get results on Sky, so hopefully that comes through.
Apparently there is a Conservative hold though. We've got some blue on the map soon.
We have, so I'll look at that, see if it's been updated. Raleigh and Wickford is a Conservative hold, and we have the ouch. So this seat in the last election got 70% of the vote, Conservative.
Right, but
In
they've
this
held it
one,
right.
I'm gonna tell you in the
Probably
order.
like a 25 swing.
So we have Lib Dem 8.5%,
Sounds about right.
Labour 24.6%,
Okay.
Reform 25.3%,
Oh, wow.
and Conservative 37%. And that's
Oh,
half.
wow.
They had 70%. It's gone down to
That's a
37.
reform factor.
Reform had 25.3%.
Wow.
That's huge. They only beat Reform by 12%. they're lucky to still. I mean, it's because it was so strong before.
Right.
'Cause that is a failure. They lost half.
Minus.
Of a
Oh, and we've got it
70%.
there. No,
Wow.
we got the result in Stroud.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to, have you got it up on there?
Or is that Stroud?
Oh no, that's the one I just said.
Yeah.
That's what I was just saying. I don't know how you say it, but I'll figure it out. And then I've got the Rayleigh. Oh no.
Reform beating
Oh, no,
Labour is
sorry.
insane. Yeah, they did that in another one before, I think.
Oh, Stroud is not the one that I have. Sorry, that is the one that we need to look at.
Yeah.
That's the final one. So this is.
Let's know if this is Stroud or Stroud, but
Conservatives. Yeah, it's a Labour get.
Labour
Wow.
again, yeah.
So before it was 40. That's Reform again. It's definitely Reform. So Conservative was 45.7, went down to 25.7, and Labour was about 42. It's now 46.4. So, and then Reform got
Right.
11.5%.
Okay.
So Reform did good. Greens got 10.4%. But yeah, Conservative went down 20 from their last election. Labour went up 4. It was close in the last election. It's no longer close.
Yeah.
It's now. Labour got nearly double Conservative votes. So yeah, that is
Wow.
it's a big deal. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, finally some results coming in, right? No blue on that map yet, even though we've had one declared.
Yeah,
apparently.
there is. Yeah, it's been declared. Yeah. It's
We should
declared,
see
it's
any
declared.
second some blue on that map.
Ooh. But it was a really. I mean, they won it, but
Yeah, it's pretty
wow,
bruising.
it was a brutal one.
And in terms of seats changing hands at the moment, we've got Labour +2, Conservative lost 3.
And Lib Dem +1.
Lib Dem +1.
Which is the other one.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly what it is as well. Labour gained it from Conservative. Oh, they all gained it from Conservative, didn't they? And the rest are holds.
Just looking into the more recent BBC
So
updates.
blue is our first southeast-ish.
All right.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, southeast.
Oh, Lib Dems say they have beaten Education Secretary Gillian Keegan
Oh.
in West Sussex. Is that? I don't think we've gotten a
I'll check.
declaration of that yet.
I'm looking on Sky.
That would be our first Portillo moment.
Nothing yet. I'm gonna check on all of them.
Gillian
Blue-
Keegan, of course, a high-profile Conservative minister. It's not a surprise though.
I
That
think I'm gonna
seat
stick to
is
Sky. Sky does seem to be the best one.
yeah. Greens expecting very strong win in Bristol. Okay.
Okay. Not loads.
No, this
happening now.
this map has
Got
been
3 in
slow
a
to
row.
update, but I'm gonna take a quick break
I will talk to
after
the chat
4
this
hours.
time. Yeah,
And, I hope they're not all gone.
yeah.
time
We're
to
gonna
go.
gossip about you while you're gone,
so
aren't
you
we?
will. Enjoy everyone.
Me and 14 people. Yeah.
I'm terrified.
Let me move forward a bit. Taking.
Bye everyone.
Yeah,
See you
bye.
soon.
All right. See you in a minute. Do you want? No, don't worry about it. Have you got your phone for the dark? Right. Hello, everyone. So, what have we got? It'll be interesting how close it is. Both are green targets. Yeah. No, I'm interested to see. I'm not. If I'm honest, I'm not too clued up on the. Other than Bristol and Brighton, I'm not too clued up on the green kind of targets, but I'll be looking at the results of I think nearly every single constituency. So don't worry, I will see. Sky map is so much. It is another result. Oh, boom! Right, let me have a look. Let me have a look. It's our first one without Tom. It is Labour, of course. It is. I don't know where this is. New near Tom. I've never. Sorry if you live here. Wow. This is big. This is a really big one. Yeah, this is. Lib Dems doing fine. Lib Dems they have 1 seat. They're meant to get 60. Probably about right so far. There's 650 seats, so they should be getting one every 10, and we're on about 12. So yeah, not too bad so far. So this one, I know most of you seem to already know, but we have Labour 37%, which is up 5, Conservative 28.5, but it was at nearly 60% in the last election, which is actually crazy. They've under halved their vote, and Labour have robbed them. And then Reform 22%. So it's the Reform vote. That is what it is. We're right. Reform's got 22% of the vote there. That is, once again, looking like Reform could be getting easily over 20% of the vote overall in the popular vote. And, well, never know. Might be getting more than Conservatives. You can do whatever you like, Stephen. It does not affect us. If you want to put them in, it's all good. It's completely up to you. If you want to leave it to the live, it won't matter. You can put them in. Everyone can see them on there, so it's not unhelpful. Don't worry. Yeah, Labour gain. Yeah, it is, and it's a big one as well. That's a pretty big one. That's our first. I think that's our first like proper swing that we've seen. Because that, I mean, yeah, to go from 60% to 28, and then have Labour take over as a result, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Right. There will be a recount. Oh, really? Oh, where is that? Do you know? I don't actually know what seat that is. Reform overperformed by 3.8%. Wow, yeah, results are flying in now too fast. Is there not another one, is there? Or do you just mean, yeah, the last few? I know they're coming in, but to be fair, I prefer this compared to waiting over and over and over again. Basildon, okay. Oh, the map is updated. Let me move the chair. The map is updated, we can see the blue. Let me make sure I can see it. A little bit of a delay. Can you see that? It's very hard for me to tell if you can see that. Let me move the chair just in case. There we go. Right, somewhere around here, I can't fully tell. There is blue on your map now, so that's interesting for you. Right. Oh, we can look at the overall vote share so far on Sky. Oh, this is great. This Sky is the way to be. Blue, there's blue. I know there's blue. Look at it. We got one orange, one blue, and then a nice little sea of red coming in. Coming in. It's been there the whole time. So, vote share overall. 41% Labour overall. And then we have 21.3 Reform and 19.9 Conservatives. So, right now, Reform is beating Conservatives in the popular vote. So, yeah, the poll was right so far, but it's marginal. Very, very marginal, so we'll see. Do you think Corbyn will win his seat? We spoke about this earlier, me and Tom. We think it's possible, but we would say it's more likely Labour win. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he wins. If I had to pick, I'd say Labour, but he could win. He could definitely win. Most likely they'll generally go for the seat they're most likely to win. Are you talking about Corbyn there? Yeah, I mean Corbyn's been there for a while. He is liked locally, I'm pretty sure. Obviously the name is known. So it's very possible. Very, very possible. It's just Darlington. We're getting loads. Okay. Let me get it up. We have Labour game from Conservative again. These are big. These are big results. That's 2 in a row. 2 Labour gains, and it's another swing thanks to Reform. That's exactly what it is, as expected. Yeah. So minus 15% for Conservatives, down to 33.8. Labour 39.2, only a 6% margin. Oh, sorry. Reform 16.2%. Yeah, thank you everyone in the chat as well. That's another big one. That's 2 in a row that are really big gains. And that they're the type of ones that are changing, that's what's making the massive majority. It's these seats here. Loads of holds, but it's these changing ones. Hopefully the map updates a little bit quicker. It's going quite slow. How many have we got on the map? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the map, when there's actually 15. So we're 2 behind, but I guess that's not terrible. Poll suggested 48.9, whereas it actually got... Oh, really? Now that's weird. poll suggested 49% Labour, and it only got 39%. Huh. That's a really big difference. I think is that the biggest difference you've seen for Labour so far? Conservatives have lost 5 seats so far. Labour 4. Yeah, I mean Conservatives, I really don't see them gaining any seat. Like I don't see them getting anything. I mean they might get one just because of a local one, like we said earlier, but I don't see it happening personally. I really don't. But wow, I still can't believe that that polling data though. That's the biggest difference you've seen. What's that? That's about a 20% change from what it was meant to be. Like, you know, they got 20% less than predicted. Turnout 60. Yeah, turnout was bad. Overall turnout right now is 58% in the election. That's really bad. That's so far. That's the lowest. Is that the lowest in history? I think that might be the lowest in history. Let me double check that. Right, in history, I lied. In 1918, so the start of World War One, there was 57% turnout. So this so far is the lowest turnout other than in the year of World War One, and I have been informed by you that there is another one. He's missed out on 3. Tom has missed out on 3. That's crazy. They are really flying in now. Labour hold. Okay, how much? But oh wow, that was safe. They actually lost 12% of the vote there. Labour, but still 67%. And Reform got 16%. So they took the votes there off Labour. But Tom,
What did I miss?
loads.
Oh, okay.
Loads. You missed about 3 results.
Oh, okay.
Maybe 4. No, 3. So 2 big ones as well.
Yeah.
Two pretty. So we got Nuneaton or something. It was Conservative previously had 60%, down to 28%. Labour won with 37% of the vote. Reform got third, 22%. Then I'm gonna speed through it because there's been quite a lot and more are coming through it.
Okay.
Darlington, also a big one. Conservative from about 50% down to 33.8. Labour 39, and then Reform once again 16%. Yeah. So success for Reform, and then this one not as big of a deal. A hold for a safe seat.
Right.
But sorry, let me get it up properly. A hold for a safe seat in Knowsley. However, look at this: a decrease in the Labour vote
By 12 and Reform.
and given to Reform. Decreasing both Conservative and Labour vote.
Conservatives at 4%.
4%. I know. It's really shocking. Wow. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to tell you.
Yeah.
Poll in Darlington, Finn once again informed us.
Of course, thank
poll
you.
Suggested about 50% for Labour. They got about 38%.
Wow.
Yeah, they still won. They still won, but they only won by about 5 points when they were meant to win by about 12. So
these are the warning signs for Labour that could come back to haunt them over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I think by-elections could be a real challenge for them.
Yeah. So it's
First election with photo ID required. First general election. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just saying. So far, according to the turnout across the nation, this is. Let me just double check. A turnout of 57.5%.
No.
Which is the lowest in history, with the exemption of being 0.5% higher than in 1918 when World War One was happening.
Wow. I thought it might be lower. I put.
Yeah, 1918 is the only one ever that's been low, and it was at 57%.
Wow.
But there was
speaks to the dissatisfaction.
That's very crazy. Does UID not have a photo? I think you do need photo ID for this one. Not all ID has photos, so I think they clarify it has to be photo ID.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why they said photo ID. Because if you there's some ID doesn't have photo. Like I think the birth certificate doesn't count. I think it has to be.
Oh right.
I think it has to be a photo.
If only Tony Blair had brought in those ID cards.
So people know to get a new ID to vote. So most people already have photo ID.
You can request one specifically just for use at the election.
You can get one if you want. Yeah. So you can get a free one if you don't have one or if you want it, which they introduced since You know, meaning what? Sorry. Oh,
Got a
another
Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives.
Lib Dem going Conservative. That's big. That's very big. Sorry, I'll go back to it. Let me do this one first. That's 2 Lib Dem seats. They currently have double the amount of seats as Conservatives.
Wow.
So let's look at how close it was. Close. That's big for the Lib Dems. That's really big.
Okay.
So I'll tell you in order.
Yeah.
Green 5%, 5.2.
Okay.
Reform 13.3%.
All right.
Labour 15.1%. Conservative in fourth. We down 20.
Fourth?
That's second. Sorry.
Oh, right.
Second. Wrong way around. We're down 20% from last election, 31.1%, and Lib Dem 34.4%.
Oh, that's close. Yeah.
Yeah, with zero change from last election.
Huh.
That's the first time I've seen zero change.
Wow.
Yeah, but Lib Dems won by 3%. That's really big.
66% turnout there.
Oh, okay.
Turnout seems really bad in the north, and
Well,
I think
that's
that's
still bad. 66 is still bad.
it's about what it was in last elections.
I've got it
nationally.
up here. Last election was 67.
Yeah.
So our best one so far is still a percent less than our national.
I
turnout.
don't know if we have it on here. Do we have turnout on here? We don't.
No,
But
I've got it all on
trend-
Sky. They do it for
The
you.
trend
Yeah.
so far has been what, mid-50s in the north, and the few results we've gotten in the south have been largely in line with the last few years, but the last few elections. But yeah, the north. Wow. I don't know if they've always had lower turnout, maybe more disillusioned with politics, but I guess it's given Reform an opening. That could definitely help them.
Oh, another one. Is that another one that's just come up here?
It is nearly 2. We should start to see them flying in now. I'll move aside so you can
Yeah,
see the
another
map
one.
for a second.
Leeds, West, and Pudsey. It is a Labour hold. 49% Labour. Wow. 17.1% Conservative. 16% Reform. Conservative was at 40% or so, down to 17%. They lost 25% of their vote.
Wow.
And Reform up to 16%, and Green up to 10% as well. Green's doing really well.
Yeah.
Green's doing very, very
Wonder if
well.
they'll get third seat. I've just realised I need to update this these headlines at the bottom.
Oh yeah,
We've
yeah,
already had
forgot
the
about
exit
that.
poll.
What should we do now?
BBC exit poll predicts
Labour landslide.
1997 Labour landslide. Anything else?
Finn for Prime Minister. Best information giver.
And there we have Eastleigh popping in there.
And yeah, sorry, the end of
another one
World
there?
War One. That I didn't mean an end of World War One. I'm not stupid.
All right.
Yeah, I do know that. Right. Are we? What's this? Barnsley North. Wow, what is going on? Barnsley.
Lots
Oh,
of stuff
Barnsley
coming
North.
in,
We got
apparently.
another one. Barnsley
Turnout
North.
in 2001 was 59%. Huh. Wow.
Yeah, I guess it'll be worse this time.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look. Latest declared. We have Barnsley North and Telford. So Barnsley North, we have a Labour hold, but no data. And Telford, we have a Labour gain from Conservative again.
Wow.
Yeah. But no data still.
What's the turnout lowest since 1918?
Yeah.
Wow.
So far, of course.
Yeah.
So far. But it's at 57.9% right now, which is just crazily low. I'm waiting for data. Waiting for data to come through. Telford still not come through. What about Barnsley North? Still not come through. Come on, Sky. Telford. Nothing on Telford. And Barnsley North. Nothing again. Just waiting. I already said Leeds, West and Pudsey, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. They need to turn it around.
Yeah.
Labour are taking their seats. I wondered who Chin was. Watch
You're the
out
armistice,
for them in
yeah.
2029. Telford game from Chin. Whoops, Con. Oh, right.
Yeah.
I was so confused what was going on there. 1918 was the year of the armistice that ended. I know. Don't worry. I do know. That was a slip up from me. I have
This
actually
is
heard about this.
this comes with the territory of a 5-hour live stream.
Yeah,
so
this comes
far.
to the territory of
4.5 hours
I
in.
am knackered.
Expect a lot more of those slip ups. We apologise in advance.
I do know that. I do know that.
Castle Point,
Our
conservative hold. Yeah,
That's
thank
our
you.
second
Thank you,
conservative
Stephen and Daily
seat.
Snell. Essex again.
Oh, here we go. I think we got updates coming through now of data as well. So Castle Point, wow, close though.
Oh,
Conservatives
nearly reform.
They lost
Wow.
literally half their vote. They went from 76 to 38%.
To reform,
And
presumably.
reform 30.1%. Labour 23.3. That's huge.
Finn just said, I wonder when we'll see the first call for reform. Nearly just happened.
Yeah.
That's the closest they've been to a seat.
That's very close.
Reform are second now on votes.
Telford. Wow, this one. Wow, Labour game.
Reform in second again in Telford.
Yeah, Conservative down from about they had over 60% of the vote, nearly 70%. No, sorry, that's wrong. They had nearly 60% of the vote, and Reform have now gone up to 25% there. Labour up to 44.7. So that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. And then what else we got? Barnsley North hold. We have 50% Labour, 29% Reform, and only 8% Conservative.
Oof.
Yeah. Turnout rubbish though, 47% there. So what's the overall turnout right now? 57%. That's tied lowest since that's the tied lowest ever in history.
Oof.
Currently, according to the standings. That is crazy.
It's abysmal.
Yeah, that is. Whew.
We weighed up the reasons why it could be higher, why it could be lower.
Yeah.
I guess photo ID could definitely play a factor if it's that low.
I mean, it could. Yeah, it could do. But I don't know. So I don't think it would because of like.
It's got to be a factor if it's that bad. It's got to play a part in
I don't
some
know.
degree.
See, I think it's just the dislike of the parties.
Yeah, that was the point I raised earlier.
I think that's.
Just
I think that's what
dissatisfaction
it
in
is.
general. Yeah.
I would put it more to that because.
Yeah, definitely.
It
But just there's got to be so
Because
many.
photo ID, I mean,
contributing
it's a
factors.
bit annoying. I nearly forgot mine. But at the end of the day, polling stations are so near to you. Well,
Usually,
actually,
yeah.
are they? Anyone watching, is your polling station near to you? For us, it was very near. We wanted to know because for me, like, surely voter ID isn't a problem if you can get it for free, or most people have it, or you can get it for free if you're bothered about voting anyways. And then if you forget it, it's only a 5-minute walk back to your house, or is it longer for some people? Is it a 20-minute walk? You know, is it a pain? Is it awkward? Because for us, it was really easy. So, you know, well, how was it for you? Let's have a look. Have we got any more results? Nope. We have 21 seats declared now, though.
Oh, they
Not
are coming
even
in.
10%. Under 5% of the seats declared so far.
They will
And
start
it's
flooding in now. It's 2.
2.
It's 2.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Oh no, I feel like we're jinxed.
300 between 2 and 4. That's what the BBC has said. I'm going to believe them.
300. Okay, I hope you're right. Didn't you say 18 between 11 and 12 though?
11 and
just
2.
Hit. Oh, okay. Okay, that's about right then.
Yeah.
Tory drop. Oh wait.
Biggest
Radio
ever. The
Watford.
biggest swing ever away from the Conservatives in Rayleigh.
That is.
Wow.
Oh, Blackpool South.
Oh.
Blackpool South. Labour game from Conservative. Whoa. This is huge. Labour 48%.
Okay.
Conservative 15%, down
Wow.
from about 50%.
No
Reform
way. Huh.
28%.
Oof.
Nearly double the Conservative one in a
Seeing a lot of
previously
this.
Conservative held seat. That's huge. That's
Yeah.
Reform, lots of success. A turnout of guess
60.
45.
No, what?
45.
Whew.
I know. You know, I think low turnout is helping Reform.
Yeah. think so. 'Cause they refused to vote. We've seen it on social media.
Yeah.
Turns out it wasn't all Russian bots. There's another yawn.
Oh no! Don't say it. We'll pretend it's not happening.
Okay.
2 hours left. Wait, we've been going for a long time now, surely.
4.5 hours.
Wow.
More than
We had
halfway
people
there.
stay for a very long time.
Yeah.
Thank you all for staying. It's
Yeah,
been
we really
great.
appreciate that.
Yeah. 45% turnout. Christ. Yeah, is that the lowest one yet? Or did we
Gotta
have 40?
be. No. They've all been in 50s so far, I think.
The election was basically over before it was called. They was. Oh, yeah. That's a good point, actually. That's a very good point from Finn. That is. People knew they were going to win, so less people go out to vote.
True. Always a factor, yeah.
Stephen, I think you're going to have to update for us. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
Yes, don't worry, Stephen.
Finn's been doing the heavy lifting here.
Yeah.
He's basically the third host of the stream at this point.
Stephen, and I will be reading them all out, but obviously having it written down is very nice. So thank you all
so
for
much.
writing it in there. Oh, is that another one, or have I just... Swindon North, did I just say that?
Someone said that in the chat. Labour gain from Conservative.
Yep, that's pretty big again. Conservative were at 58%, now 31%. Labour 40%.
Thank you, Stephen.
And Reform 17%.
We've already been here ages, but we appreciate every second.
I'll be around for another hour or so. Well, we're only going to be here till about 4-ish. No, we'd like to stay... Well, 4 is the amount, but it's going to be probably until we know the definitive winner, which we do know, but, you know.
Rishi watching this in desperation.
Oh, yeah.
Despair.
Watching this exact stream right now. Rishi Sunak, hello. The
thumbnail of this stream is actually a picture of him I just took. He's behind the green screen. He's got the screen.
He's actually here, Rishi.
If you hear me snivelling, it's actually him crying behind the green screen. Not hay fever. Oh, this one popped up. That's probably just a delayed.
Yeah, it is.
Swindon North, yeah. Probably in bed. He already knows the result. He's probably come to terms with it now.
Crying in his bathroom.
Yeah, crying himself to sleep. Poor Rishi. He tried. He really tried. Threw everything out but the kitchen sink, and nothing stuck.
And he just ended up throwing himself out.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Country's thrown him out.
Yep. He's done for. But we knew that. I think we knew that from a long time ago.
BBC votes. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I've got that.
Well, we've got
overall votes.
national vote.
Yeah, we got. Turnout is now officially lower than 1918.
Wow.
Labour overall 41% of the share. Reform 21.2.
Labour 41. I'm surprised.
And Conservative 21, according to Sky.
Wait, what's Reform again? 21 as well.
21.2.
Oh
Conservative 21.
This is going to be a fight for
second
second
Very
place.
close, but right now Reform
0.2 lead for Reform.
And remember, this is without even looking at any Reform winning seats. Reform
That's a good point
nothing.
as well.
Reform has won nothing.
But Conservatives have also won
nothing.
seat.
Yeah.
So put it in perspective.
Yeah. But still, it's a big one.
Battersea just came in. Labour hold, as expected.
Have we got data? We have data. 48.8%, barely a change. Conservative 23%. Reform only 6%. That's their worst performing one so far. I believe 6% Reform. That is weak. I
wonder if that's caught the Conservatives up to that.
So Green went up to 9%.
So Reform in 5th. That's their worst
10%.
result yet.
That's their worst result, I believe.
Probably an outlier, but.
Workers' Party got 1%.
Yeah, we really haven't seen anything from the Workers' Party. They were talked up a lot, but I think Labour's just taken the wind out of their sails completely.
Yeah, I didn't expect them.
Tactical voting has killed the Workers' Party.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to get too
George
far.
Galloway's race is going to be interesting. I think he'll lose, to be honest, with the national climate.
Wait.
2 results
we
in.
Just get we got 2 more. Yeah.
Battersea has. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Battersea has pushed Reform into 3rd place.
Lay and Atherton. We have
2 more.
Wow. Labour going for Conservative. Labour 48%, Reform 27%,
Wow.
Conservative 15%. Conservative previously won with 43%, and they're down to 15 now.
Wow.
So that's big. That's very big.
Stuff is popping up on the
Yeah,
map.
I'm gonna keep going. Widnes and Hailwood. Oh no information yet.
Okay.
Turnout is at 56.9%.
George Galloway predicted to lose. Yeah.
Historical low, 57%. Tied historical low. That is Old Colchester, Labour gain from Conservatives.
Okay. What's that?
I'll just tell you the data for this one quick.
Yeah.
Labour 42%, Conservative 23%, Reform 15%. And Lib
Okay.
Dem 14%. That's a good result for Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, very good. Above the national. Flying in now,
We've
yeah,
got another
can't keep
one.
up.
Vale of Glamorgan, Labour gain from Conservative. 38% Labour, 30% Conservative.
Both two
Both
parties lost
declined
votes
though.
though.
Yeah, Reform 15%. PC.
Oh, this is Clyde, this is Wales.
Oh, is this our first Welsh one?
First Welsh result, I think.
Woo! Nice.
First of, what was that, 34 now that it's been
I'm
redistricted?
really intrigued to see. I want more Scottish ones. We haven't got any Scottish ones.
I'm really excited to see the SNP just implode.
It's gonna be another Labour hold. Yep. Oh, Barnsley South data just came through.
Whoa.
40.
Look at that.
Wow. Oh, wow. I didn't
Reform is
realise.
basically the Conservatives.
Yeah. 46% Labour, 33% Reform, and 9% Conservative.
Another near win for the Reform Party, all things
that's
considered.
a big one. That's a big one. What's that make the overall vote share?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think it would
Overall
be
vote share is now 49% Labour, 17.1%
49% Labour.
Wow.
Wow. It's not what we're seeing from these, but I guess.
What do you mean?
Well, actually, I guess it's all Labour heartland in the north. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
But they are still underperforming, so
17.1 Conservative and 16.3 Reform.
don't take the Labour vote as gospel yet, because these are the areas where they're expected to perform the best.
A lot of these are holds.
Yeah.
And obviously the last election was a Conservative landslide, so.
Of course, yeah. Was 40, yeah, that's
now
32, 32, right.
Wait, so they had other constituencies elsewhere to make up for it?
Redistricting, probably.
Yeah. In other countries, I assume, then.
Must have been. Or they merged them because of population decrease or something.
But there's still the same amount of seats.
Or relative elsewhere, yeah.
There's 650 seats. So
Yeah.
they must have worked from somewhere else.
Yeah, some get divided, some get absorbed.
Just
based on population.
Wait,
Still
is
tied,
that another conservative hold?
Oh yeah, Broxburn.
Broxburn.
Stephen and Daily Snail.
Wow, really bad though. They were at.
Oh, they could have lost that one.
They lost a lot there, and they only beat Labour by 6%. 36 Conservative, 30 Labour, 20 Reform. Yeah, big deal. But Conservative seat.
Yep. So we've got the Conservatives have held 2 so far, lost about
We need to
7.
not react when it's our ones as well.
Yes.
That's gonna be hard. Oh, Reading Central, Labour hold.
Oh, that's my one. Yay.
Yay! Woo! Wait.
What?
Reading Central, Labour hold.
And how did Reform
Oh
do
wait,
there?
what's that? I don't know. Oh, Cannock Chase, Labour. Oh yeah,
Again,
you didn't.
Another Labour gain from Conservative.
Wow,
Wow.
really good Reform as well. Really good Reform result. So 36.6 Labour, 29 Conservative, 27 Reform. So really close between the two. But Conservative still beating Reform. Generally, it does seem.
Nationally still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only by 0.7%, but still
Right.
beating them.
Yeah.
And there's a lot
I'd
more
say that will
Conservative
hold.
seats to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But they have overperformed.
Did I say Bridgend? I don't think so.
Don't think so.
Oh,
Labour
no-
gain from
No
Conservatives.
data yet. Well, it's a Labour game from Conservative.
Norwich, South.
no
Labour
data
hold.
yet. No data yet. Still.
This map is a bit slow to update, but relatively soon everything should start
Should start
popping up.
popping in. Yeah. Yeah. Runcorn and Helsby, Labour hold. I've got the data straight away for it. 53% Labour, 18% Reform,
Reform in
16%
second place.
Conservative. Yep, Reform second again.
I think it looks like Reform has been in second place for
6.4%
most of
Green.
these.
I'd say it's been actually a little bit less than you think. If you could
Maybe.
just hover over through them, there's been quite recently. There's been a lot more Conservative. The top ones, yeah, but go down
In the
you
north,
start-
yeah.
In the north, yeah, but go down southern, and then it's a little less second placey. The further you... Oh, I mean, actually, maybe I'm a bit wrong. Maybe I am a bit wrong there. Okay, you can't see after results, but
I think overall,
It's
it's
pretty
probably Reform taking most of the second votes overall.
Oh, the overall vote share is 42% Labour now, 21% Conservative,
It's a massive drop.
20.3%. So that is a big drop. A lot more Lib Dem and Green right
Yeah.
now, 7.7 and 6.2.
7 nationally.
Uh-huh.
That's bad for Lib Dems, but
They
they're not in advantageous positions at the moment.
Well, they've only got 2 seats right now, sorry. Which is, a lot less than their 60. I'm really struggling to keep it up now. I know.
They're flying in now. I knew they would at 2.
Right, we have
Whitehaven and
we
Workington.
got Red
Have a look
Car.
at Whitehaven and Workington,
So
apparently.
sorry, Red Car, 41% Labour, 32% Conservative,
Oh,
19%
another close one.
Reform. Labour game from Conservative, that one.
Have a look at Whitehaven and Workington, apparently.
Oh! Ashfield.
Oh, our first Reform vote.
Ashfield.
First Reform seat.
Reform game from Conservative.
And that is Lee Anderson's seat. He has held on.
Oh, wow. So
the only Reform MP in Parliament has held a seat.
42.8% of the vote. Labour, 29%. And Ashfield Independent, 15.7%. Conservative, 8.2%.
I guess Lee Anderson has just picked up all the votes from the Conservatives since he defected from there
dreadful.
earlier this year.
Just to put it in perspective, Conservative only got 2,000 more votes than the Green Party in that constituency. Out of a 70,000 electorate. Woo.
There we go. First Reform seat of the night.
First Reform.
It was an expected one. You can see it pop up there. I'll move out of the way. And,
that is crazy.
Yeah, Lee Anderson has held a seat.
That's a very big one there. Wow, we got a lot more coming through. Hartlepool, I know that was mentioned. That's a Labour hold.
Hartlepool was a big win for the Conservatives at the last by-election.
Yeah, so Labour hold is Labour 46%, Reform 24%, Conservatives 22%. So Labour won it.
58% turnout in Hartlepool. That's not great. Wow, in Hartlepool as well. That's bad.
It says 50.1 according to my data.
Oh yeah, there it is. Sorry, just can't see. But wow, that's really
turnout
bad.
overall is currently 56.8%.
Has that gone down even further?
That's the historic low of all time, according to that.
Wow,
that's really bad.
That is over 10% decrease from 2019.
Yep, that's terrible.
Whew.
But who knows? You might see differences in the city. You never know.
We'll see.
Well, we have got a city. What one have we got? What one's in?
Stuff is popping up all over the place. A couple of Welsh results, both gains for
these
Labour.
we have looked at these. I just don't know what ones are in Wales half the time. Sorry, people.
Yeah.
We've got a lot coming in though.
Reform nearly pushed Conservatives into 3rd place in Hartlepool.
Yeah, they did. No, they did in Hartlepool.
It says 28%, 20.8% Conservative, 20.7%. Oh, this is total. They're neck and neck again.
Yeah. So in
but what they did, wow.
In Hartlepool,
only
Reform
just
beat them 24.5.
Wow.
Conservative 20.
And that was a thumping victory for the Conservatives in 2021 when they had their by-election. That is a bad sign.
Yep. It's strange to see a Reform. That turquoise bang in the middle.
Yeah.
Wow. First of potentially quite a few.
Probably over 13.
Oh, imagine.
Very possibly.
Look at Whitehaven and Workington.
Yeah, we've gotten a few requests for that.
Whitehaven and Workington. Massive drop for Conservatives. 20% Conservatives, 21.2% Reform, and 53% Labour.
Reform in second
Labour
again.
game from Conservative, that is as well. It's a very close one before.
Earlier I said I thought Reform would get maybe 100 second place. It's looking like at least 200.
Don't know.
They're in the lead at the moment.
We got to see how we go with the Conservative ones, the Conservative seats.
Yeah, it tends to be in the north. Yeah, maybe between 100 and 200 second place finishes for the Reform Party. I'm predicting mostly in the north. I'd say maybe some in the Midlands. But I'm gonna check BBC quickly.
Oh my god! Overall vote share 20.8% Conservative, 20.7% Reform.
Yeah, neck and neck.
Literally 0.1 difference. Oh yeah. Sorry, Daily Snail has already done that.
Yeah, things are slowing down a bit now. We're getting a chance to catch up.
Yeah, I can actually speak a bit better.
Yeah.
So let's quickly recap. So we got just basically all Labour success and a Reform in there is what's just happened. Oh no! Finn is leaving.
Oh, okay.
Our polling
That's
data.
all right. You deserve it. You deserve a
No,
rest.
yeah.
Thank you
have a
for
sleep.
everything.
Well, no, thank you for being here. It's been very nice to have you.
For
Thank you
so
very
long
much.
as well, and
I
providing us
know,
so much
I
information.
know.
Good night. You
Good night.
deserve this rest.
Bye bye. Putney, Labour hold.
Yep.
49% Labour, 23.4% Conservative. Reform only 6%.
Conservatives have
Really
held
low
on
reform vote.
Broxton, but I think BBC is super out.
Yeah, really low reform vote in Putney, only 6%. Whereas Lib Dem got 12%, Green got 7.4%. Yeah, reform not got much support over there.
Yeah.
Oh, Bootle. Reform, not reform. Sorry, don't get your hopes up. Labour hold, I meant. Sorry. Bootle, no vote share out yet.
All right.
Overall
Labour
turnout
hold,
sits
yeah.
at 56.9%, and it's really not shifting. That's a general
That surprised
trend.
me. I thought before tonight it would be lower. I've been saying because of the two parties being unpopular, but I didn't expect it to be this low. I'll be completely honest. Did not expect it to be that low.
This is really shockingly low. I mean, it'd have to, to have nearly all the seats are following the trend as well. Like 40,
Yeah.
nearly 10% of the seats now.
That compared to the misrepresentation with Labour's vote share compared to their seats is gonna cause an outrage.
Yeah.
I suspect.
This is this is.
It's not gonna be pretty.
20.9% Conservative, 20.3% Reform overall vote share, within 1% still. Oh, we got another one.
Tynemouth.
Tynemouth Labour hold, no voting statistics out yet. Bootle still hasn't come through.
We are starting to get a much clearer picture of what exactly the result is. It's pretty much as expected, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean it's we're not saying anything shocking so far, are we really?
No. Apart from so many Reform second places, but the exit poll has been pretty accurate, I'd say.
Oh yeah, I'm talking compared to the exit poll.
Yeah.
It's...
Not many surprises.
Oh no. That's the third yawn.
Wow.
That's the third
I might have
one.
had one, I think.
We've got an hour and a half to go. We can
make it. You can make it.
We can all do it together. Reform won a seat. They did. They
Yep.
did.
In Ashfield. That's Lee Anderson.
Kind of expected. To be honest.
So interestingly about Lee Anderson, he made some what many called racist comments against the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Yes. And he was essentially forced out of the Conservative Party. He then joins the Reform Party, which was then led by Richard Tice.
Wasn't he previously in Labour as well?
Yeah, he's swapped all over the place.
He used to be in Labour,
think he's a bit of an opportunist.
Conservative, and now Reform.
But everyone called him everyone did not think he would win. Everyone thought it was a dumb move politically even, but he's done it. He's won his seat. Lee Anderson is staying in Parliament. He's won his seat as a Reform candidate.
Gets to keep his job for a bit longer.
Yeah.
Lucky him.
36
Labour, 3 Conservative, 2 Lib Dem, and 1 Reform.
Got stuff to do, but wanted to pop in to say I love your channel.
Thank
you so
very
much.
That's
Keep
so
it up.
kind.
We will. We'll try.
Middlesbrough gain Labour.
Tide is kicking in, but we'll try.
Middlesbrough.
Oh yeah.
We got a 47% Labour, actually down from last election. Reform 20%, and Conservative 17.9%. Workers' Party 5.8%. That's the highest
That's their
I've
best
seen
performance yet.
4th place.
Yeah.
That's a bit better for them, but still not really enough.
I doubt they'll win a single
seat. But higher
seat.
than Green and Lib Dem.
Their best chance is George Galloway, and that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah. We got Tynemouth. Did we already have this earlier?
Mentioned it, yeah.
I think the data's just come through.
Oh, okay.
So 50% Labour, 18.7% Conservative, 15.3% Reform, 7.4 Green, 5.6 Lib Dem.
Oh, okay.
So pretty clear Labour win there.
Yeah.
Labour hold.
Oh, yawn. Okay.
Swansea West. Swansea, we have a Labour hold, but this time Labour down 10% and Conservatives down 18.8.
Fifth place.
Fifth place.
Behind the Greens.
We have. We're in we're not in England anymore.
Oh no.
played.
Oh,
God.
Clyde, Welsh.
Welsh.
Yeah.
I was
We're
gonna
in
say.
Wales.
I was gonna say Scottish. I did
Glad
not
you
want to
didn't.
offend
We're
everyone
5 hours
watching.
into the live stream.
I know,
Please.
I know. That's why I stopped myself
Yeah.
because I knew I was wrong. Um, so we have 41% Labour, 17.5 Reform, 12.2 Lib Dem, 11.5 I was gonna say PC, and Conservative 9.9, and then Green 6.5. That's the most spread out one we've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, clear Labour win, but the rest, that's an even split between the rest of them.
48% chance. 48% turnout, sorry,
Wow.
in Swansea West.
Overall turnout right now is sat at 57.1%.
A message from Peter. First time on channel, please identify yourselves as first names. I'm Tom and this is Harry.
Yes.
And we've just gotten a Rushcliffe, which is a Labour gain from Conservatives.
Oh, really? Where's that? Oh, we got two more. And
They're flying in now.
Watch. Never heard of these ones. We have 43.8% Labour, 30.9% Conservative, 11% Reform, 7.6% Green.
Okay, question about Lib Dems. Lib Dems doing fine? Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're on track.
So
they're on track.
The picture isn't too clear for the Lib Dems at the moment. For the exit poll, they were put at sort of 2010, 2005 levels.
2005 levels, yeah.
Sort of in between the two of them. And we don't know if that's true yet. It's looking likely, but we haven't got too many results in where they'd want to pick up seats from the Conservatives, sort of where they're challenging the Conservatives as opposed to Labour.
Wash, I don't know how you say this place. Every Wash, I don't know what I'm saying. Labour 40%, Conservative 26%, which it was previously Conservative seat at 56%. Wow. And Reform 21.3%, so significant amount of Reform votes. Again, Reform were doing well. Reform were doing really well nationally. What's the overall vote share now? 43.3 Labour, 20.7 Conservative, 19.7. Only a % difference between Conservative and Reform nationally. That's
the race to watch.
That's crazy. That is very crazy. Yeah.
I still think Conservatives are going to lead because at the moment it's probably advantageous to Reform, but we've only gotten one actual Reform seat, so we'll see.
Oh, nearly 76% turnout in
Rushcliffe.
That's
huge.
That's why it's gone up to 57.1 turnout overall.
Okay.
That's why it went up again, because it was at 56.
I wonder what local issues were driving that. There's got to be something, right?
75.8%, yeah.
And
really
I'll
weird.
move aside as the results continue to come in. You can have a look at that.
Map's looking a little less grey. Yeah, it's quite nice. But there's a little bit of colour in there, other than red.
Here and there.
Got some blue, some turquoise, some orange.
Yeah.
Wonder if we'll get any others.
Most likely.
We'll get a little bit. Is green just green? They probably are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Chorley Hold. Let's get this one up.
The speaker.
Oh.
Lindsay Hoyle.
All right. So they. Wait, how does that work? I'm being stupid.
I don't know. Tell us. Does he actually run on? Because he's Labour.
What he runs?
Does he run
as
under?
A speaker?
I don't know. That's what he's coming up as. But I know he was chosen by the Labour Party. He was a Labour MP.
Wait, what?
Yeah, let us know how that works because I've seen that before. But
the options for running here was the speaker, Green.
Is that really what they're listed as?
Democracy for Chorley, the English Constitution Party, and the what?
Yeah, what's going on in that seat? Interesting. Had no idea he's not showing his other. 47% turnout there. Wow, brutal. Okay, we are in a bit of a dry spell for results.
I'm just googling. General, what is this? Chorley candidate set out their stall in unique contest. So. I do not understand. So, for the second election in a row, Chorley's current MP is a speaker, putting the constituency in a unique position. The tradition is that major parties do not contest the parliamentary seat held by the speaker. The post offered each candidate whom we were able to reach a chance to make their pitch to the people of Chorley in 300 words.
A load of independence. Wow.
Yeah.
And from the BBC, first pictures of Keir Starmer as he arrives at the count. So this is Keir Starmer's seat that we will soon find the result for. And we've got a statement from Lee Anderson, who was the first
Ooh,
high-profile,
yeah, what's he
the
saying?
first Reform candidate who's been victorious at all. He calls his constituency the capital of common sense. Quite a title. He said, "This is a wonderful place that I call my home and will have a massive say in how this country is shaped. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that."
Sefton Central, Labour hold. 56% Labour, 17.9 Conservative,
Decimated.
12.2 Reform. I'm seeing a lot more Conservative second places though recently.
Yeah.
It's looking, it's getting, the gap is getting a little bit bigger. The vote share overall
I
is
thought
now
it
a
might.
2% difference between that Conservative and Reform, no longer, 0.5. Do you think the House of Lords should be a thing?
It's not really for us to decide, but
yeah, that's quite a tough one.
alarms are ringing. Leighton and Wanstead, Labour hold.
How significant?
But on the House of Lords, it's been
Oh.
interesting because that was a pledge of Keir Starmer to abolish it, but then he sort of went back on it.
Yeah.
Now we understand he wants reform, but in what capacity we don't really know.
Yeah, I mean,
But that'll be interesting to see
have
how
a
that
general
develops.
understanding of Lords. I mean, they serve a purpose. However, they're obviously the biggest question is democracy. And that is a kind of a subjective point of view, which you won't delve into too much. But there's pros and cons. You know, the pros are theoretically they do their job very well. The cons are they're not voted in. So it's an iffy one, really, isn't it? It's if you get
And
rid
what
of
have you
it,
got there?
what happens? This is Leighton and Wanstead. I wanted to say this one.
Oh,
So
right.
Labour won, Labour hold, but they lost 15%,
Right.
47%. Greens went up 11% to
Whoa.
15%. Conservatives down to 11%. Independent 9.5. Lib Dem 6.4. Reform only 5.7, and Workers 3.7. So
Right,
getting
okay.
some votes in. Well,
Guy vote share.
Oh, Wrexham. That's a
Okay.
Welsh one. I know that because of the football. We got Labour 39%, Conservative 24%, Reform 17%, PC, which I'm going to say so I don't keep annoying the name, is 10.2%. 4.4 is Lib Dem, and only 3% for the Greens.
It's a Labour gain. And Jim, thank you for hanging around for so long. We'll try to keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the comment. Good night. We'll be here for another hour and a half or so.
Bye
But
bye.
thank you for tuning in.
Thank you for staying around for so long. Yeah, thank you very much. Right, Pontypridd. I've never heard of this place in my life.
I want to go there.
Pontypridd. I want to go there. Labour hold 41%. Reform up to 19.9. Oh, it's in it's what?
We've got an announcement for Rochdale, but it's a Labour hold. Maybe this is compared to
2019.
yeah, but
That's what it's compared to.
yeah, that's Workers' Party at the moment. So if we have the result for that, that means
Oh, it's close.
wow.
Rochdale, we have 32.9% Labour, 29% Workers, 17.1%.
George
Reform,
Galloway has lost his seat
and
just
only
months after getting it.
10.8% Conservative. He only lost it by 3.9%
Wow.
of the votes.
I'm
Labour
actually quite surprised.
Labour lost a lot of their vote.
Yeah.
Labour lost 17.9. Conservative also lost 20.4.
Wow.
All the votes went into Workers and Reform.
It
That's
speaks
what's
to
happened.
the dissatisfaction, really,
Yeah,
with
it
all
really does.
parties. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised he came so close, to be honest. I thought it'd be kind of a blowout because Labour weren't even in the by-election.
Turnout is back down to 57%. It's really sitting around that area.
Sounds about right. Reform 2% off Conservatives in national poll. Yeah, it's widening a bit. They were ahead at one point, weren't they?
Who, sorry? Reform?
Reform, nationally.
I think right towards the beginning they were,
Yeah.
and they dropped below by like a couple points. So now, yeah,
They're a couple points off now.
they're now exactly 2% off.
I said earlier, I think it will be about 2 points in the end.
Yeah.
Originally, I thought it'd be bigger than that,
They yet
honestly.
to get a
But
single Scottish seat.
yeah.
Nearly 10% of seats declared. Nearly.
Looks like more on there. Look at that map, it looks like quite a few.
It does. It does, but it's not.
No.
It's 52 out of 650.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. I mean, we need... What's the time? It's already 2:37.
We are due 300 seats in the next hour and a half, so
I got a
things will
feeling-
pick up.
I got a feeling it might be a little bit late.
Don't know.
Don't know.
We'll see.
Reform are 2% off Conservatives. I know.
Yeah,
I
nationally.
know. It's crazy. Be right back getting a drink. Okay, well,
Enjoy.
enjoy your drink. Still quite a few people sticking English in the time of day. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, game from
Tipton.
Tipton. Wait, let me have a look. Let me have a look. This.
Gain from Conservative, Labour gain from...
Yep, Labour game from Conservative. Tipton and Wednesbury. We have Labour 36.9, Conservative 26.3, Reform 25.2. But Labour actually lost some of their vote there.
It's been a common theme.
Yeah. And then 2 independents were involved in this one, but both didn't do too crazy.
Any results from where Nico Milano has run yet?
No. What's this one called again?
Well, his one's Richmond York.
Yeah, that's it.
That's Rishi Sunak's seat.
I don't know. Although we just come up as independent on here.
We've got a new lowest turnout in Tipton. 42.9%. That's dreadful.
Wow, that's pulled down national turnout to 56.7.
That's like
lowest in
level.
history.
That's
lowest
really
in
bad.
history again. That's actually crazy. That is really like
That's been a big surprise.
56.7% turnout.
I thought it'd be lower,
That's
but
only
not
just
much
over
lower.
half. 1 in 2 people just didn't bother to go
Yeah.
so far.
1 in 2 people weren't enthused by any choice. Do you think...
Who is that?
I don't know who that is, sorry.
Who's Chief Mouser? I haven't just said something rude, have I?
I hope not.
I'm
Going
just
to
being
run in
tricked.
2029. That's why I avoided saying it. But
Yeah, no, I just fell for it straight
Yeah.
away with that.
nice.
No,
We
I
trust you,
you.
Sean.
You've been here for too long.
The results have slowed down. We're supposed to get loads at the
I know,
moment.
what's happening? It's 20 to 3.
Yeah.
Oh no. Poor Sean.
Triggering me now. Oh.
It's the same point as before.
Yeah, you're going mad.
I
It's
definitely
bound to
am.
happen
It's
eventually.
too late. Come on, let's see what's happening. Come on.
We should be about to get a Keir Starmer result, which is his seat in Holborn and St Pancras. Shouldn't be too far away from that now, as he went to the count a few minutes ago. So that should pop up soon. I'll give you another look at the map. Hasn't changed much since the last time.
I want
though.
to see some more reform coming. That's the interesting
Yeah.
one. To be fair though, based on we should be seeing that every like 60 seats, and we're only about 50 seats in. So,
Right, yeah.
quite a while to wait. I want to see Clacton.
Yeah.
I really want to see Clacton. His real name is Jerry.
Jerry Mouser. Oh, I just said something bad. Don't know.
Jerry. I don't understand. Who's Jerry Mouse? I'm googling Jerry Mouse.
Yeah.
So
In 2029, so
I
that
thought
would be the
being
next
tricked.
scheduled election. Latest point for the next general election. We've now entered our 5th hour of live
Who
stream.
is Jerry Mouse? Jerry Mouser doesn't exist. Who is Jerry Mouser? What are you making us say?
From Canada, everyone I know is hoping for a Liberal in the UK. For some reason, we aren't going to have one here. Well, welcome to the stream from Canada. Thank you for...
Chief
Checking
Mouse
in.
up to the Cabinet Office. Is a title. It's the cat
Oh,
who lives at 10 Downing
his
Street.
name's not Jerry.
Jerry, you know what?
It's Larry.
Larry, not Jerry.
Yeah. Oh, he's a mouser because he eats the mice, right? Yeah, got
Makes
it.
sense. But
I hope he does. run.
Larry, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Don't disrespect Larry like that. All right, Jerry.
I hope he hasn't been replaced.
Do you think when a party gets kicked out, so does Larry? I wonder.
How long has Larry been around?
Larry's been around since 1515. Formation of Larry, 1515. No, 2011.
Oh, okay, so Cameron.
But the formation of the Chief Mouser was in 1515, but the title wasn't. It was first used in 1997. So
Oh,
Tony Blair.
first Scotland result.
Oh! Is it a game from SNP? Is that what I'm seeing?
Kilmarnock gain from SNP. Yep, the first
Yeah.
of many.
Game
SNP
from
predicted to win
SNP.
10 seats, which is
Oh,
a
we haven't
wipeout for them.
And we've also got something else just come through.
Islington South.
Why have I heard of that?
You probably are thinking of Islington North, which is Jeremy
Oh,
Corbyn's seat.
Oh, that is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Labour. Oh yeah, pretty boring if I'm honest.
All right.
Labour barely changed.
Yeah, Green in second
Green
place,
went
so that's
up.
interesting.
Green to second. Lib Dem lost a bunch. Conservative lost a bunch. Reform 8%. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's add up to 100. That. I want to see the percent of the Oh, Conservative hold Huntingdon.
Yep.
Oh, close though.
Yeah.
35% Conservative.
Oh, between Conservative and Labour. Huh.
15% Reform.
Right. Yeah, Reform is sort of sliding behind at the moment.
Oh wait,
in terms of national class.
Did we say this? Kingston and Surbiton.
We're getting some London results.
Lib Dem hold.
Oh really?
51% Lib Dem.
Majority.
17% Conservative. Significant majority. Although they had a majority, but they actually lost votes.
Oh really?
Yeah, but Conservative just lost more.
Yeah. And that is in London.
Ealing Central and Acton. We do not have the results. We don't have the actual thing, but it's a Labour hold.
So is Leighton and Wanstead.
Oh, we've got the Labour game from SNP. Actual. Wow. Exactly what we predicted. I'll do a little bit more in detail for this one. Okay. So 5th, Green, 2.9%. 4th, Reform, 8.2%. 3rd, Conservative, 8.3%. 2nd, SNP, 32.8%, down from what was 50%.
Wow.
And Labour up to 44.9%, a gain of 25.9%, nearly doubled their votes. Over doubled their votes, sorry. Yeah. Oh wow, we got a few more.
Yeah.
Ashton Underline, Labour hold. Kilmarnock and Loudon. Oh, Labour game from SNP.
Yep.
That's the one I just saw, yeah. And then we also have Cambridgeshire North East, Conservative hold. They lost a lot.
Reform in second place.
Reform up to 23% there, but Conservative hold. It was a safe seat. Torfaen, Labour hold. Coventry East, I think I might have said it, but Labour hold. They're coming in fast. We're nearly 10, with 3 seats off, being 10% of the way through the election. Turnout is currently sat at 56.8%. Historic low. That is...
It's unbelievable.
It's bad. That's what it is. That's really bad. That shows the state. Yeah, that's really, really bad. At this point, we already knew Labour would win. We already knew.
We're just interested in the Portillo moments, the Reform Conservative vote share nationally, how many seats Reform will get, how dreadful the SNP will do. There's a load of questions that we've had answered already. We got answered that the Liberal Democrats were not going to become the official opposition party. Yeah. So just as we go, we're answering these questions, but a Labour majority was not one of them. Yeah. That was already assumed.
Southport, Labour game from Conservative. Labour only actually gained 1%. That was directly Reform that caused that. Conservative went from 50% to 25%.
Every single time it's been the Conservatives 16, losing and not Labour gaining.
Labour gains 1% there. Conservatives lost 25%.
Will Corbyn hold is my big question. Yeah, that's still one of the big questions. I'd say maybe yes.
I'd probably say Labour, but I wouldn't be surprised if he do. I'd pick Labour.
Earlier I said Labour, but only ever so slightly. Now seeing Labour underperforming, I'd lean towards Corbyn, but we'll see. Oh, okay. Still kind of in the middle. We'll see. Could go either way.
Oh, we got the data for Ealing, Central and Acton. Oh, yeah. Labour hold 47%. Most of the main parties lost percentages. Green and Reform and Workers picked up some percent.
All right.
Yeah. But I would have a pretty safe Labour hold.
Yeah.
64 seats declared, one away from 10%. Turnout sat at 57% right now. 65 seats declared. Stevenage, Labour gained from Conservative. Labour gained 6%. Conservatives lost 27%. Reform gained 17.9%. Yeah. So Labour win, but once again caused by Reform. as expected.
A lot of the time, this
Another
Conservative plus Reform vote is higher than
Yeah,
Labour.
Easington, Labour hold. Labour did gain 2%.
Look at that Reform vote.
Up to 30%, and Conservative 11%.
Wow.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big. What's the overall vote looking like right now? Do you want to guess?
I'd say
Before it
Reform's
was-
still 2% behind Conservatives. Labour's probably on 41%.
Good guesses. It's 42% Labour, 21% Conservative, and 18% Reform. But it's
Okay.
it's a little bit around in there. But
All right, I'll take
they're
it.
about 2% away from Conservative Reformists. So yeah, Lib Dem is at 7.7%
Yeah,
right
that'll
now.
improve over the
Green's
night.
at 6.6% though.
That's good
That's
for
good
them,
for
yeah.
them. That's good.
That's
for
about
them.
where they were polling.
Yeah, yeah. Right, a couple more. Broxtowe, Labour game from Conservative.
2 Labour
Once
gains from
again, a
Conservative.
Conservative
Stevenage
failure, they
as
caused
well.
it. Labour went up 2.9%, but Conservative
Oh.
lost 21%. Reform 17.6% there.
Sean, thank you for staying. You've been here a long time.
Is he going?
Have a good rest.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay.
Been here a long time.
We
Thank
got
you.
about an hour left, and yeah, trust me, we're feeling the same.
Yeah,
But we can't leave.
yeah. Not until 4. So
Not
we'll be
until
here.
4. We're going to be here. Right, a couple more. I want to just tell the results. They're coming in quick. Barrow and Furness, Labour game Conservative. Scunthorpe, Labour game Conservative. Oh, I'm going to check the results. It's another Scottish one. Dumbartonshire West is a Labour game from SNP.
Oh,
And Liverpool Walton is a Labour hold. Suffolk West is a Conservative hold.
these are coming in live.
Yeah,
Just now.
Dumbartonshire West. We have Labour at 48.8%, an increase of 20%. SNP at 33.6%, a
Ooh.
decrease of 16.1%. That is.
Yeah.
So another Labour win in Scotland. That's crazy. That's very crazy. That means we've now got -2 for the other category on the general election,
Right. Yeah.
which is the SNP. Yeah, that's crazy. 72. Oh yeah, Suffolk West. I see how. Wow, Conservatives only won by 7% in there in Suffolk. They previously had 64%.
Wow.
They had 34% in this one.
Well, that was close.
You know what? They were lucky. They were really lucky. They're like in these safe seats. If there was another 5% swing from Conservative to Labour, they'd have like no seats.
Yeah.
All of their safe seats have dropped to under half.
That's why
votes.
the polls are so
It's
catastrophic. some of them.
crazy. Yeah, well, that is. They've got unlucky that they're not just wiped out.
48% turnout in Leicester. Leicester West specifically.
Suffolk 60.5% turnout. Still
Oh, wow.
rubbish, but better.
Yeah.
Still really rubbish, but not as bad.
No.
Oh no, my thing stopped loading. Come on.
Workers' Party performing poorly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Maybe if they can hold Galloway. We've already got the result. Galloway's lost his seat.
Yeah.
It was close though. I was surprised by how close it was. But if Galloway can't win a seat, Workers' Party is not expected to pick up any. But yeah, Galloway's gone in Parliament for what? He came in May, so he only got.
Oh dear.
Yeah. There you go.
That's a good way
So
to
you
put
were
it.
right on the money. Yeah.
That's a very good way to put it. This isn't loading anymore. Maybe lots of people want it, or is what's happening? My
Probably coming in really fast now.
oh,
This map
sure.
behind me, I'll move aside again so you can get a better view. Starting to see lots of red.
Here we go.
As
Right.
expected.
Leicester West, Labour hold. Makerfield, Labour hold. Tooting, Labour hold. So a lot of Labour wins still right now.
They said it was rigged. Really?
Oh, of course they did.
I need to see this Galloway statement.
Bishop Auckland.
Gain from.
Why have
gain
I
from the
heard of Bishop
Conservatives.
Auckland? I'm not
Is it a
sure.
bellwether? It might be one of the bellwethers, I think.
I'm actually not
And that is a
sure.
Labour gain from Conservative. Conservative fears of recounting Hunt's seat. Ex-polls suggest Hunt has a 19% chance of retaining his seat.
Oh wow.
It's very much a two-horse race between Hunt and the Liberal Democrats. Oh, one Lib Dem fears the Tory may have edged it. Another fears that it may be close enough for a recount.
Oh.
Interesting. So it seems like in two of these, toss-up Conservative seats where we had Ian Duncan Smith earlier, who was expected 99% to lose his seat. Now it's actually close. And now, Jeremy Hunt, just a 19% chance to win.
Oh, sorry.
He could have won.
Bye,
Bye, Alistair. Thank
is
you
it
for
Alistair
being here.
or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye. It's okay. Thanks for staying.
Thanks for being here so long as well.
Yeah, I know. You've been here for a while.
Yeah, so Jeremy Hunt's seat is not expected to be declared until 4.
Oh, wow. Whole another hour. It's getting tougher now.
Grant Shapps appears to have lost his seat.
Oh, Newcastle North, Labour hold. Lewisham East, Labour hold.
Liberal Democrats hold Kingston.
Yeah.
They're flying in now. Double Labour hold, yep.
Only 7 Conservative seats so far. They've lost
Wow.
27 so far.
Sounds about right.
Lib Dems at 3, Reform at 1. Yeah, this is
Bruising. Green overtake Conservatives in Lewisham.
Oh, but look. Yeah, they do. Greens at 13.7, Conservatives 10.8. Look at that.
Wow.
Pretty big swing there as well. Reform at 4.5. Labour at 58.2, but down 4% there. Huh.
Not a bad night for the Greens. No, not at all. And we're still yet to have the 2 that they're expected to win. The exit poll suggested they win 2, which is an improvement.
Yeah.
And they've been polling well nationally. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's bad for them at all.
Voting system just gives them
They would benefit
very little
massively.
chance. Oh, they do so much better. I mean, look, right now they're sat at 6.7% of the vote.
Yeah.
That's a really
Getting
that's
like
a
30 seats
significant
at
amount.
least.
Yeah, that's a
More than that.
yeah.
Liberal Democrats wouldn't benefit too much. Labour would not at all.
Reform
Conservatives would help.
love
Reform
it.
would, yeah. Conservative hold in Hinckley. Has that popped up for you yet?
Yep.
Yep.
Here it is. Oh wow, they massive losses though. 35.6 down from.
Labour in 4th place.
They would have been at over 60% in the last election. Lib Dems second with 24.3. Reform 18.4. Labour 18. Labour 4th. Have we seen a Labour that low?
Yeah, I think we saw them 5th once.
Did we?
Yeah. It's just in these southern constituencies.
Yeah.
They're not liked at all.
Alright, I saw 8th Conservative seat. Map's starting to look a little bit more filled out now. It's looking a little bit nicer.
Key results so far. This is a bit of a recap from the BBC. I'll let you know. Rachel Reeves and Bridget Phillipson, both Labour cabinet members, have both been re-elected. That's to be expected. Energy Minister Justin Tomlinson lost in Swindon North to Labour. We covered that one earlier. Robert Buckland, a senior cabinet minister, said he was fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. Here come the knives. We said the infighting was going to come out, and it has. Full recount is taking place in Basildon, where Conservative Party chair Richard Holden is at risk of losing his seat. Very possible. George Galloway has lost, and Ed Davies been re-elected. The big moments. Sky website down.
Mine just had that. Mine literally just. That's what I was just looking at. Right, Broxtowe, Labour and Conservative. Luxton North, Labour hold. Bolsover, Labour and Conservative. Newcastle North, Labour hold. Harlow, Labour and Conservative. Hinckley and Bosworth, Conservative hold. Chelmsford, Lib Dem game from Conservative. 39.9% and Conservative 30.5%. So another Lib Dem gain.
What's that, Chelmsford?
That was Chelmsford, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And then Thurrock, Labour game Conservative. Haven't got any data for it yet. But wow, that's big for Lib Dems. Yeah. Lib Dem is now at 4 seats. With 84 seats declared. So
almost catching up to what they had before.
Well, if they are predicted 60, that's 1 in 10. So they're actually underperforming based on how many seats you've seen. But
but it's mainly been in the north.
Exactly.
I'm sure they'll catch up.
Yeah, exactly.
Conservatives hold North East Cambridgeshire. That's from the BBC just now.
I'm on. Just count past the people. Just get us to 326 seats for a party. And Clacton, ideally, but who knows? That might be right at the end.
Maybe.
I want to see some Clacton. Honourably in the election, if we had a Blair...
Yeah, imagine if Labour had a charismatic leader.
Oh my god.
That would have been a historic victory. We're still waiting on whether or not they've met
crazy.
1997. But what they've been able to do with Keir Starmer, of all people.
I know. It's... I mean, like, part of me, like... Oh, it's kind of... I don't know if it's sad is the right word, but it would have been really interesting to see, like, what would have happened, you know? If that had... It would have been just historic, and...
Might be.
Yeah.
Still might be.
Well, it could be, but it would have been groundbreakingly historic, you know? And it's not been able to happen.
Let's compare this exit poll to the YouGov MRP. Just how much worse is it for Labour than they expected? Labour are predicted 410 from the exit poll. They were predicted 431. So they've performed a bit below, but that's not too bad. Torbay Lib Dem gain, probably from Conservatives. See if you can bring it
Yeah,
up.
my website is broken as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a few more here.
Okay.
Torbay, Lib Dem game from Conservative. Folkestone, Labour game from Conservative. Hazel Grove is the Lib Dem game from Conservative.
Oh, they're
Fyle
flooding then.
is Conservative
Oh,
hold.
that's
Walthamstow
Keir Starmer's
is
seat.
Labour hold. Keir Starmer's seat is a Labour hold. Wow. Big
No
decline,
way.
though. Independent one loads.
Who was the independent?
I
Huh.
don't know. Independent. Andrew Feinstein.
No. I don't
Oh,
know
wait
who
a
it is.
second. We should see what ones Nicole Armour. Do you want to check what ones Nicole Armour's
Yeah,
running?
sure.
You can see on here if you click on it. I didn't realise you can see the candidates. Twickenham, Lib Dem hold. 56.3% of the vote, the exact same as in the last election. Where has he run?
Southwark. I don't think that's
Southwark.
pronounced yet.
Suffolk. That's in London. I've been to Suffolk.
Yeah?
Yeah, just random
Oh,
place.
right. I don't think any of these have been announced yet. Yeah. See you later. None of those have been announced. More popping down on the map, but that is a bit delayed.
Rhondda and Ogmore Labour hold. Ealing North. Why is that ringing a bell?
It is to me as well.
Oh, anyways, Labour hold.
Have we got an announcement for Chingford yet?
Yeah. Yeah, we had that.
Was that Labour? Oh no.
Oh wait, what? What do we have? Wait, maybe we didn't have that.
So
Oh, I
that's
thought
where
we did.
Pfizer Shaheen is. The independent.
I thought we
He
had.
got kicked out of Labour.
No, Chingford, we haven't
No.
got that.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we had one? What
Dunno.
am I thinking of? What one? Let me really. Oh, Cheltenham, Lid Dem game from Conservative. Higher Philly. Ever heard of this one? I don't know what that
No.
is. That is. Oh, it's Welsh.
Oh, okay.
I haven't got the results, but it was Labour hold. Smethwick, Labour hold. Exeter, Labour hold. Coventry North West, Labour hold.
What's that now? About 80 seats declared?
I think more than that now.
Yeah.
Oh, Chorley was the one that I was thinking of. Sorry, that one you said. Oh, we got another one coming. Wigan, Labour hold. I'll pick occasional ones.
Got
to
a
read
couple more
statistics
awful
of.
turnouts. Maybe have a look at the national turnout.
Yeah, what is the national turnout? Yeah, currently sat at 57.3%.
It's gone up a
So
bit.
gone up, but really not good still. That's really bad. Watcher. How do I say that? Worcester. Worcester.
I think so.
Oh, well, Worcester has 40.5% Labour, 25% Conservative. Wow, Labour going Conservative. That's a big one. 14.6% Reform. That's a big one again. Kaya Philly, we've got the data for that one in now. Labour 38%, PC 21.2%, Reform 20.3%,
Oh, wow.
Conservative only 11.5%.
Quite surprised by that result.
Yeah. Folkestone, I'm pretty sure we didn't have the date of this one yet, so it's come through. Labour 34.7%, Conservative 26.1%, Reform 25% of the vote. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Hello, how's the map looking like now that we're... do you want to...
Yes.
I'll
I'll move out the way and give
Jim,
you.
that's
Oh,
right.
you're back.
You went. Oh, hello. Yeah. We had to go to sleep.
There it is.
It's looking
Results
still
are
red.
flooding in
Still
now.
red, but we can quickly update you. 82 Labour right now, 9 Conservative, 9 Lib Dem, and 1 Reform. 2 SNP seats were lost. 37 Conservative seats have been lost. So yeah, that's your update for everyone, but also for you, Jim. Right, Coventry North West, Labour hold. Carshalton and Wallington, Lib Dem game from Conservative. 9 Lib Dem seats. Bermondsey and Old Southwark, Labour hold. I'm pretty sure that's in London, Bermondsey. Epping Forest, Conservative hold. 43.2% in the vote, down 20% from the last election. 29.6% Labour. But Conservative seat nonetheless. 10 seats for Conservatives, 83 for Labour.
Wow.
9 Lib Dem and 1 Reform.
Plaid set to keep all 4 seats, but possibly gain a bit in the Welsh. What's that, Parliament?
I assume.
Yeah. Or their Senate. Yeah. From what we've heard from other chatters, that seems likely. But as a proportion of the seats in Wales, as it went from 40 to 32, as we were told earlier.
Luton South and South Bedfordshire, sorry to cut you off.
Sure.
Labour hold 35% Conservative, 17.5% Conservative.
Big independent turnout.
So 35 Labour, sorry, 17.5 Conservative. And yeah, Independent 14, Reform 12, and Workers at 8%. That's
oh,
a
well,
pretty
that's
big
their
one.
best, well, second best result.
Yeah,
outside
it's one of their best ones. One of their best ones. That's what I just said. Luton South. Any more that I missed? No, I'm up to date. Oh, it's getting a bit tougher. 104 seats declared. We're now we got about 500 left.
Yeah.
But 100 done. Turnout is 57.2%, which is 7.8% less than last year. Yeah, that is.
Corbyn's seat being called yet? Islington North? I don't think so. That's going to be a tight one.
What's it called?
That's one to watch. Islington North.
Islington North.
Yeah. I believe so.
It hasn't been.
No.
Islington South has been.
Yeah, just check that wasn't him.
No, North has got Jeremy Corbyn.
Right, yeah.
What one is Rishi Sunak's again?
Richmond Yorks.
Oh no, that's not it.
I doubt his has been called yet.
Richmond Park.
Uh,
No. Oh, wait. What is it? Richmond and North. Wait. Oh, it is. Yeah. There he is. Nicole Mann.
yeah.
That's so funny how you get
loads of independents running there.
So many people.
Workers' Party up there
Count
as well.
Binface himself.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
That's so funny.
They're all going to split the vote on the left.
I
Though.
know. Seems very silly.
Counterproductive, yeah.
I mean, surely that Reform voter knows he's not getting in. That voter candidate, sorry, knows he's not getting in. Lee Taylor.
Yeah. Labour doesn't seem convinced they'll win. They said the seat has proved difficult. Corbyn's seat. Yeah, I have been leaning towards Corbyn winning that seat since we've seen
Yeah, I think it'll be close.
the Labour underperformance by about 4%. By the way, can you guys play more of the campaign trail? Yeah, I'm planning to make another video on that after this election. I'll be busy the next few days, but hopefully get that up soon for the Starmer side of things and hopefully produce a bigger majority than he has this time. Quite a tall order though.
Still refreshing.
Nothing else.
Little pause in announcements. We've got I need to adjust
Breathing room.
There we go. Paisley and Renfrewshire South.
Again
Labour
from
game from SNP.
Another one.
No information yet, but yeah. Yeah, yeah,
There
yeah.
you
That's the overall vote share, which is
Reform
still
now.
going more and more to
Yeah.
Conservatives over Reform. 3% difference now between Conservatives and Reform.
They'll probably close, but not enough.
Yeah.
Polls are proving pretty accurate.
Yeah, yeah. Labour at 40.7%, which is a fair bit, but nothing.
Should slide, I suspect.
What, higher?
Down.
Oh, alright. Right, another little gap. Come on, 105. I've still got a 500 left.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. How have more people come in the last hour or so? It's gone up again. It's late. You guys don't want to sleep either. Oh yes, the NCT. The new campaign trail, I'm assuming they're talking there.
That's a nice 2017. Yes, I saw that one. You can do the individual constituencies. That one's quite interesting.
They have Lib Dems plus the two major
Oh,
parties.
really? Oh, I didn't know that. I've heard the mod creator commented on the video, and he said he was adding like a reform side to the scenario and stuff like that. So that'd be interesting when that hopefully gets updated. Maybe could give that a try.
Oh, a little bit more. Hayward and Middleton North, Labour hold. Here's a map. Still looking patchy, but a bit more.
It's coming together.
We're at 107 seats declared now. Labour gain from Conservative. Welwyn Hatfield. I don't know where this one is. 41% Labour, 33.2 Conservative,
Oh, almost close.
13.2 Reform.
Alright, we've got a speech from Starmer at his count. This is victory speech upon being re-elected in Holborn and St Pancras. And he said, change begins in this community with the people who come together to make life better. Pretty standard stuff there.
Yeah.
Really haven't heard too much from leaders this time. Oh, it's official. Grant Shapps has lost his seat. The Defence Secretary is out.
Oh, wow. What one was this?
Welwyn Hatfield.
Oh, that's one I just looked at. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Portillo moment. There we go. I don't think Rishi will have a close race for re-election. Yeah, we've been saying that as well. We don't think he'll be out. We think he'll be fairly safe. Whether he decides to stay on as MP is another question. I think he will, but we shall see. But I think he'll be gone as party leader tomorrow, maybe. I think he's intelligent enough to predict that nothing is going to go his way. But any Portillo moments so far, other than the one we just got, Grant Shapps? I think, I'm not sure if this one was official, but Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary, has probably almost definitely lost her seat. I can double check that now for you, actually. So I'll look up her seat and then you can do a quick check.
I can check for you here. I've got it all here ready to go. Right, any more? We have a few more. Whoa, a bunch more.
Yep.
Like really in a short period of time. I'm gonna just skim through. Hayward and Middleton North, Labour hold. Rawmarsh and Conisborough, Labour hold. Leicester East, Conservative gain from Labour. Warwickshire and Bedworth.
Conservative gain from Labour.
Wait, Conservative. I didn't even register what I just said. Conservative gain from Labour. Leicester East. Labour lost loads.
What happened there?
Independent.
A few independents.
One Leicester. What's one Leicester?
Lib Dem split vote.
What's one Leicester?
Some local thing, probably.
Oh, wow.
We thought this would happen. We thought we'd get one Conservative
let's
gain
go
from
through
Labour.
this quick. So, Conservatives lost 7.4% of their vote, down to 31.1%. But Labour lost 29.3% of their vote, down to 21.6%.
And Reform not doing well.
Lib Dem went up to 13.5%. Independent got 11.8%. One Leicester got 7.9%. Reform got 5.6%.
Reform in sixth place. That would help
Green
the Conservatives.
4.6%. So basically, a bunch of small parties robbed all of Labour's votes.
Yeah.
And
that'll
still
do
let
it.
the Conservatives win. Wow.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Our first Conservative gain, very possibly the last. I thought we'd get
That
at least
is
one, just because of the
unexpected.
local climates. And
A
that's exactly
Conservative
just
gain.
happened.
Oh, we got. Oh, we
Yeah,
got
are we
loads
witnessing
going
a
through.
Conservative comeback? Are the next 500 seats all Conservative? It's possible.
Newton, Aycliffe, and Spennymoor. Labour game for
Oh,
Conservative.
they're flying in right now.
Blaydon and Consett, Labour hold. Stalebridge and Hyde, Labour hold.
Rishi
Brent
momentum.
East, Labour hold. Bunch of Conservatives. Chingford and Woodford Green.
Chingford. Who won?
Conservative
Whoa.
win.
I think I said this earlier.
Conservative
Labour
win.
and Independent Faiza Shaheen was kicked out of the Labour Party. She runs as an independent, splits the vote between Labour and her, and lets the Conservatives win.
Chingford,
Is that a hold?
It is a Conservative hold. 35.6 Conservative.
But it would have been an easy win for them.
25.8 Labour and 25.7 Independent. So
Would have been an
combined,
easy
they would
win
have
for them.
easily won. So easily
They threw
won.
it.
And they threw it all away. Right, let's keep going. We have. Oh my god.
They're flying in.
Where was we? Okay. Grantham and Bourne, Conservative hold. Wyre Forest, Conservative hold. Sutton and Cheam, Lib Dem game from Conservatives.
Another Scottish one, apparently.
Warwickshire and Bedford and Bedworth, Labour game from Conservative. Hexham, Labour game from Conservative.
SNP,
Chelmsford, Lib Dem game from Conservative. Lothian East, Labour game from SNP. West Bromwich, Labour game from Conservative. And Blaydon and Consett, Labour hold. So lots of Labour gains there. Just to quickly go through them again. So we got Labour game from Conservatives three times, sorry, and a Labour game from the SNP in Lothian East. We also then got 2 Lib Dem seats in Sutton and Cheam, both from the Conservatives, and in Chelmsford.
So just to
also
check
from the
quickly,
Conservatives.
to circle back on Gillian Keegan's seat. I don't know if it's been announced yet,
Yeah,
but
go on,
she's
tell me.
Chichester.
I don't think that it has been. It's not.
No?
Not yet. Not
Well, I saw something earlier saying Labour thinks they've won that.
yet. Liverpool Riverside, Labour hold. Whoa, this is a weird seat.
Oh,
3.6%
Greens in
Conservative
second.
vote.
Whoa, 5th place.
That's a really weird seat. What? Only 3% of people are the Conservative Party.
Wow, that might be their lowest.
That's crazy.
With the Conservative gain, was the incumbent MP running for re-election or no? That's an interesting one, actually.
With the Conservative game, was the incumbent MP running for re-election?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's probably got a popular profile personally, combined with the independent split in the vote.
We're on here.
Would it say on there?
So what I'm actually looking for.
So if
here-
you look up his name there,
what
or her
one?
name,
This
the
one.
Conservative candidate. Actually, no, it's a gain. So
Wait, so was the incumbent MP running for re-election?
yeah, so if you look up that seat, you can see who it's been represented by. Because the Conservative candidate is the insurgent, so
What?
it won't show up. Now, if you just go back on there and look up the seat, you can see the history.
Yeah. Well, what's the seat called again?
I'm not sure which one that was. It was a Conservative gain one.
Leicester East.
Leicester East. And then you can check back to see if the incumbent was running.
History. Right, Leicester East. Labour
Yeah, just
hold.
click on that and then hopefully it should come up.
It was Claudia Webb.
I don't think that was the
and
same
Bhupen.
person.
No, completely different for both
Yeah.
parties. Different for both parties. It was.
So not an incumbent running.
No.
So maybe that diminishes the personal profile.
Yeah. Okay, right. What else we got? A few more.
Oh, we've got applied gain. I think we might have missed that.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Applied gain in Wales.
Oh,
missed
that
one.
only just come up on my screen.
Oh, okay.
It's literally just popped
Oh,
up.
wow.
So, we got a few here actually. Ealing Southall, Labour hold. Brent East, Labour hold. Norfolk Mid, Conservative hold. Newport East, Labour hold. Eansmon, PC game from Conservative. It's a gain, it's not a hold.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's big. Enfield North, Labour hold.
SNP
Bracknell,
has won their first
Labour
seat.
game from Conservative. Richmond Park, Lib Dem hold. Bolton South and Walton, Labour hold. And Aberdeen North, the first SNP hold.
First of 10,
They have
likely.
a seat.
Yeah, applied can regain.
Oh wow, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good for them.
If you have a look in the middle of the map, should be about here. Give me a second to react to.
SNP's lost 4 so
delay.
far, by the way,
Wow.
just to keep you updated.
Approximately.
Conservative have lost 44.
If I move back a bit. About here in the middle of the map, you can see our first Conservative gain. Probably the last.
Yeah. We have Newcastle East and Wallsend, Labour hold. Sleaford and North Hykeham, Conservative hold. Burton and Utter Exeter, Labour gain from Conservative.
Oh.
Brent West, Labour hold. Ealing Southall, Labour hold. I'm pretty sure I've already said these and they're coming up with the data instead, I think is what that is.
Oh, okay.
Because they come up again to the top
right.
of the data reveals. Oh wait, this one had Nicola Milan on it, I think.
Oh, really?
Oh, I just had it. Ealing Southall, is it?
Maybe.
Where was it? Yeah, Nicola Milano. He got 740 votes.
No.
That's quite funny. Out of
Where did he place in, like 6th or?
he beat quite a few people.
Rejoined EU.
1, 2, 3, 7th he placed.
Oh, right.
That
Pretty good performance for the
That
Workers'
was a different
Party.
Nicola Milano.
Relatively. Yeah, not the real one.
Oh, we got the played. Oh, it was close. Their gain. It was really close. They got 32.5%. Conservatives got 30.5%. Labour got 23.4%.
I think that's a surprise for them then.
That's
They were expected to hold on to the ones they had now, but they've just made a gain. That would be good for them.
That's
very
really
good
close. Right. Renfrewshire East. Labour gain from SNP. It's another SNP loss.
Yeah.
That is the 5th SNP loss we've seen today so far. PC gain. Wow, yes, PC gain. It's pretty crazy from the Conservatives.
Just going to check BBC, see if we've gotten any more statements from party figures. Doesn't look like it.
Labour currently stand at 106 seats, 40 gained, 66 held. Only 220 away from a majority. So, yeah. Currently, turnout stands at 57.5%.
Labour has fallen sub 40 in vote share.
Yeah, 39.7.
Yeah, I thought they would slide.
All right,
Yeah.
39.7. Cambridge, Labour hold.
Very few results in the southeast. They sort of seem to be coming down from the north. South. Few coming in Scotland. Massive Labour gains.
My phone is just frozen. Okay, I'll reload that. Too much demand for the Sky. Wait, what is actually like? What?
Yeah,
My
struggling.
website's just broken. Okay, I was reloading. There we go. We're back on. Brent West, Labour hold. I'm pretty sure I already said that, but data's in. Labour lost 10% of their vote. Conservative only lost 1%. It was given to Green in the Workers and Reform.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah. Quite a lot. I'm not seeing many massive Labour gains here.
No, not at all.
Stratford on Avon, Lib Dem
Is that
gain
an
from
SNP?
Conservative, and Aberdeen North SNP hold.
Oh, okay.
Is that the same one? That's the same one. Oh,
Maybe.
the same one. It is the same one.
Okay.
It is. It was. Oh, we must have just come up with the data. It
Yeah.
is. Right, we can see the SNP
It's
hold.
close.
The SNP hold was really close, 34.5 to 30.3, and he just kept it. So, yeah. Right, Stratford on Avon, Lib Dem gain from Conservative. Wow, that's significant. Conservative were at 60%, down to 30%. Lib Dems were at like 25, now at 45%. So pretty significant. Labour not even in the race for that one, 7%. Like Reform 15%. But yeah, 44 to the Lib Dem, 30 to Conservative in Stratford on Avon. Bracknell, Lib Dem game. Sorry, incorrect. Labour game from Conservative. It is 3:20 in the morning. Please mind my mistakes.
Close.
Very, very close. 2%, under 2% in this one. In Bracknell, 33.7 Labour, 31.9% Conservative, and 17% Reform. I know this is a lot of numbers by there, everyone. I probably will forget, but I'm trying to read them all out in time. Rugby. Didn't know that was a place. Rugby. We don't have data, but it's a Labour game from Conservatives. Cambridgeshire South is a Lib Dem gain from Conservative. That must be what I just saw a second ago. I got confused with.
Have Lib Dems got more than Conservatives at the moment? Must be close.
No. 13.
Oh, it is close.
It's close though. It is close. So yeah, Cambridgeshire South, Lib Dem going for Conservative. It was a 46.8 compared to 27.4 Conservative votes, so pretty decent once again. Bracknell, Labour going for Conservative. Really close though, actually. Really close that one, but I guess that shows it's big. How many seats declared? 141 seats. Turnout 57.6. Ever so slightly higher, but still really bad. Right.
Chat is slowing down, but if you'd like to ask us any questions,
Yeah,
while
feel free. We do understand that
between
people
results.
are probably tired.
Yeah, we are too.
We are too. So if you don't, it's okay. But anything you want to ask us, we're still willing to answer questions, even though we are speaking loud and chucking numbers out.
Yeah.
If you want to ask questions on the chat, we're still ready to go. So we're here waiting. Any questions? South Holland and the Deepings, Conservative hold. Norfolk Mid, Conservative hold. South Ribble, Lib Dem game. Labour game from Conservative. I was looking at the other one again. Cambridge, Labour hold. We already had that. That's a data coming through.
Not much reform yet.
Not much at all. Not much at all.
Apart from all their second places and that one seat Nashville.
Yeah. You wanna know?
Oh, Stephen's result came in. Was it the one you wanted?
Was it? Yeah, was it how you wanted?
I'll give you a quick look at this map.
I mean, I'm gonna have to assume by the response it did go how you wanted. Gosport, Conservative hold. And we have Ipswich, Labour game from Conservative.
Wasn't reform, but oh right. Oh, your Conservative MP isn't bad. Okay.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Not too bad then.
Conservative. I wonder if you're one of three. That means.
Yeah.
I wonder where you are. Bangor, Aberconwy. Where is this? This is Wales. Labour game from Conservative, but PC did good.
Oh wow.
33.6 Labour.
Yeah, Plaid in second.
21.9 Plaid, and then 21.7 Conservative. 14.6 Reform. So pretty even between Plaid, Conservative, and Reform there.
Yeah.
But Labour managed to get it.
Oh, South Holland.
We got what? Sorry. Oh, South Holland. I see. So we got a couple more. Bangor. Oh, sorry, just said that. Gravesham, Labour game from Conservative. Durham, Labour hold. Liverpool West Derby, Labour hold. And East Kilbride and Straighthaven, Labour game from the SNP. Another SNP loss.
Crazy.
That is 6 SNP losses so far already. That's pretty significant. They're on 1, yeah. Lib Dem game from Conservative, Newton Abbott. That's pretty big
Still
as
waiting
well.
on results for that one.
14 Lib Dem seats right now. They're doing good.
Yeah.
They're doing very good. They're now on track really on the national.
Yeah.
Every 10 seats or so they should be getting one to hit their exit poll, and they are basically doing that now. Buckingham and Bletchley, Labour game from Conservatives. How close was it? Pretty close, 36.9 to 31.9. Only a 5%
Conservative vote
swing.
collapse that caused that.
Yeah, 15.7 reformers. That's the difference. Durham, surprised. Dominic Cummings wasn't there testing his eyesight.
Oh, this map is starting to populate. Because everything has started coming in about 10
Islington
minutes
North?
ago. Yeah, that's it.
Who's that one?
Jeremy Corbyn, has he won?
Independent.
Yes.
Jeremy Corbyn as well.
I got it right, yay.
By 15%.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought the Labour underperformance.
Labour got 34%, down from 64 the one before. Jeremy Corbyn got 49.4% of the vote.
Just short of majority.
49.4.
That's a big one. Jeremy
Corbyn, that's huge.
Re-elected as an
Do you wanna
independent.
put that? You can put that on the slider if you want. That's a huge one. That's very huge. Independent. Michael Corbyn won. Yeah, that's a huge amount. That's wow. We're putting that on the stream. Oh, and Leicester South, independent game from Labour.
Really?
Only by 2.5%. Shopcat Adam. You know who that is?
No.
They won 35.2% of the vote compared to 32.9%.
Oh, wow.
Took it off Labour.
Hmm.
Majority of 1,000 votes. Someone else running this constituency called Anne Green, and their party was the Communist Party of Britain.
Yeah, they run a few candidates.
279 votes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Didn't know they existed. Durham North, Labour hold. I think I already said that, but you know, it's going to be updates. Stockport, Labour hold. Bolton West, Labour game from Conservative. And 2 more Lib Dem games. Newton Abbott and St Neots and Mid Cams. Never heard of that one. But yeah, so we got 15 Lib Dem seats right now, 19 Conservative, 1 SNP, and 119 Labour.
Oof.
I know. But yeah, Corbyn, that's a big one.
Yeah. I thought he'd win, but he won by a fair amount.
Oh, that's not right. Is it? Corbyn wins, and it's what's the A? That's not
That's
right.
just a glitch.
Yeah, do you want to sort that out?
I think it's just on a delay. I think I did.
Oh, okay, sure. Right, we got a few more. Bedfordshire Mid, Conservative hold. That is only just though. Oh, big one, very big one, very big one. But I'm gonna get to it in a second. Croydon East, Labour hold. Southend East and Rochford, Labour game from Conservative. Clacton, Reform game from Conservative. We haven't
Let me guess the margin.
We haven't got it yet.
Okay,
We
we'll come
haven't
up in a
got it.
second.
But Clacton has come
I
through.
predict he wins by
Nigel
12
Farage
points.
is in the House of Commons. That is huge.
For the first time, he's run 8 times. This is his 8th
That
attempt to
is
get into Parliament. He's
huge.
done it. He's done it.
He's made it in his own party.
Along with probably a lot of his colleagues.
I think that isn't fixed, by the way. You might want to change that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's huge. Come on.
Yeah.
I want the vote share to come through. It's not coming up.
How much do you think he's won by? I'd say like 12 points.
Oh,
Given the reform over performance
I
and the safest reform seat, that is the safest one. I'd say he's won by 12 or more.
I think it could be more. I think he could have smashed it. I'm gonna go something.
Very
Let's go
possibly.
like 15. Let's go with something strong. Let's go 15. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Paisley and Renfrewshire North, Labour game from SNP. No data yet, but that one's come through. Nottingham South, Labour hold, also no data. So that is now 15 Lib Dems. That is, I actually can't see how many SNP have lost now because Reform has overtaken their spot on the top 4. They're part of other now. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Sad.
SNP is other. Unlucky SNP. Eastbourne, Lib Dem game from Conservative. That's 16 Lib Dem seats. They're only 4 behind the Conservatives right now.
Wow.
How close was it? Oh, I haven't got the voter share yet. I want Clacton to come through. Come on, Clacton.
Should do any second.
Still not come through.
It's on here. Has Bloomberg got it? Bloomberg has not got it yet.
No.
I think he could have even cleared 40%. Very possible. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
It's just about the margin between him and Conservatives, probably.
I'm
I'd
thinking
suspect
a
he'd be in second.
landslide. Essex is quite Conservative slash Reform.
That's why they went with that.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
clever for him to go there.
Oh, come on, Clacton. Tell us your vote. 167 seats have now been declared.
You got 46%.
What? How'd you get it before me? Mine hasn't come through. 46.
That's looking like a 20% win then.
That's basically the same as how good Corbyn did.
Right.
49. It's very similar.
It's fairly local to Clacton.
Is he? I didn't know.
Relatively. I think he's from Thanet.
Midlothian is Labour game from SNP.
Conservatives at 28% nationally. That is an overperformance of about 6 points
Oh wow.
or more.
No,
Yeah, he is from
Are
Kent. Yeah.
no, nationally Conservatives at 21.9.
All right, Conservatives in Clacton must be.
Yeah.
You've got the scoop on that.
Clacton's now come through on me. Right. 46.2 Reform, 27.9 Conservative,
Yeah, I thought they'd been second.
16.2 Labour.
What's that? 18 point.
Wow.
18-point plurality for.
What do you mean? How much he's won by?
Yeah.
Nearly 20. Reform 46.
Yeah, 18-point
Conservative 28.
plurality for Farage.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
Clacton, he's going to the House of Commons for the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
time.
that is crazy.
Loads of big ones coming.
Right, Birkenhead, Labour hold. Hampstead and Highgate, Labour hold. Redditch, Labour gain from Conservative. Just 1.8% in it. Like Conservative lost 31.6%, Labour gained 9%.
Oh, wow.
Reform gained 20% there.
Oof.
Yeah. Overall turnout has increased to 58.2%. Pretty bad, but yeah. We've now got data for Eastbourne. Lib Dem got 52% of the vote
Wow.
in Eastbourne. That's huge.
Yeah.
Conservative 25, Reform 13.3, Labour only 5.2. Bless you.
Thank you.
Essex North West, Conservative hold.
Sounds about right.
Nottingham South, Labour hold. Feltham and Heston, Labour hold. Well, Clacton has now been confirmed. That's one of the biggest ones we've got.
Yep.
I know it's fairly far from Clacton. Thought he was a bit closer than that.
Yeah, he's Kent. Close enough. Borders Essex.
Yeah.
He only chose it. He only chose it because of the Brexit vote and just the Conservative leaning naturally. It's not because he has any personal connection. It's just a purely political move.
Yeah, it makes sense. Get himself in there. He can now. Well, he can talk in Prime Minister's questions, can't he? That's
gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Every week we'll get a clip of him probably.
that'll be a funny one to see.
Will the Prime Minister reveal the identity of Big Chungus? 6 hours into this, I've lost my mind.
I know, you've gone crazy. You wouldn't have said that 5 hours ago
No.
on your first stream. Orpington, Conservative hold. 38% Conservative and 27% Labour, 19% Reform. Conservative lost 23% of their vote though. Yeah. All their holds are still losses over, they're still losing votes. Did I say New Forest East, Conservative
Don't
hold?
think so.
Hindburn, Labour gain from Conservative. Hertsmere, the Conservative hold. Hampstead and Highgate, Labour hold. I'm sure I said that. Data's just come through. Conservative now have 24 seats. Labour 131. Lib Dem 16. Reform 2. And other 4. Reform is 4th best right now, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
Slough is Labour hold.
Slough.
Slough,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Independent got second though.
Oh wow.
25.5%. Independent Network. Never heard of it. Reform got 7.7%. Oh! Another decently big one. Aberdeen South. SNP hold. They managed to get another seat, but only by
5%
by 7%.
Okay.
So Labour and Conservative need to be exact same. 24.7 and 24.4% there. Oh, that was Stephen Finn's seat.
Oh, he's held on.
He's held on.
Oh.
He's held on relatively safely as well.
Yeah.
7% in it.
Huh.
That's lucky I saw that. Yeah, he held on. He's still in. He's got a job. Bristol South. Labour hold. Yes. St Helens North, Labour hold. St Helens South and Wiston, Labour hold. Pretty strong holds as well. Stockton North, Labour hold. We're 184 seats declared of 650. Nearly a third of the way there, and it's 25 to 4.
Not bad.
I think it's going to be later than 4. Oh, yeah. Just got a news pop on my phone. Nigel Farage becomes MP at 8th time of asking. Yep.
He's done it.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I've been to Clacton. I'll have to go back. Go say hi to Nigel Farage.
Should have went for a video. Maybe next time. See if it runs again.
I went to the pier there. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's where he launched his campaign.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh no way! Imagine I just happened to go at the same time. Right. I don't know how to say this. Louth, and Horncastle.
Oh, no, that's Scotland.
Conservative hold. No.
No.
Looney is just the name of it. New Forest East, I think I already said that, but Conservative hold. Ugh. Thought Orpington would have been higher. I'm pretty sure it was quite higher though. Anyways, from when I saw, let me double check it now. It was 38. Actually, no. To be fair, 38% compared to 26.9 Labour. It lost 23%. It did, and that's just Reform. I mean, Reform got 20% or so, 19%. So Reform stole like nearly all those votes. That's what's happened, really. Coventry South. Oh, another one. Great Yarmouth. Reform gained from Conservative.
Oh, who was running there?
That is Rupert Lau. Why have I
Don't know.
I feel like I might have heard of that name.
I don't recognise him. I wonder if that was one they were predicted to win. Great Yarmouth.
Rupert Lau. Maybe I haven't. Do you recognise him?
Was he in UKIP before?
He was former member of the European Parliament, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Who served as a Brexit Party member.
Yeah, that's it then.
In the European Parliament.
How many seats were Reform predicted? 13.
13, which is more than we expected.
Much more than was on the final YouGov
That's
poll.
their third seat though, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Falkirk, Labour gain from the SNP. Amber Valley, Labour gain from Conservative. Hamilton and Clyde Valley, Labour gain from the SNP. Coventry South, Labour hold. Lichfield, Labour gain from Conservative. Edmonton and Winchmore Hill, Labour hold. And Cheadle, Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. That's pretty.
BBC projects 405 Labour seats. They've downgraded their Labour seat projection.
Oh really? What was it at before?
410.
Oh okay.
So they'll definitely not reach that 97 level.
Yeah.
So it's not historic, but it's still
big
slide.
though.
Yeah.
Hemel Hempstead, Labour gain from Conservative.
So they've updated their prediction. They've put. Oh wow.
What?
They've upgraded their Conservative prediction by about 20.
154. Wow.
Thank you for telling us this. I haven't seen this.
Reform 4.
SNP 6.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
they've been decimated.
Sorry, Reform only 4 though. Reform's already at 3.
Wait, what? Yeah.
So why? That doesn't make
Wait,
much sense
where
to
has this
me.
come from?
Where have you? This BBC projections
Have
apparently.
they updated it or something?
Maybe.
Let me check now.
But to say Reform 4 when they were just predicted 13 by exit
That all
polls
sounded
seems
possible
a little
until
bit-
that, yeah.
That seems a little bit off. Stoke-on-Trent North, Labour gain from Conservative.
Or was this before the election? Let us know.
Bristol South, Labour hold.
Leicester South
Carlisle.
Independent gain from Labour.
Where's right? Leicester South Independent gain from Labour.
Yeah. Lots of independents this time around.
Oh yeah, I said that. Oh, that's the one who. That's the Shocker Adam guy. You didn't know the Leicester
right.
South one. Yeah.
Oh, it was a close one.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us know where you got that projection from.
Warrington North, Labour hold. High Peak, Labour gain from Conservative. Lewisham North, Labour hold. They're coming in quick. 202 seats declared. We're very nearly about to hit the third way mark.
Yeah.
Lewisham North is a Labour hold. Aldridge Brown Hills is a Conservative hold. With 10% margin. Reform got 24% there.
Just checking if there's any updates from the BBC.
Yeah, website's breaking for me again. BBC, did you see that? BBC is the forecast on the channel right now.
Oh, right. Oh, interesting. Huh. They've really got Reform at 4.
That's really the
It's
reform.
odd. They seem to be
strange.
overperforming, and especially nationally.
They seem to be doing pretty good.
That's
so it's
weird
Still
to me.
have them 4, but they might have their reasons.
Especially after the exit poll. They were at
Very
13.
strange. Very, very strange. Why?
Are you sure it wasn't 14? Applied sounds alright for 4. That sounds right. SNP on 6, maybe. It's been quite bruising, but Stephen Flynn held on, so you'd think
Yeah,
that was a bit of a surprise. Conservatives 154 sounds entirely possible. Labour on 405 sounds entirely possible. Well, actually, oh
Got
no, that makes sense.
few little bits of information for
Okay.
you. Bury, St Edmunds and Stowmarket, Labour going for Conservative. Bassett Law, Labour going for Conservative. Milton Keynes, Labour going for Conservative. Rotherham, Labour hold. Mitcham and Morden, Labour hold. Southend, West and Leigh, Labour going for Conservative. High Peak, already said that, Labour going for Conservative. Thanet East, Labour going for Conservative. Aberystwyth, Maesteg, Labour hold. Where is that?
Oh wait,
That is in Wales.
I found the prediction.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You're right. Yeah, that's odd. So on the BBC front page right now, they've got a prediction that's sort of changed overnight, I guess, because this is very different to the exit poll. Puts Labour at 405. That's 5 less than the exit poll suggested. It puts Conservatives at 154. It's about 20 more than the exit poll suggested, and about 50 more than the final YouGov poll suggested.
Wow.
They've had a pretty good night, all things considered.
Wolverhampton South East, Labour hold.
Okay. Lib Dems on 56 is what they're predicting, which would be a disappointment for them, but good, all things considered. SNP on 6. That would be devastating.
Oh,
Reform on
Lagan Valley, Alliance game from DUP.
Yeah. Yeah, DUP is going to suffer this time around, I think. And,
Alliance is, what's it called?
I think they're unionist.
Huh.
But that must be like a unionist heartland where it's only unionist parties facing off. Correct me if I'm wrong. But
Southend, gone Labour, blind. What's that say? Where's that? Can you get rid of that? Oh, blimey.
yeah, it's just like an emoji pop up or something. Yeah, I'm really interested by this BBC forecast. How have they gone from predicting 13 seats to reform on this exit poll to 4 when it seems they've overperformed nationally?
Got a few random ones here. Meriden and Solihull East, Conservative hold. Then Ulster Mid, we got a Sinn Féin hold. And then we've got a Labour hold in Newport West. And then we've got, I don't know how to say this.
Don't even try. But it's applied gain from Conservatives. Applied gain from Conservatives. Another applied gain. They've had a good night.
That's 2 gains, I think, so far, right? And Hampshire North East, a Lib Dem gain from Conservatives.
Have a look at that Ulster result, actually.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if they've increased. They have increased.
Oh, also they had
Sinn
it before.
Féin has increased the majority.
Yeah, and they just increased it even further. And then we have this pride gain was pretty significant. Yeah,
Conservatives pushed into 3rd when they had it previously.
Down, yeah.
If you can't pronounce it, then it's in Wales. That's a good rule of thumb. Yeah,
that is very true. Isle of Wight West, Labour gain for Conservative. Bridgewater, Conservative hold. Lancashire West, Labour hold. Hull East, Labour hold. Meriden and Solihull East, I already said that, I think. Conservative hold. Haven't. Conservative hold. Only by 0.2%.
Wow.
Very close.
Majority of 92 votes.
92 votes decided it. That's the type of place where you want to be voting. Your vote matters there.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. 92 votes in it.
Another Conservative hold just popped up.
That was that one.
All right, you just got updates for
other ones. Yeah, they seem to keep refreshing up. Oh, we're officially over a third of the way.
Nice.
Third of the way.
Should be half of the way by 2, so
hopefully
it should start flooding in. I want to stay for the Jeremy Hunt result. That should be 4 on the dot.
What is that again? We need to remember.
4 on the dot.
No, what one?
He's somewhere in the southwest, I think.
Brentford and Isleworth, Labour hold. Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard, Labour game for Conservative. Stafford, Labour game for Conservative.
So Jeremy Hunt is in Farnham, Surrey.
Okay.
That's his constituency.
Okay.
And he would be the first ever Chancellor to lose his seat.
Wow.
Which he has a 81% chance of doing tonight.
Neath and Swansea East, Labour hold. nearly 58.1% turnout now is the current standings. 16.4% Reform and 22.2% Conservative. Lancashire West Labour hold. Devon North Lib Dem gain from Conservative.
That map is really filling in now.
Rossendale Darwin is a Labour game. So the Lib Dem was the Devon North game from Conservative. And yeah, it is filling in a lot more. That's looking a lot less playing now.
Yeah.
A lot less playing.
So I wonder how often this BBC projection updates.
Low
I'm really confused.
Labour game from Conservative.
I'm really confused because can we check national vote again? Because I think we might have been
overall?
overestimating Reform at the start.
Wait, was you now?
Yeah.
So Labour 37.9.
Wow.
No.
I thought they'd slip a bit,
Conservative
but yeah.
22.4 and Reform 16.4. Lib Dem 9.9.
Yeah.
Green 6.4.
Pretty in line with polls.
Yeah. Wokingham Lib Dem game from Conservative.
Staffordshire Conservative hold.
We have Ellesmere, Port and Brumborough Labour hold. Chichester Lib Dem game from Conservative.
Gillian Keegan. Education Secretary's out.
Out for the Lib Dems. Gillian Keegan has lost. Yep. Gone.
Another Portillo moment. Grant Shapps is gone. Gillian Keegan is gone. Defence Secretary and Education Secretary both gone.
Crazy. Newport West and I don't know where that is. Labour hold. Peckham Labour hold.
Another gain for Labour from the SNP in Rutherglen.
Where'd you see that?
BBC.
Ah, you must be ahead of me slightly.
Yeah.
I've not got that yet.
For once.
Yeah, it's not on mine. York Central Labour hold. Rutherglen Labour gain from SNP. Fareham and Waterlooville Conservative hold. Conservatives currently lost 86 seats. Labour gained 72.
"10 minutes until we see if the first sitting Chancellor has lost his seat. It looks likely, but they think... So interestingly, he had a 19% chance of winning before tonight, but they are thinking there's going to be a recount, so that suggests it's close.
Yeah.
And it speaks to the overall Conservative overperformance tonight that we had predicted.
Penistone and Stocksbridge, Labour game for Conservative. Pembrokeshire, Mid and South, Labour game from Conservative. And Bolton North East, also Labour game from Conservative. Lots of Labour game from Conservative. Been saying that over 100 times today.
Yeah. I think, so Reform is still on 2.
3.
3?
3 there. Clacton,
Ashfield and... oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I remember the UKIP guy.
Yeah.
They're guaranteed to get Boston and Skegness because that's Richard Tice's seat.
Burnley,
They'll put him in a safe one. Reform's floor at this point is 4. I'm confused why BBC is predicting that when they had 13 on the exit poll. It's not like they've underperformed.
Yeah, that is strange.
But actually, if we consider what they are now nationally, 16.
16.4.
That's roughly where they were in the opinion polls.
Yeah.
And YouGov, based on that opinion polling, put them at 3.
Perth and Kinross Shire, SNP hold. And they put them on, what, 3 seats? You said Reform?
With 16% of the vote nationally.
Okay,
So
well, we'll have to see then, maybe.
That's interesting. We were looking at a massive overperformance at the start, but I did mention, take it with a grain of salt, because it's the North and heavily Brexit voting and sort of tactical voting is out the window.
Clwyd North. Must be Welsh. It is.
Yeah.
Labour game from Conservative, but only
but I didn't even have a chance.
Yeah. Bristol Central Green game from Labour.
Yep. There's
we
Bristol.
got it right. We got by a
Massively.
massive amount. 56.6 to 32.6 Labour. Conservatives at 4.6%. Reform only 3% of the vote. Green 56.6%.
Wow.
That is huge. Carla Denya.
So that's their leader, co-leader.
Oh, right. Is that the lady with the short hair that's
Yeah.
always debating? Yeah, that's the one.
I wonder where Adrian Ramsey's running, their other co-leader.
I'm not sure. Tottenham, Labour hold. Great Grimsby, Labour game for Conservative, along with Peck from Brookshire and Hackney South. Oh no, Hackney South is a Labour hold, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so in terms of the popular vote, Labour is only 1% better off than last year so far. But Conservatives are 20% worse off.
Yeah, that's just first past the post for you.
Yep. Nottingham East, Labour hold. Right now, the standing of the seats is 181 Labour, 32 Conservative, 21 Lib Dem, 3 SNP, 3 Reform,
yeah.
and then 7 others, which I'm not exactly sure what they are right now. This is in other.
SNP.
I said SNP
All
and
right.
Reform. Then there's going to be like the Plaid and the Alliance and all them little ones. Green now as well. Tunbridge Wells, Lib Dem game from Conservatives.
Wait. Is that Tom Tugendhat? No?
Mike Martin.
Huh.
Tunbridge Wells.
Wonder where he's running. Another Lib Dems,
Pretty Conservative
Yeah.
got half their vote there.
Comfortable win.
Lib Dem got it instead. Derbyshire South, Labour game from Conservative.
I'd be shocked if Reform number is below 5. Yeah, we were thinking that earlier, but now
Another
their
PC.
vote nationally is kind of slumped to where it was in the polls, which would have them at about 3, according to the MRP poll from YouGov. So I'm not really sure what to think anymore.
Another Plaid gain from Conservatives.
Wow, they're doing really well.
Plaid, as I should say.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
They're doing this. Isn't that their third one?
Suella Braverman says, I'm sorry my party let you down. Wow.
Oh, wow.
The knives are out.
That's a bit deep.
Yeah. Wonder if she'll be running for leadership. Would not be surprised.
Right. Awaiting more results. It's 5 minutes till 4 o'clock. And we are still not even halfway through all the seats.
No.
Wow. This is going on and on and on.
As expected.
Quite a lot of north, east, left, though, which is usually a little
Yeah,
bit more.
the North
Yeah.
Yorkshire area, yeah. That's where Rishi Sunak is. So that would make sense.
Penistone and Stocksbridge Labour game from Conservative once again. 94 seats lost for Conservatives so far. That is significant.
Mm.
Right. Dulwich and West Norwood Labour hold. Oldham W. I don't know what that's meant to. What is that? Oldham W. Chatterton and Royton. That is a Labour hold, but an independent. Very, very much got close. And then Reform followed in third place.
Wexit, Welsh exit, seems so far off. They don't have a name yet. Yeah, I've been impressed by the Plaid gains in Wales.
Yeah.
Very.
Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke, Labour game from SNP once again. Southgate and Wood Green, Labour hold. Ayrshire North and Arran, Labour game from Conservative. Upper Barn, DUP hold.
Wow.
Yeah, they increased their vote share as well.
Really?
So did the SUF though. Over that. Hertford and
Did BBC
Stortford,
polling, did
Labour
BBC
game
prediction
Conservative.
change? So, kind of. This is different. It's their forecast compared to the exit poll, and I think they've updated it over the night, but it's remained sort of the same for the last half an hour or so. They've got Labour on 405, Conservatives on 154, Lib Dems on 56, SNP on 6, and Reform on 4.
Basildon and Billericay,
Wow.
Conservative hold, and it was a
So
20
close.
majority. 20 votes.
What?
20 votes.
That's the smallest one
decided,
we've seen yet.
The Conservative
And it was really
hold.
close between Labour, Conservative, and
Yeah,
Reform.
20 votes.
Wow.
That is insane.
That MP should be scared for his life.
Boston and Skegness, Reform gain from Conservative.
Yeah, Richard Tice is an MP.
Is in the House of Commons.
That was a pretty safe one.
That's 4. They've got 4. That's the BBC prediction. They've
BBC
got 4
doesn't
already.
think they're going to win anymore, though. Are they going to prove them wrong? But the
Richard
exit polls
Tice
predict
and
it
Nigel
13.
Farage. And the
The
Anderson.
dynamic duo. Now in Parliament.
That's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
That is going to be so weird. Them in Parliament. Not stop hearing about them. Now they're all there.
Yeah.
Right. Sussex Weald, Conservative hold. Ilford South, Labour hold. Why have I heard of that? I haven't. Weird.
The South East has just been
Surrey
wasteland.
East, Conservative hold. Ayrshire North and Arran, Labour game from SNP. Lincoln, Labour game from Conservatives. Glasgow North East, Labour game from SNP. Leicestershire North West, Labour game from Conservative. Dundee Central, SNP hold. SNP held a seat again.
Nice. Nigel will just be in the corner with a pint, shouting at people.
SNP, well, they're not getting predicted. How many they get predicted by BBC?
6.
They're on 4 now. So
Yeah. I think...
Southampton
I don't know,
test,
it's weird.
Labour hold.
How long will the stream run? Oof.
Well, so the plan was 4. It's now 4, and not even half the seats have been declared.
We thought half would be done by now.
We thought we would have a winner guaranteed on the stream by now. So we know the winner, but we thought we would have it in numbers in front of us. So I don't know yet. Do you? How long is the stream gonna last?
Depends. Jeremy Corbyn was tearing up in his speech. I think he might have been shocked.
Oh,
He won by a fair bit, though.
How long do you guys want it to last?
Don't say that. I'm hoping that I don't... Oh, you got to do the school run at 8:30.
Oh no! Oh, we've luckily got what we got to do tomorrow. Sleep. That's our plan of action. Southampton. It's
Jim.
Conservative.
Yeah, Corbyn won.
Yeah.
By about
he
what was it,
did.
10 points?
He got about 49% of the vote.
It's a pretty
Huge.
impressive showing.
Huge. He nearly had an outright majority. He did
Yeah.
very well. Lewisham West and East Dulwich, Labour hold. Watford, Labour game for Conservative. Sheffield Central, Labour hold. Southampton Test, Labour hold.
Oh,
Aldershot.
Stephen, I wish you luck. Does not sound fun after tonight.
Aldershot, Labour game for Conservative.
49.2%, not bad for an independent run. Yeah, I wonder if that's the most an independent has ever
won.
got, highest vote share ever.
No,
I'd be
it's
interested
very
in
good.
that.
It's very, very good.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone who'd be higher. Speaker doesn't count. Yeah, I'd be interested in that statistic.
Yeah. Right.
Anything else? We should get the Jeremy Hunt result any second now.
Droitwich and Eversham, Conservative hold.
This map behind us is everything that's gone on so far. It's nearly halfway done. It's very red, as you can see.
What one is Jeremy Hunt again?
He is not one of the ones you just read out. It will come to me, but
Yeah.
should be any second. BBC seems like a pretty wild prediction. Yeah, in terms of the Reform and SNP, I think that might be off.
Nelly, Labour hold. Gedling, Labour game Conservative. Cardiff West, Labour hold.
Yeah, Reform. I'm a bit confused by BBC's projection. I wouldn't be surprised if it's off. Just looking at that.
Just comparing
Conservatives seem about right. Green, yeah.
Reform is and I'm sure
Plaid is already kind
Plaid
of.
and Reform both at 4. That's their prediction. They're assuming
And
there's
Plaid have
none
made gains.
more.
I'm really
And there's
confused
over
by
half,
this.
Over
Yeah.
half the seats are still left. They're assuming there's none. Will Reform still? So according to this prediction,
Yeah,
no.
I don't know.
According to what we think, I mean, we
I
don't
think
see
the-
why not.
Yeah.
We think they perform well. The exit poll saying 13. We think they're doing just as good, if not better, than the polls in most seats. I do not.
I think it'll be closer
see
to
why-
13 than 4.
Yeah. I don't.
But this
see
has
why it
been an
wouldn't be.
interesting development.
Edinburgh West, Lib Dem hold. Cardiff West, Labour hold. Gedling, Labour gain from Conservative. Leicestershire South, Conservative hold. Norwich North, Labour gain from Conservative. Droitwich and Evesham, Conservative hold. I think I am occasionally repeating some of that because it moves up to the top after the data comes in. So sorry if I am. Romford, Conservative hold.
Oh, the Secretary of
Doncaster
State.
Central, Labour hold.
Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero has retained her seat
Okay.
in East Surrey. Surprised she had a safer one than some of the more high-profile cabinet members.
Yeah.
Any more Portillo moments? Don't think so.
Tamworth, Labour gain from Conservative. Oxford East, Labour hold. Currently, Labour's at 211 seats, so 115 away from winning a majority outright.
Farnham, Surrey is one we're waiting for Jeremy Hunt.
Western Supermare, Labour gain from Conservative. Hampshire North East, Lib Dem gain from Conservative. Just 1.1% difference. Beckenham and Penge, Labour hold. Stirling and Strathhallan, Labour gain from the SNP.
Do we have Tom Tugendhat? I asked about that earlier. I thought he was in Tunbridge Wells, but
Milton Keynes Central, Labour gain from Conservative.
let's see where he is. Tom Tugendhat is Tunbridge. Oh, he is at Tunbridge. Tunbridge and Morling. I don't think we've gotten that one yet, but give
Edinburgh
it a
West,
look.
Lib Dem hold. What's it called, sorry?
Tunbridge and Morling.
Tunbridge and Morling? That doesn't come up.
Really?
Yeah. How do you spell it?
Tonbridge.
Ton.
Maybe it's just that one.
This one.
Or Tunbridge in general.
Well, both of them haven't come up yet.
Yeah, okay. So no, we don't have a Tom Tugendhat
What's
result yet.
Let me see if I can find him. Oh yeah, I found him. He's just the Tunbridge one.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be an interesting one.
Warrington South, Labour hold. Middlesbrough S&E Cleve, Labour gain from Conservative. Croydon West, Labour hold.
We're just waiting for this Jeremy Hunt result. This will be the biggest Portillo moment ever. It'll probably become a Hunt moment.
Turnout sits at 58.3%. Not a historic
That's
low,
gone up,
but the
yeah.
lowest for a long time.
Definitely, yeah.
And the lowest in probably everyone in this live stream's lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Unless you happen to fight in the First World War.
yeah.
Penny's seat coming soon. Yeah, I haven't heard much from that. But apparently they know something about what's going on and she is not in a great position. So I've heard. We haven't had an update on that one in a while. I'm guessing it's close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Just some say waiting for more. What one is Jeremy Hunt in? Did you double check?
It's around here. I checked it. It's like Farnham, Sussex or something. I don't know.
Oh, it's not come up yet. Oh, this is
Somewhere around here, I think.
Oh, it's getting tiring now. 4:07. Hear the birds outside.
Portsmouth North is one with.
Oh, here we go. Green game from Conservative.
Green.
Suffolk.
They got a third. Oh, so
Very
close.
close.
Who was running there?
2.2%. Julian.
Not even their co-leader.
And Therese Coffey is the Conservative. Am I being stupid?
Therese Coffey. She was deputy PM under Truss.
Oh, right. That's why.
Remember her?
No.
Quite grey hair, quite big, glasses. There's a video of her. She was a health secretary. She got well, not the best representative for health secretary. She got moved into the food minister position. You ever Google what she looks like? You'll recognise her.
Oh yeah, I will.
But that's a Portillo moment that no one was expecting, really.
That's 2 green seats already. That BBC policy went off. The Plaid, Reform, and Green can't get any more seats at the BBC.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
And we're not even halfway now. Still.
Wow, Therese Coffey ousted by the Green Party.
Yep. Jim. I'm glad you're still here. And Green again. Looks like a penny is being announced.
Oh, really? Now. Okay, thank you. I'll be on the lookout.
Where is that one?
Portsmouth North, I think.
North.
Any second now.
So we have Vauxhall and
Final prediction. I think she loses.
Wirral West.
Actually, no. I think she wins.
Sevenoaks.
Just so we can have different.
Sevenoaks Conservative hold.
She could win. I think it's a toss-up.
I think go away.
11 p.m. here in SC. What, you in
game from Conservative.
You in South Carolina?
Worcester West Conservative hold. And Bristol East Labour hold. With Green at 30.7%.
Well, thank you for your support from across the pond. We're getting very close to some big announcements here.
Yeah.
Any second now. She's lost.
What? It's just Portsmouth North.
Yeah.
Labour game from Conservative.
How close? 780, a bit quite close.
Vote.
Okay. She's gone.
Close. She's gone.
Penny Mordaunt, second highest chance to become next Conservative leader, is gone.
Reform got 20.4% of the vote.
That's the Reform factor.
They took it all off.
Penny Mordaunt.
They took it. Gone. Out of a job. Yeah. Unemployed.
She will not be the next leader of the Conservative Party.
Bristol East, Labour hold. Suffolk Coastal, Labour game for Conservative. Plymouth Moorview, Labour game for Conservative. Wirral West, Labour hold. Gloucester, Labour game from Conservative.
Waiting on Farnham still. This is Jeremy. I'm guessing it's extremely close. That is a devastating loss for the Conservatives, though. Penny Mordaunt.
Yeah, Labour
leader of the House of Commons.
They're now under 100 seats away from majority, with more than half the seats left. 58.6% turnout. Slow increases.
Yeah.
Hornchurch and Upminster Conservative hold. Reform had 28%. Conservative had 32.5%. So very close. Inverclyde and Renfrewshire. Labour game from SNP again.
Penny lost. Yes, Penny's out.
The
sword bearer.
Labour hold.
Penny Mordaunt, the sword bearer in the coronation. She's gone.
Yeah. Livingston, Labour game from SNP, and lots of SNP losses. Lots of SNP. Minus 17 SNP seats so far. They only have 4. That is crazy. They only have like 60 to work with as well. So they lost about a third of them already. 317 seats declared, nearly halfway. At 4:10. They're a bit slow, aren't they, today?
Yeah.
What's happening?
111 seats away from Starmer officially winning. Yep.
Yeah.
Closing in.
Wait, 111. Well, less than that.
Really?
They need to win 100. Not even 100. They need to win.
Wow.
They need to win 8 less than 100. Oh, 7 less than 100 now. 93 or so they need to win. Labour game from Conservative, Walsall and Bloxwich. Coatbridge and Bells Hill, Labour game from SNP. 234. They need 326 to win. So, yeah, they need 92 to win.
Kemi has just got really. What? Oh, to becoming the leader. Yeah, I don't see who else could be in contention. Kemi Badenoch is the presumptive next leader of the Conservative Party.
Mm-hmm. What seat is she in?
I'm not sure. It's not a particularly close one. Yeah. She has no real threat from anyone else. Suella Braverman's sort of disgraced. Yeah, I think that's a good observation, and we shall be closely following that leadership race. See if there's any insurgents. I'm sure there will be some. There's going to be a lot of infighting for the direction of the party right now. Some will think we have to go to the right, counter reform. Some will think we have to moderate. I'd suspect Kemi Badenoch is on the right side of that equation, not in terms of being correct or not, but in terms of political standing. Who could push them to the left? I don't know. Jeremy Hunt, if he stays on, we're seconds away from that result. There's still a slim possibility Kemi could lose. I think with the Conservative slight overperformance, I think it's slim. But we shall see in the coming minutes, hopefully. But I hadn't heard anything about her possibly losing her seat. I think that's a lot of the reason why she's tipped to become the next leader.
Dunbartonshire Mid, Lib Dem gain from SNP.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Good for them.
They only just lost it before. They now won it by a pretty decent chunk. Nearly 20% clear.
Anything from Johnny Mercer? I wonder if he's not particularly safe, is he? Apparently Liz Truss could lose her seat. I doubt it. Ian Duncan Smith, I haven't seen an update on that one. It won't be Tugendhat, even if he wins. He just doesn't have that mobility. Maybe not. He didn't get much momentum when he ran before. 223 so far for Starmer.
Croydon South, Conservative hold.
She seems quite unhappy. Is that Penny? I can imagine. Especially so close. She could have been the next leader.
Yeah.
She's lost kind of her, chance at becoming the leader of the country over, 750 votes.
Oh, that must hurt. That must definitely hurt.
It's not close enough for a recount, though. So you can't gain any hope from that, really.
Dagenham and Raynham, Labour hold.
Her voice sounds like she's a grieving person. I'll have to watch that after. How many seats is Green won? Green is on their third seat, I think, which is an overperformance.
They're on. I thought they were on 2.
I think they're on 3.
They might be on 3. I'll double check that.
They beat Therese Coffey and won in Bristol and, well, presumably Brighton, but I don't think that's been declared yet.
Oh yeah, sorry. So they have 2, but Brighton hasn't been declared. But we're assuming.
Yeah, that's their safest one.
Yeah.
But technically 2.
They've got 2 technically, but we're thinking 3.
Liz Truss seat. She is apparently at risk. I don't know, honestly.
Shrewsbury, Labour game from Conservative. Berwick, Roxburgh and Selkirk, Conservative hold. Solihull West and Shirley, Conservative hold.
Sunak, I don't think we have an update on Sunak at the moment, but I wouldn't follow that one too closely.
Yeah, he will probably win it.
Yeah, not much doubt.
Realistically.
Just waiting on Farnham, Surrey.
Yeah.
Which is probably going to be a Labour gain from Conservative. Is Brighton Pavilion the district? Caroline Lucas, the only Green MP, is from. I don't know which is. There might be multiple Brighton seats or something, but yeah. All right, Stephen, you stuck around for a very long time. We appreciate it.
It's all good.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope the school run goes okay.
Yeah, if you have to do
it.
Reform gain, apparently.
Oh, it's not come up yet. It's not come up yet. But I mean, the poll is wrong.
Yeah, that defies the BBC
2
polls.
Labour games from Conservative.
Reform at 4 seats. They're already at 4 seats.
I thought they were already at 4.
Maybe there's another one just coming in, but that would put them at 5.
Let's see.
Yeah, see you later, Stephen. Thank you.
Bye. Derby South, Labour hold. Norfolk North, Lib Dem game from Conservative. Conservatives at loss of 124 seats currently, which is huge.
Yeah.
Stretford,
Waiting on that Farnham result.
Labour hold. Clapham and Brixton Hill, Labour hold.
So I'd encourage everyone, the few remaining, the resilient few, to stick around for this last
know how
result,
you
this
say
Jeremy
this
Hunt
lot,
result.
we're
I'm
knackered.
incredibly impressed by every single one of you.
Manchester Central, Labour hold.
7 people watching at silly o'clock, waiting for this Jeremy Hunt reveal.
Who are you? Why have you done this yourselves?
Penny even criticised the party. What, parting shots? Wow. I'd be, yeah. She's pretty loyal, so the knives are out. Sunak is gone tomorrow morning.
Come on.
I'm going to have to catch up on all of these Portillo moments tomorrow, all the speeches.
We're over halfway through.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Definitely got a good picture.
330
I'll move out the way
declared.
to show you the map.
Wow. Lots and lots of red. Lots and lots.
Flooding in now. You lot will go to sleep and they'll call Richmond for Nico.
I know.
Would be
That's
just our luck.
how happened, yeah. Imagine that. Imagine.
Yeah.
Bridlington and the Wold Conservative hold. Cheshire mid Labour game from Conservative. Yeah, I am knackered. I'm really pushing on here.
I'm pushing on for this last result.
I
I
want to see, but I am.
It'd be
wow.
truly historic. This would be the Portillo moment.
I am.
They'd probably
tired.
rename Portillo moment to Hunt moment if this happened.
Sheffield South East Labour hold. Newcastle under Lyme Labour game from Conservative. Just double check with me. What is Jeremy Hunt's?
Farnham, sorry.
Just type it in. Make sure we haven't missed it. I thought I
I'm
had.
sure someone would update
Are you
us.
so sorry?
Yeah, Farnham, sorry.
Barnum. How do you spell it?
Farnham.
Barnham and Borden.
Maybe.
That's not it.
No?
No.
That's maybe. Southwest Surrey is the official name. Labour is gaining faster than. Yeah, the map is in BBC, yeah. Less than 90 seats away from Starmer winning number 10. Yep. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to stay awake that long, but it's pretty much guaranteed.
Where is Southwest? It's not coming out, but hopefully we haven't missed it.
No, we'd be updated by someone in the chat. They're on it.
Yeah. Harrow West, Labour hold. Sheffield South East, Labour hold. Hornsey and Fryan Barnet, Labour hold. Alloa and Grangemouth, Labour gain from the SNP. Cardiff East, Labour hold. The Wrecking, Conservative hold. Ilford North, Labour hold. Just Labour. 252 seats for Labour. Not many needed now to win. About 75 or so.
You know, considering Green was only focusing on 4 seats, winning 3 is quite good. Very good.
Yeah.
They just edged out Trees Coffee in that seat. Very impressive.
Yeovil, Lib Dem game from Conservative.
West Streeting has just won his seat.
Tyrone West, Sinn Féin hold. Finchley and Golders Green, Labour game from Conservative. Newcastle under Lyme, Labour game from Conservative.
I'm thinking this Jeremy Hunt result is incredibly close.
Yeah, Harrow West, Labour hold.
We are hopefully moments away from this result. It was due at 4, so it must be so close. Yeah, Keegan's gone. Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary.
Yeah.
Gone in Chichester. What are the biggest moments so far? In terms of people losing? Drew's Coffee, obviously. Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt.
That's one of the biggest.
Yeah.
Isn't that the biggest one?
Probably.
Right now?
Maybe Grant Shapps. In terms of position in cabinet, Grant Shapps technically because he's Defence Secretary.
Okay.
Conservative comeback inbound. Yeah, we'll see. Jess Phillips. I don't see why she wouldn't. Hold on.
Bexley Heath and Crayford.
She's probably increased the
Labour
majority
game from
loads.
Conservative. Altrincham and Sale West, Labour gain from Conservative. Murphy, Tideful and Aberdare, Labour hold.
BBC projection has not changed.
Vote share is spreading. Labour 37.4. Conservative 22.2 and Reform 15.2. Lib Dem 10.5.
Reform is slipping.
Green 6.8. Reform is slipping on the national scale.
Yeah.
Edinburgh South, Labour hold. 354 seats are fed out of 650.
Oh wait, I didn't catch this earlier. Richard Holden, Conservative Party chairman, won his seat by 20 votes.
Oh wow.
He was expected to. I know, but I didn't realise it was him.
Oh right.
He was expected to lose, so that is a oof. He'll be happy with that.
Dorking and Hawley, Lib Dem gain from Conservative.
BBC still projects 4 seats for Reform. Yeah, they've gotten that. So if they win anything more, they've defied the prediction. Did Liz Truss get ousted? I don't think so. I'll double check her seat now. I know there's been an effort to try and get rid of her. She was MP for South West Norfolk. Have a look at that one.
Okay.
Southwest Norfolk. Bath results coming.
Norfolk Southwest.
Yep. No
Liz
results yet.
Truss, yeah. Liz Truss. No results though, but Liz
Okay.
Truss.
Yeah.
What was Jerry Hunt's one? It might be because you were telling me like.
I know we couldn't find it.
No, but say it again. Because you were saying South went first. Seems to be saying that after.
Don't know. Yeah.
Surrey East. No.
Sorry,
East.
something. The birds are tweeting outside.
Yeah.
We've been streaming for nearly 7 hours.
Wow. That is crazy. It's not Surrey, so I mean, I can't even right. No, I don't know. Oh, Southwest Surrey.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Southwest Surrey doesn't come up.
Weird.
Why does it not come up?
Try Surrey Southwest.
Surrey East.
Weird. Oh, he's in Godalming and Ash. It's a new district. That's why.
That
Okay.
makes more
Okay, thank you.
sense. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that is him there, Jeremy Hunt.
So that's still no results. This is bound to be close.
Come on.
If he wins this, he could be the next Conservative leader.
Right, Bath,
If he decides to
Lib
throw
Dem
something
hold, Sutton Coldfield, Conservative
Oh.
hold, Glasgow
Clyde
South,
hold.
Labour going from SNP, Cumbernauld, Labour going from SNP, Ceredigion, Presley, PC hold, Streatham and Croydon North, Labour hold. 264 Labour, 50 Conservative. Lib Dem 33, SNP 4. If he loses, can he call it for? Is that?
If Jeremy Hunt loses, can we call it for Kemi? Probably. You never know, an insurgent could emerge, but Jeremy Hunt and Kemi Badenoch are kind of the two warring sides of the divide, I think. Jeremy Hunt being more moderate, Kemi Badenoch emerging on the right of the party. I think they'd want to moderate after such a crushing defeat, despite even trying to appeal to Reform voters. My prediction would be, if Jeremy Hunt survives, it will be him. Maybe. If he doesn't survive, it will be Kemi, I think.
Bury South has Labour going from Conservative.
Okay.
Canterbury, Labour hold.
Yeah.
Erith and Thamesmead, Labour hold. Bathgate and Linlithgow, Labour going from SNP. Bristol North West, Labour hold. Lots and lots and lots of red on that.
Yeah, just waiting for.
Wolverhampton West, Labour game for Conservative.
They might be recounting the votes in Jeremy Hunt's
Yeah.
constituency.
Hopefully not.
No.
Oh. Who's Kemi? That is a Conservative.
Yeah, pretty much a shoe-in for the leadership now.
Yeah.
Labour stands at 23 seats.
Sheffield
Is that in
Hallam,
Scotland?
Labour
Yeah.
hold.
Yeah, Labour is crushing in Scotland. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. Barking, Labour hold. Poplar and Limehouse, Labour hold. 375 out of 650. Come on. Come on. I'm so
How many
tired.
seats are Labour away?
232.
Reverse 2015 in Scotland, yeah.
51. Shall we do this until we have a majority?
I guess, and hopefully we get the Hunt result.
Yeah.
By then.
I think that's a good time to call it. Bexhill and Battle, Conservative hold. Wells and Mendip Hills, Lib Dem game for Conservative. Broadland and Fakenham, Conservative hold. So yeah, why don't we do that instead then?
Sure.
We'll go until either. Should we do either or whatever's latest?
Either.
Okay, either Jeremy Hunt's revealed or we get to see the majority for Labour live.
So,
That's
interesting
when the
question.
stream will
If
end.
Reform does only
Late.
get 4 to 5 seats, will it be seen as a disappointment considering they were at 13 in the exit poll? So, relatively speaking, it's an overperformance in terms of the final polling before the election. In terms of where their spirits would have been when seeing that exit poll, I think, it would be a massive disappointment.
They would be sad, but at the same time, it's still good for them.
And Burman Iran makes a good point.
Yeah,
Their seats, honestly, matter less than their popular support. They're trying to make a case for the voting system to change. If
Yeah,
anything, them
exactly.
having less seats compared to their voting share helps more to prove the case.
Stockton West, Conservative hold. Warwick and Leamington, Labour hold. Wolverhampton West, Labour game for Conservative. And Isle of Wight East, Conservative hold.
That map is starting to get very coloured in.
It is.
Lots of shades of red, some blue, bit of orange,
Yeah.
occasional dots of green.
Yeah.
260 seats for Labour.
I
Not far from a majority at all.
We officially need 50 seats. Yeah. Yeah, majority.
BBC forecast has changed a bit. They've upgraded Liberal Democrats from about 52 to 58.
Okay.
Upgraded Labour back to 410.
Okay.
Downgraded Conservatives to 144, which is up on what they predicted in the exit poll,
Okay.
but lower than before.
Gainsborough, Conservative hold.
Seems like the exit poll is going to be bang on. Maybe not for Conservatives, but
Yeah.
for Labour, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing.
And Reform, not at all, apparently, but it's weird. Why did Farage run in Clacton? So in Clacton, it's a combination of factors. They usually vote Conservative. Obviously, Reform is on the right of the aisle, so is the Conservatives. He thinks there's support to be gained there. Also, high Brexit vote. He was the face of Brexit.
Yeah.
People like Brexit, people like him. That's it, basically.
Yeah.
So he thought he had the best chances there. Clearly did. He won by about, what was it in the end? 18 points.
A lot. Yeah, it was a lot. Hastings and Rye, Labour game for Conservative. Salford, Labour hold. Oh, come on, Jeremy. Come on. Ugh.
Wait, West Streeting only won by 500 votes. And he was tipped earlier as a leadership potential. That's not very good for him.
Belfast North.
Especially considering the national
Shine
climate.
Vane hold.
They interviewed a Conservative at the results and they said, I think we still have a path.
Gillingham
Where?
and Raynham, Labour game from Conservative. minus 33%.
PV for
Conservative.
reform. What do you mean? What popular vote for reform percentage?
I'll check it now. I'll check it
Yeah.
now.
In terms of by the end of the night, I think it might go up a slight bit.
15%. It's actually decreased.
Yeah, that's worse than they were projected in the polls.
Right, let me read through some of these things then. So we got,
The early night was really good for them.
they're not coming through as fast, so I'll read through some. So we got Hastings and Rye. Labour game for Conservative. It's not letting me click on it now. Oh no. What's happened?
Labour gain from SNP just now. Yeah, another one. They've been
Nothing's
destroyed.
broken.
SNPs have been all but wiped out.
Come on, if it will load up.
Lots of traffic, probably.
Yeah. It's just completely broken. Come on. Wow, it's light outside. Get some natural light in there. Okay.
Do you guys think Starmer will be as successful and popular as Blair's terms of government? I don't want to make political judgments, but
No.
already no.
No.
It's just
I mean, it's,
he hasn't
I think we can talk
yeah.
about it because it's nothing's happened.
yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think Blair unified the country in a
With
way
a positive message.
that Starmer hasn't
Yeah.
done, and that was going to make it very hard.
He
to
was
do
more
that.
positive campaigning. Starmer's been more negative
Yeah,
campaigning.
yeah.
I think it kind of comes with the territory.
Things can only get better. Okay, right. I'm going to read through some results. Hastings and Rye, 41% Labour, 22.8% Conservative, 16.1% Reform, and 12.5% Green. And then we've got Gillingham and Raynham, 37.9% Labour, 28% Conservative, 21.4% Reform, and 5.6% Green. We've then got Portsmouth South, Labour hold, so it was clear. I don't need to go through that one. We've got Ribble Valley, Labour going for Conservative. That was close. 856 seats in it. Not many at all. Kensington and Bayswater.
Oh, DUP
Labour
lost a
hold.
seat.
DUP lost a seat.
That's not surprising.
Oh, that's not come up for me yet.
Thank you for the update. That's not surprising at all. It's probably been the worst night for John Swinney out of everyone. Just awful.
Wait, who's who?
SNP.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that the new?
Yeah, new leader.
Oh
after
yeah.
Ramsey, so.
I haven't been following him very much.
BBC has upgraded SNP to 8 seats from the 6 they had earlier, originally 10. All of those results would be awful for them, though. It doesn't really make much difference.
Melksham and Devizes, Lib Dem game Conservative. Worthing, East and Shoreham, Conservative hold.
Green leadership are ecstatic. Yeah,
Yeah, not
sounds about right.
surprised, not
They were looking for 2,
surprised
they've
at
got
all.
3. I'll scooch aside again to show you the map. There it is.
Sinn Féin hold, Newry and Armagh. Ayrshire Central Labour game from SNP again.
Wow.
SNP have lost 25 seats.
Oh.
And they have 4
Brutal.
right now. That is really, really bad. That's like half their seats gone already.
Yeah. Independence is dead, like we said earlier.
Yeah. Oh, the PC hold. Another one.
Vote Green and you get Green MPs, they said. Apparently. They've come
Yeah.
pretty close in quite a few. I don't know if they can make the case across the country because they're only competitive in a
Definitely
few, but
Oh,
in those
they've done all right.
constituencies,
They've done all right, yeah. Right, 401 out of 650 declared.
Labour has broken 280 seats.
Wow. 291 they have.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Harpenden and Berkhamsted, Lib Dem gain from Conservative. Harrow East, Conservative hold. Glasgow West, Labour gain from SNP. $292 for Labour. They are officially 34 seats away from a majority with 244 seats to go. They need to win about 15% of the available seats left to guarantee their win. Chesterfield, Labour hold. They only need 33 seats now.
Comparing the electoral system to Belarus. Yeah, they've been doing that a lot.
Yeah. It's we're the only one in the in the EU left that uses first past the post. So the weirdest part is that they're not actually wrong.
Yeah.
Which is it works as it works,
4:37 local time right now. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
It's light outside. We've just opened the window because there's natural lighting coming in now, so we don't need the lights on soon.
Yeah. We've come this far. We want to see
something happen. Jeremy Hunt or a Labour win. That's kind of what we've decided. Is whatever's first, and it's going to be that. But yes, we are knackered. It's late. Dorset South, Labour game from Conservative. Sheffield Heeley, Labour hold. Worcester Eccles.
Just about to announce.
Newry Armagh, Sinn Féin hold.
They're doing it right now. What are they announcing? Jeremy Hunt.
It must be. It must be.
I trust you to give us the updates because our sources are not perfect.
Well, I'll definitely get it on.
Final prediction. Does he keep it? I'll go with whatever you.
Let's say he does.
He won.
Hunt?
Wait, no. He's saying is that answering our question as to? It seems really close.
Microphone issues.
Oh, come on. Just tell us. You've got to be kidding me.
Oh,
we can set up a microphone on this dodgy setup. Why can't they?
Air drying shots. Labour game from SNP. Harrow East, Conservative hold. Wiltshire South West, Conservative hold.
They're doing Rishi right now. Richmond is also, okay, thank you.
We'll stay for the next. We'll stay then. Maybe till 5. That's 20 minutes. Get them finalised. We should see Labour cross over soon as well.
Yeah.
Cardiff South and Penarth, Labour hold. Labour are officially 28 seats away from victory.
Rishi looks chipper. He knows he's lost. He's kind of just accepted it. Oh, why has Liz Truss popped up just behind you?
Oh. Where was she again?
I don't remember.
You want to check?
Liz Truss could lose Norfolk seat. Source. They reckon Liz Truss could lose her seat. Interesting. I don't know when that one's being called. Neko is on the stage with Rishi.
No way.
I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That's funny.
Oh, I've got it. Gold, Darming and Ash. 42.6% versus 41%.
He's won it.
Conservative, Lib Dem, Jeremy Hunt has won.
Wow. Could that be our next leader of the Conservative Party?
891 majority.
That is going to make things interesting.
Labour only had 5% of the vote in that constituency.
Wow. That is really interesting.
Yeah.
Everyone thought he'd lose. He had a 19% chance of winning, and he's done it.
Dartford.
Speaks to the
Labour
general Conservative overperformance throughout the whole country, just slightly. But projections have been a bit off. They've underestimated the Conservatives a slight bit. But Hunt has kept his seat.
Devon South, Lib Dem going Conservative.
Nico got 160 votes. He got more from a body double in another one, didn't he?
Richmond and Northampton, we have Conservative hold, of course.
Sunak, yeah.
It hasn't said exactly what yet, but
they're calling it right now. So
perfect.
We'll be updated by our lovely chatters.
We got Lib Dem going for Conservative in Wells and Mendham Hills. Tiverton and Minehead, Lib Dem going for Conservative.
Yeah, Rishi keeps his seat.
Brigg and Immingham, Conservative hold. Richmond and Northampton, Conservative hold, of course. Edinburgh North
Rishi won,
Leaf.
yeah.
Labour going from SNP.
Another good prediction from us. Rishi kept his seat probably fairly comfortably, right?
Yeah.
12,000 majority for Rishi.
Wow. I mean, yeah, he's the
Yeah,
Prime Minister.
I thought he'd do it fairly
yeah,
comfortably.
It makes sense. 25 seats for Labour to win.
Nico underperforms Count Binface. That's gonna
Wow.
hurt.
That is sad. That is sad. Manchester, Withington, Labour hold.
160 votes is kind of abysmal for him, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
But
it's because he's chosen.
it's a stupid. It was kind of not a great constituency for him.
Probably one of the
older
worst
voters,
ones. Yeah, like
I think he just wanted to be on the stage with Rishi.
That is what it is. He's going to get a picture next to Rishi Sunak now. That's the whole point. But definitely not the place, like, strategically. He should have gone a London.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
He would have done way. He probably would have cracked 5% in a, maybe even higher in a good London borough.
He should have gone to the place that gave him the highest percentage for the mayor. That exact thing.
Yeah,
that's what he should have done.
He just wanted to be with Rishi.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he holding up
Handball
L?
Valley.
I wouldn't be surprised. Apparently, Nico is holding up L.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah.
Because Rishi won, probably, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's all we wanted, was him to not win. And he won. I wonder if all of the Nicos got over 1,000.
Maybe, yeah.
Combined, they did. He is.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he definitely is not for L. I'm not surprised. Right. Antrim East, DUP hold. Hull North and Cottingham, Labour hold. Lose. Lib Dem game from Conservative. We are 22 seats away from a Labour victory.
They got the L behind Rishi during his entire speech. What?
No way. He's just holding up an L during the speech. So do they all just stay awake till now?
Yeah, they have.
That seems so. The system does.
He's holding up a piece of paper that says L. I bet that's just what he wanted to do.
Yeah, obviously
From the beginning.
it is.
Didn't matter how many votes he got. Very few, but you know. Reform was third in Rishi Sunak's seat. Can't bin face on 308.
Hertfordshire, South West, Conservative. All the Conservative seats in the coming in as soon as we want Labour.
Oh, Rishi Sunak just conceded the election.
Oh, what he just said.
Congratulated Labour at his victory speech in his constituency.
Fair enough.
Is he gonna resign now?
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Like right now? 299 for Labour.
Yeah, 305 for Labour. I'm seeing.
Oh, wow.
That means 21 to go.
Yeah, I wonder what Rishi's gonna do.
What is this? Beeham, Hodge Hill, and Soho and
Workers' Party.
Wow, really close.
Close result for the Workers' Party. Oh, that would be disappointing for them.
Yeah,
That was even closer than
that
Galloway's.
was very close. But I
Started to think the next PM will be the son of a toolmaker. I've got a hunch as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be. 20 seats until it is. South Down, Sinn Féin hold. Melton and Siston, Conservative hold. $215 seats left to be declared. If Labour get just under 10% of those, they win the election.
Wonder if they can pull it off.
Hull North and Cottingham, Labour hold. Ossett and Denby Dale, Labour game for Conservative. They need like 18 seats now.
That'll happen in about 5 minutes, probably.
We'll see. We shall see.
I don't think the BBC's updated their projection in a while. No, it's still the same.
Reformer 14.7% of the popular vote.
Wow, that's not great for them.
It's not great. But it's also not bad. I mean, to get a couple of seats is nice.
Yeah. Sinn Féin at 4 seats currently. Okay. Few Conservative ones starting to trickle in the Midlands and South.
Buckinghamshire mid Conservative hold. 18 seats for Labour to win. Sinn Féin at 4 seats currently. Majority is probably coming soon. Not long. Definitely not long.
Not long at all. Any big Portillo moments left?
Uh,
Maybe Liz Truss, if Liz Truss loses as well. But
Yeah.
Hunt looks like he just ran a marathon. He did, electorally. 7 hours since the stream has started. Yep, we've been here a long time. And so have you. Thank you for
Very
sticking
long.
around.
I know. Thank you all. Surprised there's anyone left at this time of night.
I don't blame you if you want to just pass out right now.
We really expected there to be no one at this point, so thank you for being here. It's very kind.
Hunt won by less than 900 votes.
Dover and Deal.
It's not too bad for him, though, considering they thought he was going to lose it. So, I think he can sleep at night with that, knowing he won't ever lose his seat if he held on in this election.
Dover and Deal. Montgomery, Shearing, Galinder, and Ossett and Denby Dale. Labour gains are Conservative, meaning that Labour are 16 seats away from victory. Only 208 seats left in the entire country. Derbyshire North East, Labour against Conservative. New Forest West and Bromley and Biggin Hill Conservative holds. St Albans the Lib Dem hold.
Nearly fallen asleep, but to see the Labour majority is something I have to stay awake for. That's what we're thinking now.
That's exactly
we're
what
so
we're
close.
thinking. And my eyes have nearly shut themselves, I'm going to say 20 times at this
We're
point.
watching the sun rise on a Labour majority government.
There's a blue sky outside.
Might as well be red.
Yeah.
Hunt is doing a fairly uniting speech, very moderate.
Seat or
Speech.
I assume, yeah.
Maybe he's setting up for leadership.
Never know.
I think he's going to go for it. He went for it
Leeds East and Glasgow
before
Southwest.
Sunak
Labour.
and Truss. I think he's going to go for it, and I think he might win.
13 seats left for Labour, and they win.
This has made the leadership race very, very interesting, him sticking around. Because it's him and Kemi. I don't know who else. Means it's not going to be a coronation. SNP aren't even in the top 5. Really? They've been knocked out by, not Plaid. No. What's Plaid on? Plaid is on like 4. Plaid is on 4. SNP's on 4 as well. What could they have been knocked out by?
SNP is in top 5.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I believe so, with 4.
Oh, Sinn Féin above. They're not included on there.
Wait, what are we... Oh, Sinn Féin is 5?
Sinn Féin is 5 in Northern Ireland, yeah. They're not on there for some reason. Maybe it just hasn't uploaded.
That's weird, yeah. It's not come up on my one.
Yeah.
Let me go on the...
I doubt that will hold throughout the night, but yeah, right now, SNP in 5th.
Not
Truly
much
awful result for them.
reform movement either.
No. Yeah, Reform was looking really good at the start of the night.
Yeah.
Especially with the exit poll. What
Yeah.
a surprise, but it's kind of gone back to our prediction at the start,
Yeah, it has.
which was like 4 to 5 seats, I think we said.
You said max 7. I said probably about 3 or 4 is what
Yeah.
I said.
I think I said,
You said probably 4, but max 7
Yeah.
is what you said.
yeah.
Oh, around that.
Hunt is probably one of the more competent leaders politically. Kemi is also rather shrewd at times. Yeah, I think the party would want to moderate after this because they tried to appeal to Reform voters. It didn't work. If a merger with Reform is off the table, I think they'll go with Hunt.
Oh, SNP is tied 5th with Plaid and Reform.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's what it is. Sinn Féin is 4th with 5.
Yeah, Hunt is fairly popular compared to his contemporaries. Just depends on what happens with Reform. They're clearly not going to catch up. So I think that's off the table, right? Then
what?
supplanting Conservatives on national vote. I don't think that's happening
yeah.
anymore. Will you guys end stream when Labour gets a majority? That is the plan.
We got an independent in
Oh, really?
Blackburn who won by 0.3%, 130
Labour's not going to be happy with
votes.
that.
Adnan Hussein.
Oh, maybe that's I saw earlier they won an
Workers'
independent
Party
one on
made
the
that happen.
yeah, they won a Labour lost a seat on the Gaza basis.
Right.
So it has played a part in some seats, but it's all
Yeah.
been fairly marginal. Sunak concedes, yeah.
Oh, another one as well. Dewsbury and Batley, independent game from Labour.
Wait, Sunak concedes just the election or I don't think
Yeah,
he's
he said
resigning,
he
right?
says that he's conceded according
Yeah.
to. I just saw it come up on my thing. He said that he says Labour have won. Sunak concedes in full caps on Sky. Halifax Labour hold. Leeds East Labour hold. Edinburgh and South West Labour game from SNP. Belfast South and Mid Down SDLP hold.
16 seats away from a
Birmingham
majority.
Northfield is less than that. It's 7
really?
seats away.
Wow, BBC's up.
On
BBC's
Sky.
behind.
7
Trust
seats
that
away. 7.
The one
seats
result
to
we're
go.
waiting for is Liz Truss in Norfolk, but I'm willing to give that a miss because I'm very tired.
Yeah. Stoke-on-Trent Central, Labour game from Conservatives. Chippenham, Lib Dem game from Conservatives. That puts Lib Dem at 42. Labour at 320, Conservatives at 70. Labour needs 6 seats to win their majority for the first time in 14 years. Ashford,
Wow.
Labour game from Conservative. Early and Woodley, Labour game from Conservative. 4 seats to win.
Almost 12 a.m. for you. I wish I was there.
Wow. 4 seats to win. 2 seats to win, according
Wow.
to this.
Here we go.
Bradford, South, and Ashford have been added.
First
2
Labour majority in 14
seats
years.
until the first Labour majority is official at 4:53 a.m. UK time. Oh, Sherwood Forest is a Labour game from Conservative, and Shropshire North is a Lib Dem game from Conservative. 1 seat away. Any
Here we
second
go.
now. Any second now. As soon as this updates, what's going to be the one that ticks it over?
There it is.
Blackley and Middleton South, 326 seats for Labour.
We have a Labour majority
Labour
government
have won the election.
with a majority.
At 4:54 a.m, their majority is confirmed.
And our job is done.
Wow.
Thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for sticking around so long.
Yeah.
We have a result, a concrete result.
We
A
have
Labour
an
majority,
answer.
likely to be a super majority, with the Conservatives facing, let's not say electoral oblivion. It was a wipeout, historic one, but not
Yeah.
as bad as polls suggested.
Definitely not as bad
They
as
will
it could have
survive.
been, but it was bad. Reform have done better than originally expected.
Slightly.
Maybe
yeah.
not as good as
I'd say they've
they
met
hoped.
expectations overall.
Yeah.
Again, jury's still out. Not all
Yeah.
seats have been called, but
But at the end
in
of the
terms
day-
of national vote,
End of the day,
Yeah.
Labour has done amazing. They have a majority, and like you said, they will probably have a super majority. The extent to that, we'll have to wait and see.
looks
when we
like
wake
just
up.
below 97 levels.
Yeah, but even that is very impressive, and it's a very big day for the UK government. It's gonna,
Yeah.
be a big change over the next, up to 5 years,
Depends who
maybe
you
even
ask.
longer. What do you mean?
Might not be such a big
Well,
change.
yeah, true, but it will be very different House of Commons. Nigel Farage involved.
Lots of characters.
We got, it's gonna be.
Maybe one of Nicola Milana's clones might get in.
You never know. Amazing stream. That's very kind.
Thank you so much.
That's very
I'm glad
kind.
you stuck around.
It's our
all of you.
first one, really, isn't it?
We'll be doing the same thing for the US election, so please,
Yeah,
if you're here and haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do that so
yeah,
you can
yeah.
see that when it goes
And
up.
there will definitely be, like we said, we are going to the US in the build up to that election, and that will be coming out in the build up. So if you are interested in US politics, then you should. Well, I mean, if you like this, then that should definitely be better.
But of course,
So yeah,
lots of UK stuff to cover in the meantime.
Yep.
Conservative leadership race, assuming Rishi Sunak steps down, which seems inevitable.
yeah.
But for now, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you for sticking around.
Thanks everyone. Bye bye.
Bye.